Ms. 75 Holly Hill LLC.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant. This is our third time before you, I believe. Since last time we received ARC approval.
Oh, hold on just a
Okay,
second.
sure.
Mr. Levy is late and Mr. Yeski is seated for him. I'm so sorry. He will be 5 minutes late. And he told me that like 10 minutes ago and I managed to forget. Okay, go ahead. So
Since last time we have received ARC approval subject to some conditions. We have DPW is okay, engineering review is okay. We had a very good meeting with police and fire and Peter Robinson from building department reviewing various aspects of the plan. And everything was generally in good order. The police department had a couple safety considerations,
Good.
which we were happy to do, including the construction of a guardrail.
I saw that.
There's an existing guardrail, but there's we're going to extend it over to a broader area. So we're happy with that. The fire marshal didn't really have anything, any comments. Peter Robinson had some comments, but basically stuff that we will address during the building permit phase. We had, in connection with ARC comments and also P&Z and conservation comments, we have some test borings done to gauge what the soil depth is and ledge depth is in certain areas, and we've adjusted our planting plan to take that into account. Obviously, if there's anything that is sort of unforeseen or that we find during construction, we'll modify that to have the best outcome in terms of planting. Other than that, I think we're all set.
So you're going to accommodate the comments from ARC.
Yes.
They say something in here about having,
Arborist?
yeah,
Yeah. We're-
3 reports during 3 phases.
there was
What was the
some,
reasoning behind that?
I think it was just because they were concerned about the trees we were preserving on the site. We did have tree protection measures that were proposed. I think the idea was to have them make sure that the tree protections were okay and to really ensure the ones that were to survive had the best chances of surviving. Talking to my client, I think we were going to engage an arborist anyway in order
Oh, okay.
to at least
So
assess
this
the
isn't-
trees from an initial standpoint to see which ones are healthy, which ones are dying, et
So
cetera.
you don't have, this is not increasing expense for you,
Yes, yeah, we're okay to engage the
Okay.
arborist. I mean,
because for us, it would be okay if the arborist came in the beginning and the end, I think.
and that's kind of where we're going with it. I mean, if you want us to report during the middle phase, we can, but I think that, we would be happy doing the beginning and the end to do a sort of beginning assessment
Okay.
and how they fared at the end.
Yeah, and that the trees are in place, and then if anything goes wrong, then,
And there's also a comment about planting on town property, which I don't think we've had to deal with, at least I have had to do on any of my projects before. There was comments about, again, planting on not our property, on town property, because the, sort of in the low area, which I don't know if you can make us do.
In
not
the
that-
ARC comments? I don't believe so, but
I don't see that in
they
the
came from-
ARC
They came from
comments.
somewhere.
Pat, do you remember seeing them?
I thought, I agree with Mr. Bristol, I thought it was in the ARC comments about the planting on
I
the,
guess that would be the only, I don't want there to be confusion later, to have it sort of get swept in with the rest of the stuff and then all that.
I'm not seeing it in the ARC comments.
clearly, planting on town property is not permissible without the tree warden.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
do that.
So.
Yeah, that's what we
if-
thought as well.
If you're intending to do that, there's a process to do it, but if you're not, then we don't need to.
Prefer not to. I think
Okay.
we actually have a very robust planting plan, all things considered.
Was it the note about the applicant to reach out to Greenwich Tree Conservancy? The balance of the trees,
Yeah,
planted
why
someplace
the
else?
Tree Conservancy?
I don't know.
Okay, but I'm looking at it here, and there doesn't seem like there's anything that references in town property.
Okay.
Well, in any event, we don't plan to plant on town property.
Right.
Okay.
But with that being said, I think everything else is in order.
Commissioners, do you have any comments? Okay. All right, then.
Soil compaction you're gonna take care of course?
Yes.
Okay.
Atta girl.
Al,
Anybody else?
Al,
I would defer to the project engineer who does these things.
All right. So you'll mention it.
And
Okay.
then you'll electronic return to IRC?
Yes, we actually have plans prepared to address those things, but because we were sort of focusing on receiving the P&D approvals, we have those in hand, actually, so we'll do those right after.
Okay, no further questions? In that case, we'll close this item, and Mr. McRae, since it's a must-decide, if you would give us a motion.
Okay. Project 75 Holly LLC, final site plan, change of use of 1,300 square feet, PLPZ 2019-00355, at 75 Holly Hill Lane. Motion to approve application, understanding that the zoning has endorsed the application, engineering, sewer division. ARC has requested specific things to be returned electronically to them for review on their December 11th, from their December 11th, 2019 meeting. That's to be done prior to zoning permit. The applicant has agreed to install, as per police department request, a better guardrail above the playground. Arborist will be on site for the construction phase, as well as pre-construction and post, to verify tree protection, tree plantings. Let's see. The project civil engineer will actually indicate areas to be aerated after, if any soil compaction is occurs during the construction. Let's see.
And if I could just insert
Yes.
that per the approval for this property, when overall tenancy of the building reaches 85%, the applicant shall reevaluate the parking by submitting an up-to-date parking study and valet plan. And the commission also notes that a variance was granted on the required side setbacks for the playground area. Go ahead, Nick.
It's noted that 14 spaces in the center of the parking garage have been reserved for pickup and drop-off of the daycare center. The police department has opined and endorsed the plan, as well as the fire department and building code engineer, subject to further review during permitting. Let's see, I think that's about it.
What about the camera?
What about it?
Do we need to make that a condition?
The applicant was going to be installing cameras for safety on the site and shown on the final revised site plan. That'll be actually put in on, should be put on your overall site plan. Those locations actually for any camera that's installed exterior for the building.
Yes.
And we don't need to say anything else about the landscaping.
I think we kind of covered all of that because we're going to do that. We've got the landscape plan. They're going to have an arborist on site, and they are going to replace the trees accordingly. They've already agreed to do that.
Actually, Peter, you can't speak right now because you're not seated on this. Sorry.
I think that's what I have.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Andy has the second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bristol. For our next application, Mr. John P. Christensen, trustee of the Mary K. Babcock Qualified Personal Residence Trust and the Mary K. Babcock 2012 Real Estate Trust for a final coastal subdivision at 0 Northorn and 11 Winetta. On this application, Ms. Goss is seated for Mr. Fox. And Mr. Levy is with us now, so he will be seated for himself. Mr. Yeski is no longer seated. Mr. Hagney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is also our third time before you. We first came in as
So
a
you
lot
gotta get it right the
confirmation.
first
So
time.
the third time is a charm.
I don't know what you're doing wrong.
Well, we're trying to find the right way to satisfy the commission's
Anyway, go
desires
ahead.
on this. So we started out as a lot confirmation. There
Mm-hmm. Yep,
were
we got it.
was information in the record that indicated we needed to do it as a subdivision, so
Yep.
we converted to a subdivision. We have shown a conservation easement area between the two parcels, which was what we discussed at the meeting on November 26th. And we show a development plan, which has also gone to engineering, and engineering has said that that can return prior to zoning permit. The CEO, Conservation, Wetlands, and DEP have also signed off on it, and we request your approval.
Commissioners, do you have any comments?
Mr. Hegney, there was discussion of a request for pear trees to be planted. Also in the, I guess they were going to be in the, maybe in the town right of way.
There are 3 pear trees that are planted in the town right-of-way currently.
Okay.
Mr. DeAndrea is showing them as to be removed. However, in looking at the sight lines that he has on the map, it's not necessary to remove them for the sight lines. It's only 150 feet in each direction. There is a telephone pole that no longer is in use that could be removed to increase sight lines. As the site is developed for development, they can determine at that time whether any of the trees at all need to be removed.
Okay, I would think that if they need to be removed, if we can figure out a way of replacing whatever gets removed in conjunction with the town tree warden, because there are those 3, I guess, are on.
They're all on town property. Yeah, the tree warden would have to be involved. And of course, this is in a coastal zone. So besides being a subdivision, which would require the development plan to go before the staff, you have
At
to come
least.
in with at least a
Right.
administrative coastal.
Okay.
I missed the briefing, and the amount of that easement, what's the planting area that you're putting, what was the total area between them?
928 square feet.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on this application? Any comments? Okey-doke. Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this? Nope. Okay, thank you. If there is no further comment, we will close this application, and I would take a motion.
Okay, the application for coastal subdivision, final coastal subdivision, PLPZ 2019-00415, subdivide 25,033 square feet to 2 lots, 0 Northbound Road and 11 Juanetta Road in the R12 zone. I think I've got this motion to find that this is a subdivision. Motion to approve subdivision with the following. This zoning has endorsed the plan. Engineering has requested a resubmittal prior to any zoning permit taken out for the vacant land. Sewer Department has endorsed the plan. Conservation has endorsed the plan. DEP has opined and has okayed the plan. It is noted that actually when the development of the vacant lot comes in for review, the discussion of the 3 pear trees should be reviewed if they need to be removed for sightline or development, that the applicant work out with the town tree warden of a replacement of those 3 pear trees.
I think we should also note that the applicant has provided an open space easement of 928 square feet. That the planting or for that area should be reviewed we could do it at the time of the development, when you look at the development for the lot that's going to be developed.
If I could recommend either at the sale or at the permit, like we would for a
Right.
subdivision.
Okay,
that would
we could
be-
do that, or at the time of development.
Yeah.
But probably easier to make it earlier in the process, so
Sure.
we, okay, so how that's going to be handled,
Time of sale, or
I'm okay with permit, I think it's simpler to do it.
Typically on a
Our-
subdivision
Sale
map,
is not in our control, we can't
time of
track
building
it.
permit?
Permit.
Permit, that's fine.
Great, got it.
And you noted that the green area is conforming.
Yes, the green area is conforming, as confirmed by letter from the applicant. Conservation easement is 928 square feet.
Said, done.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I think Levy has it by a nose. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we're beginning the public hearing. Our first application in the public hearing is Stephen C. Friedheim for a final coastal site plan and special permit at 1 Smith Road. Seated on this application is Ms. Goss for Mr. Fox and Mr. Yeski for Mr. Hardman. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson and Cole. Happy New Year. We were here before you on October 29th. You opened the hearing and let us, then provided some comments, and we went to ZBA. We took some additional time to take your comments and Conservation Commission's comments into consideration and change the plan significantly. So we postponed getting back here, but I think you can, I hope you will agree that we did take your comments to heart and the changes that were made to the plans since then. Just to sum up, 1 Smith Road is a 2.85 acre waterfront property, the RA1 zone. It is legally non-conforming in a number of ways, but with the changes we made to the plan since we saw you, only one variance was required for the FAR. By way of introduction, Stephen Friedheim is the owner. He's here with us today. The team with me tonight, who's going to do the principal of this presentation, is Jim McTighe from Rizzoli Engineers, Catherine Herman Landscape Architects, and myself. Brian Brown, the architect, is here in case you have any questions. But basically, what this property was damaged significantly in Superstorm Sandy. Mr. Friedheim has had a couple of different versions of how he wished to repair it. There were applications approved in 2014 that he allowed to expire. He had another application last year that he withdrew, but I think he's come to a plan here that makes a lot of sense, and as you all commended us to consider when we left here on October 29th, was to look at the environmental sensitivity and the sustainability issues that Conservation Commission had raised. In response to that, you can see here the principal damage was in one corner of the property where there had been a guest house, a greenhouse, a shed, and those features are gone. Instead of a guest house, he's going to add to the main house, increase the living quarters, so you don't need a guest house. We had proposed what was called an orangery that with a separate terrace that we, in response to commission comments and the Conservation Commission, have scrapped completely, eliminated it, so that you come out of what's now the greenhouse and you down to grade. Significant improvements in stormwater management. There's an addition of a buffer area that was requested, and so I think the entire project works a lot better. There were comments about the questions about whether there was, why we needed a kitchen. There had been a kitchen there. That's been
I
eliminated.
think it's still on the plans, though.
There's a wet bar because
There's something that's labeled kitchen on one of the plans, I believe. So you just need to remove it.
we'll remove it, but the idea is that the features are going to be consistent with the definition of a wet bar and what you would use for a greenhouse. The other comments were,
Well, there's a question from the ZEO about the the pool, the substantial improvement numbers?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get a permit until we demonstrated that, but we're comfortable that the improvements to the pool house will not trigger any requirement that, substantial improvement requirements.
Pat, how do we normally handle that? Do we let the applicant go to permit while they
I mean, do we have any,
demonstrate that?
do we have any numbers, rough numbers that we can present that would, corroborate that?
We didn't provide any because, again, my understanding was that it was going to be handled, we wouldn't be able to pull a permit until we had that in detail with, we have gone through rough numbers and are comfortable with it. But
What
again,
are your rough numbers indicating?
it's not close, it's not even
Not close
close.
to 50%?
Not even
I
close to
mean, so
50%.
you're at 20% or?
Or less than that.
Okay.
because,
But
yeah.
you're comfortable with those numbers that you predict that you won't need a permit
Absolutely.
to
Okay.
upgrade the whole
Yeah.
building?
All right, okay.
No, so why the kitchen, you asked that, was this intended for public use?
Yeah,
It's
so
not.
just,
Environmentally respectful and sustainability concerns, I think that, I hope you'll agree we've met that. There's some issues about a phasing plan that I think that Mr. McTighe has addressed to staff's concern, but let me turn it over to Jim and let him describe in a little bit more detail.
okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jim McTighe from Rizzoli Engineering. As you're probably aware previously, we had a large terrace, which we have since removed in mechanical means to manage the stormwater, and we have revised that. And now we have a rain garden over on the north side, eliminated the terrace, provided a planted buffer, and we're using an infiltrator system between the two buildings to further infiltrate into the ground, and we've also softened up the landscape, softened up the driveway. The lower motor court now is going to be grass pave on this lower flat area.
Good.
So we'll just have pavement down to the bottom of the slope, and then all this is going to be plantings and plantings and plantings all the way around. And so we have, we're meeting the town standard for that. In regards to the construction phasing, the driveway is large enough to have at least 10 vehicles parked along one side. It's wide enough to have vehicles pass. And between the front motor court, the front of the garage, and even the lower motor court, there's room for another 10 spaces. We have easily 20 spaces for construction vehicles to park.
Anybody have any questions? Nick?
Yes, actually, for the landscape architect, there were some questions about, from conservation about shade trees on the water side and 3 evergreen trees. I don't know if you can address that or have seen the comments concerning that.
Landscapey lady.
Put this up here. Hi, Catherine Herman from Catherine Herman Design. Let me just get to the page. So you had asked the question about adding perhaps 3 more evergreen trees. On the plan, there is an existing oak tree here. It's been on the property for a very long time. In fairness, this isn't really an accurate, diameter for the tree. The tree is actually much larger. The canopy really will come, or it does come, over the driveway and over this area. So I think that we do have 2 magnolias for here, and then we have nothing but evergreen shrubbery here. I know there was a comment about the fact that there were evergreens here. The fact is that there is 1 hemlock here, and in this area currently, there is 1 blue spruce. So those would come out, but we are replacing with more trees, as well as all the evergreen shrubs. So I think that would, suffice to meet that requirement for
They'd
evergreens.
also talked about shade trees along, in the area where the patio was.
Yeah, I think in this area. We are providing for 2 trees here that would stay small. Those are native trees, those are Amelanchier. And then what we have here along the, this border along the seawall are grasses that are all native, as well as shrubs that are native that will provide a habitat for wildlife.
Okay.
I think I would have a concern about putting trees here because it is a greenhouse, wouldn't want to affect the light going into the building. So, I mean, we do have a plan for trees.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Anybody else? Okay. So I'm not really, What was Alexandra's concern with the phasing plan and the greenhouse, and I'm not following
It's just
that.
that there's several areas of the site that would be under, or could be under construction at one time, and compaction and the effects of that. So,
So
if we-
it's really just up to the landscape architect to re-area?
well, or the site engineer, if there's a phasing that can be discussed, or a laydown area that's going to be clearly defined for the project.
I went through point by point. I provided a phasing plan. I don't think Alex had it when she did
Okay,
her
all
review.
right, so she's
Thank you.
got it now. We
Okay.
didn't
So,
know that.
and, you
Okay.
know, we're going to keep the site disturbance to a bare minimum. There's not a
All
lot
right,
of places
great.
to work.
Perfect.
We're going to start and work our way back out. I
Okay.
detailed it all step by step
Right.
as to what they can do.
I think it's the all at once kind of thing, and like you had mentioned, that,
There's
starting
not a
from the
lot of room
water.
to work. They're not going to be able to do it all at once.
Yes,
They're going to do
thank
this
you.
as
Okay.
like a building at a time,
So you're
basically.
you've given it to Alex and you'll,
I've already
and-
given it to
and you
P&C.
don't have a
It's
copy
in your
of it?
staff report.
okay. All right, or I didn't see it, I'm sorry. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, okay. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay then. Do we have any comments from the,
The only thing I'd add is the only affected, the closest neighbor there is very much in support of the project.
okay,
You know,
well, I
that
was
was to
about
indicate
to
that.
ask, do we have any comments from the public? No? Okay. In that event, we will close this application.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Where is Catherine Herman? Our next application, I don't know where the applicant is. Are you? There he comes. All right, then. Freedom Taylor LLC for a preliminary site plan and special permit at 100 East Putnam. Good evening, Mr. Haslam.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam, and Hogaman for the applicant. Andy Toth is the contract purchaser, and he's with me tonight. And Charlie Mills, I understand, is on his way. He's our engineer, and you're making remarkable time this evening, so he didn't quite make it yet.
Okay.
Pat is going to do the presentation button for me. As
I
much as we
was
have it
hoping
on
it was in the
PDF rather than,
presentation, it's
well,
not.
it's better than me doing it, as you know, I'm not very adept at it. So hopefully, I think, Pat, if we could start with, yeah, that would be great, the site plan. The site survey as it currently exists. I'm sure you're all familiar with this property, 100 East Putnam Avenue. Many of you remember when it was a Friendly's many years ago.
Yeah.
And now it's M&T Bank, which is a legally non-conforming use, which predated the changes to the regulations.
Speaking of which, the bank intends to stay there?
They do. And actually, we've been negotiating with the bank for some time. We'll be creating new space for them. It'll be actually smaller than they have now. So
Okay.
under 6-141, I think it'd be appropriate also under the state statute as well.
Okay, so you're relying on 6141?
Yes, it's
Okay.
in my application.
All righty.
This is a unique location in that it's right next to the CVS in Coscob, the old Porticelli's Food Mart, which is a 3-story building, 40 feet tall. It is tucked kind of back. It's a deep lot. It has most of its impervious surface, as it currently is, underdeveloped with a relatively small bank. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Thanks. And located on a section of the Post Road, which is obviously served by public transit, the bus service, also close within walking distance to the Coscob Railroad Station. It's got plenty of services and shops nearby, the libraries nearby, the schools nearby, the firehouse, et cetera. And with regard to the latter two, we'd hope that the moderate income units in this apartment complex would be something that would be attractive to candidates from either the school or the firehouse, as well as other members of the community. I think the advantage of the location too, given that there's a large escarpment on the west side and on the north side, buffers it from the residential zone to the north, as well as to the other commercial property to the west, which is actually condominiums, but are up on the hill. So I think the advantage to this particular proposal is we can actually tuck it in to the hill and back on the property and meet a lot of the regulations as they currently exist for any property or any project, as well as with some incentives, provide for the 5 moderate-income apartment units. So I think this location, if the task force was thinking about where they could place moderate-income housing in Greenwich when they were working on this change to the regulations for 5 years, and then you subsequently approved those recommendations from the task force, I think they had just this kind of location in mind, and it'd be hard to find another location in Greenwich which is so suited to this type of project. I would say, too, that unique to the particular zone, the LBR2, unlike all the other business zones, is that the incentives allow only a height of 40 feet, whereas the others are 47.5 feet. So I think the task force, when they were deliberating about how to handle the LBR2 and what would be appropriate there, took into account the fact that the LBR2 is generally more modest in height and should have more of a village feeling, and therefore made the incentive to be 40 feet rather than 47.5, or to even leave the discretion to the commission under special permit review. So given the fact that we are actually well under the 40 feet, we're proposing a height of 38 feet and 38.3 feet, I believe, which is only 3.5 feet more than what's permitted as of right in the zone without the incentives. I think that the height is relatively modest and in keeping with the zone and in keeping with the buildings surrounding it, while allowing us to build up and provide that additional housing, which is important under the 6-110 regulations. With regard to its placement on the streetscape, let me just see if I can't do this.
Look at you.
Again, you're all familiar with the village, the CVS building being right next door. There's also People's Bank across the street as you go up the hill. So the People's Bank and People's Bank turret actually looks higher than our proposed building will be. And directly across the street is the old Callahan Moving Company facility where they used to keep their moving trucks, if you recall. And it's now a dance studio, which is a fairly bulky building as well.
But you must not forget that that building, that the Griff Harris has an HO on it, and that whole turning it into a dance studio was under the guise of it because it has that HO.
Which was a great result. And I would
But it
say
was,
that
but just as we go forward, just to bear in mind that should be a reference point for this in my mind, that should be a reference point for this application.
And I thought so too, which is the HO being somewhat similar as 6-110 in the fact that you offer certain incentives given the...
I'm thinking about how this application fits with the community character as set by that HO, so just keep that in mind as we evolve this conversation.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very well. So again, as you're climbing the hill up towards the western end of town, as you pass by the building, I'm terrible with this pointer, but all know where the escarpment is to the rear of it, and so it really tucks in quite nicely.
Are you able to pick up what he's saying? Okay.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Andreas. I believe there was an issue raised yesterday about the setbacks, which there was a clarification I think, Pat, you wanted to make with regard to that.
He did.
Okay, that's all taken care of.
He shared it with the commission. There was an error in the report.
So we meet the side yard setbacks to the west, and that's not an issue. We're not looking for any relief from that particular section of the regulations.
Yeah.
Yes, because I know you were concerned about this yesterday in particular. Pat was applying the LB setback requirements to the building rather than the LBR2. So the LBR2 requirements we actually do meet at the setbacks that we currently have. So we're not asking for any relief from the setbacks.
On the west side.
On the west side or anywhere.
Okay. But could you just repeat the question?
Can you repeat it? Just repeat the question.
She asked what the setback issue was on the westerly side and how that had been resolved. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The other issues that were raised, departmental issues, I'll get back to the one raised by the CEO with regard to parking. But I think they can all be easily addressed, the engineering issues. We looked into the right-hand turn coming out. We think that can be done.
You do?
We do. It might be a little tight, but working with the town engineer and with the state, we have a plan to actually incorporate a right-hand turn, which would be great, I think, at that location.
And any take on what that does to the level of service?
That's beyond what we've looked at so
Okay.
far. But I think just from common sense, it would improve it for anyone that's
Yeah.
waited at that stop light to make a right-hand turn.
Yeah, because the
So-
early feedback is that there's a lot of concern about the traffic at this intersection.
Well, that's another thing that this is the advantage of this particular plan is
Giving you your opening.
the fact that in the previous plan, we had the building on Taylor Drive, and you would drive underneath the building to the parking, and we had an exit to the far west going on West Putnam Avenue, curb cut over there. What we,
Oh.
we've been working on this for about a year, so we met with Katie a couple times very early
She
on.
didn't like that?
Workshop. Well, we were discussing what could we do with it.
Okay.
Ultimately, we decided to push the building off of Taylor Drive to give it a little more space.
Yeah.
And push it back into this area where the escarpment is to
Yeah,
kind of
that makes sense. That makes
cozy
a
it up
lot
a
of
little bit
sense.
more. And then also, more importantly, to get rid of that curb cut, which is here right now, altogether, and just come out Taylor Drive. So you don't have that situation where you've got two curb cuts adjacent to each other, Taylor Drive and the one from this particular location, also fighting the cross-lane traffic coming out the other side.
I didn't see that we had picked up the accident data for that specific event there. I'd be curious, because I don't think that's where the accidents happen, having those two curb
I
cuts.
think that's right, but it's still an improvement.
Where the accidents happen is when the cross lane people come out, when that light changes, I think. But go ahead.
Yeah. It's still an
I
improvement.
mean, this
think
is
that
tricky. With that offset, this is a tricky intersection.
It is, but it's improved if you get rid of that curb cut, I believe, and you put everything on Taylor. And if you can put a third lane in, which would be great, if we can get the town and the state to agree to it, but we think it's possible.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I got
I
a
mean,
question.
I live in the neighborhood, and I never turn into Taylor off of Putnam Avenue. It is a horrendous intersection.
Going easterly.
Making a left turn. My
From,
big concern.
you're coming from the west on the
Yes.
Post Road, you want to turn left to,
My biggest concern with the traffic is we have no control over the public cutting through the back of CVS to bypass the intersection. And you're increasing that, and I'd like you to, because I know you have to come back, is how we address that cut-through traffic on the CVS. I mean, it's going to be a natural tendency, and that's a tight parking lot as it is now. The other thing, I think pushing it back towards the hill is good. I would like to see more relief at the Post Road like we're requesting on the west side of town. So we're getting a more green buffer as we, my biggest issue with the CVS building, there's no green space between the
Wow,
building
yeah.
and the parking lot.
it gives us no opportunity to, so consistent with what Mr. Fox is saying, one of the first initiatives we have to implement the POCD is to work on the Post Road greenscape. And there's another application that's before us on the Post Road where we raise the same topic, that we'd like to have the ability to green up the Post Road and make it, Katie's terms are, what is it, Park-like Boulevard. Hard to get there, but that's what Katie's, how she describes.
Okay.
So if I recognize that you fully meet the front setback, but if you could, as Andy suggests, increase that setback to allow for greater planting.
I think that's doable. We had tried to keep the streetscape more or less uniform, which is something the commission has in the past advocated for. But if this is the direction you're now going, I think we can look at doing that.
Let's take it a step farther. This could really make the Coscob Village more special.
I would agree.
this could really be, because right now, the CVS building makes the Coscob Village look very plain. I can think of several terms that are not flattering about that building. It's very stark, austere, whatever you want to, but there's a lot of charm across the street. There's charm in the small shops.
Right.
This building has the opportunity to anchor the village and really make it look more special, more green, shade trees, something that really says village. The setback of 10 feet doesn't let you do that. I kind of feel the same way about the Taylor Drive setback. It also doesn't give an opportunity to create any better feel to that as you're approaching it, and that may be too ambitious, I don't know. And maybe if you could just do something up to the intersection. You do have a sightline issue for the folks turning. So right at the corner, you'd have to make sure that you clear the sightlines because
Right.
it's a hill. But we would be very much looking for something that anchors the village and that makes, and pulls it together. That this is a huge opportunity for Coscob Village, if this were done right. And I actually think that remodeling of the dance studio works very well. I mean, it's a funny warehouse, but it,
No, I recall well.
the applicant did a great job. It looks nice, and people have been pleased. And the service station across the street, it's been done in a way now that's quite charming. So we're moving forward in Coscob in terms of getting the village set. So I would like you guys, your design team, to consider that very, okay?
Fair enough.
That may mean, the concern is that may mean something on how you do the stories in the building, since your stories don't go all the way across.
Well, again,
Because you've got to make up potentially your setback. On the other hand, you could make it less than 22 units. Just saying.
the idea with, this is the front elevation on the top,
Yeah.
as you're on Post Road. The idea with M&T Bank was, again, keep the retail on one floor.
And keep it
Make it more transitional.
layered.
Right, and then as you.
Would you like,
and
right.
As you're going up the hill, and you can then start getting higher too with the apartments in top and behind as well. That was the concept.
If it's stepping back from the post road, so it's not overpowering like the CVS building is. I mean, the CVS building just towers over the post road because it's so close
Well,
to the
it's-
sidewalk.
And it's a really unpleasant pedestrian experience. Then we asked them to put windows in and they put, okay, it's an unpleasant pedestrian experience. There's just nothing to it.
Mr.
So-
Haslam, I think actually what the numbers you were giving us about the height's actually a little skewed. The numbers you were giving us actually start from the grade plane,
Correct.
which is at 20 feet, plus or minus. Taylor's only around 12 to 16. So you're actually starting out of the ground with your grade plane to measure height. I think if actually you really measured, what is the height of your front facade on the post road? From the post road, from Taylor Drive, I think you get a better sense of, I think, what we're trying to talk about in terms of
Yeah, I had it from the elevation.
stepping the building back above the retail.
Okay. So even though that's a standard, still take the post road into consideration and consider that as more of a standard for the measurement
Well,
of the building.
you're going by the regulation, which basically is measures from the grade plane. But I
Right.
think in reality, you're really, what you're at 20 feet to start with the grade plane, but the actual perception of the building is going to be that much taller because, it's above everything else already. That's it's just the arbitrary grade plane number.
Okay.
The physical
fact,
reality is Taylor Drive is at 12. I would suspect actually the post road is probably by that point maybe at 18 or so. So it's actually, the areas around it are much lower than your grade plane where you're measuring.
Right. Well, we do have a little bit of wiggle room too between the 38 and a half feet and the 40 that we're discussing. So that may be part of what Granoff was thinking of when they said it as they did. But it's surprising, the CVS is actually at that corner, it's at pretty much the same grade as the corner of the current bank building.
Yes.
It just goes up in grade from about one corner of the lot to the other, going east to west, about 6 feet as you're going along. So the initial feeling is that you're at the same level as those other shops in the CVS. And I think actually going, as you go up the hill, it actually diminishes the sense of the height because you are going uphill as the building itself is getting higher too. But we'll look at that. So I think maybe a combination of seeing what we can do, maybe it's about step back, but also about making greater setbacks with greenery there. Either one or the other, or some combination of the two, is what you're looking for, as I understand it.
We mentioned, I think you heard us at the briefing yesterday, I think we'd like to see elevations that sort of show the impact on Post Road. I mean,
We'll come back with that. I didn't
Okay.
have time. Obviously, this is preliminary.
And also the relative heights. You described the 38 feet from grade as modest. And that may be in a vacuum, but when you take it and include the CVS building, it may be more of an imposing site than just, oh, well, it's 38 feet, but it's 38 feet plus its elevation, right? And how it relates to the CVS building and the other buildings around is significant. And particularly as you get closer to the Post Road, it's more dominating.
Right. And I heard you yesterday, and take your directive from that. Again, this is kind of very preliminary, want to get your feel, but we will provide that with you next time we come back.
And one thing you should be able to do also is to create some outdoor space for the residents, either by a green roof or some balconies or some other treatment to make, because you really have no outdoor space on the ground level. And I think you should utilize a roof to create some amenity for the people.
I think we can do it on the roof, and we have it actually shown that we're having something on the roof, and we have the stairs going up to the roof, which is creating a little bit of a bulkhead problem, which we'll resolve. But I think you can differentiate this from 1205.
Because you've got so much park
You have so
opportunity.
much around that, as Mr. Alban knows, living in that area, and I lived in that area for 17 years too, right behind the Coscob School. You've got the Coscob School grounds, you've got the pocket park in front of the library, you've got the pocket park by Starbucks, you've got Strickland Park, there's
You've got
waterfront.
Laughlin Park.
There's a lot of opportunities for people.
So you do have a lot of parks and available green space, unlike 1205 where you're kind of stuck.
And you have to want to live in that kind of a
But
community.
there's no
But I
reason not
just
to
also,
have.
like, up
Yeah.
in Riverside for that building, we requested that they put some balconies and some kind of spaces to make it feel more residential and not.
Right.
So.
I think that's, again, Mr. Fox, I think you can differentiate that a little bit from this location, given what's in the proximity of it. There's nothing really in Riverside that's in close proximity.
It's more character, too. I think the balconies, even if it's a Juliet balcony,
Really?
I'm not a
So-
junior architect,
So we're not
Along
going to
that
do
line-
architect, we're not going to play architect. We're going to try really hard not to play architect.
Okay, along that line, though,
Oh, okay, I tried. Go ahead.
I think you need some kind of organizing idea here that just doesn't seem to play, especially on that facade along Putnam Avenue. And this site yearns to have a corner, and you've barely articulated the importance of the corner here. I think that it needs a corner element.
On the building itself or on
Yes,
the?
on
Okay.
yes. And that could be articulated many different ways. The fenestration that you've presented for your bar element has nothing to do with the architecture and the feeling to be in Coscob. And that can be looked at a little bit more closely.
Well said.
The fenestration is just simply something that can be,
Oh, good. That's
regardless.
what everybody wanted to
Regardless
say.
of the fact that it's very.
Not it, but.
But regardless of the fact that it's very well articulated, and proportionally, it looks quite easy on the eyes, but it just has nothing to do with town.
So the signature buildings in Cos Cob would be the Griff Harris Building, that whole Fjord, Fleischer's, the cheese shop, right? That's what the signature, the
Yes,
signature
but what I'm saying
retail.
is, this is because it has to do more with the mass. You could get away with having a smaller, building on the street and have more of the mass in the back. But there's a couple of things that, as I said before, I mean, you need to articulate that corner. It's a very good, important corner. It can help, will help create a feeling in town
Okay.
of having arrived, just like on the other side where you have the
So
bank and they have
can
that
you
nice.
explain that better to me, because I'm not really understanding it? That's what I was trying to get you to say, in terms of the buildings, you want there to be a corner? I mean, you want the building to fill the corner? I'm not
An
understanding.
element, an architectural element that defines the corner is like a bell tower, a turret. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a void. I'll leave that up to the architect. The architect knows these things.
You better switch to the real building, because people are going to glance
Yeah,
up.
no, this is
Wait,
just,
wait, before-
this is
before-
just the
before you-
example one in
Yeah.
Brooklyn.
Where is that building?
This is in Brooklyn.
Who did that building?
Andy Tuff.
Great. It's interesting to take a look at that building, and it's the simple elegance of it. It's just punched windows, the black, those kind of things, where it's very simple, it's still working.
Cos Cob. No.
It's still, the simplicity of it makes it work, so.
Yes,
go back.
it's very
Yeah, it's
easy
a
on the
beautiful
eyes.
building.
Chip, let me comment on that.
Yeah, Mr. Toth, please.
This
You did a
building-
beautiful
Not-
job.
Not Andrew Toth, contract ND.
You did a beautiful job on
This,
this.
this building is, we take certain elements of it,
Yes.
so it's not going to be
Got
like
it.
that. Those windows are very large. We want to do larger windows, because I know what you're going to say. The CVS building looks like ship portholes. They're this big.
It's like a
So-
prison. I mean, we can just be honest
So
in here.
we want to do more light in there. They won't be as big as this. We like that color brick. We were going to do some steel, some panels, some metal panels that we're doing on the corner at M&T Bank. The roof facade, if you look at our aerial view, if you look at the CVS building, the building next to it, the firehouse, they all have just a perimeter facade. So
Yes, I know.
we wanted to get some sort of perimeter facade, the limestone, and some of the metal panels that we wanted to incorporate. So it won't look like this, but we wanted to just show certain elements that it could be.
Well, this
Yeah.
is much more successful than what you've shown us.
Well,
But
again, it's only
nonetheless-
preliminary, so those are kind of
Right.
flat plans. And
Yeah.
the bank building, we tried to raise it up to kind of equalize the difference in the heights and try to perform some glass there. I think we can, improve that corner. I understand what you're saying.
But what you've done with that kind of industrialized kind of fenestration and, structure is you've lightened the building. So this is a large bar building, and that would be very important since that's what your intention is. But the corner is the big deal here. That's the thing that's going to make your building look like something. And you've only kind of hinted that, oh, well, there's a corner there and we should do something. And it needs to be the big picture. That's your parti, right there.
Okay.
So you need
Take
more
that into
height.
consideration.
You need more height, you need more mass at the corner, you need something that is self-defining, it calls out your project and also tells you something about, I've arrived in Cos Cob, so it has to relate to Cos Cob.
Yeah, and to me, the relationship to Cos Cob is those retail pieces. We'll just leave the CVS building out of the equation, right? And then the other retail is very iconic. When we asked people for photographs of Greenwich that are what Greenwich character is to them, what we get in Cos Cob is the Griff Harris building and that little strip, the Fleischers, and that. So that is Cos Cob to people. Some people do the firehouse. Some people do the firehouse and the school, right. So you're looking at brick and you're looking at some softening of the brick, which is the mistake of the CVS.
And as,
Peter, did you say you were looking for more mass?
Yeah, he actually is
just on
looking.
the corner.
Just on the corner.
yes, on the corner.
Which could help with the thing with, then you could do a greater setback.
And, but as we've indicated before,
Is it time to leave?
to have this 3-story plus building on the post road like this is a little oppressive and is not going to be a comfortable pedestrian experience. So you need to have some relief from that. It's just too imposing. It doesn't work anywhere else it's been done, so let's not do it here. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask just a couple questions as follow-up to that?
Yeah, because I don't think in pictures the way the architects do, so if you want to clarify it, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I did the People's Bank several years ago, and it has that clock tower in the corner, which I think is successful at that location.
Yeah.
Rudy Ridberg was the architect. I don't want to duplicate that again in such close
I agree with
proximity
you.
to that. I think that'd be a mistake. We did do an interesting corner of the building down at 143 South Beach, Mr. Macri helped us accomplish, which really delineated one part of the building. That's kind of the direction you would like us to go in, maybe? Is that
do you
something?
guys-
I think what Mr. Levy's alluding to is actually that corner is the approach from east to west. It's that kind of thing that actually, even from west to east, you'll actually get a sense of that. And it could be done very simply, even actually, the adjacent roof could be lowered to make that one corner a little bit taller. Maybe, like you said, it could be even a void or something to actually say this is the actual corner. It doesn't really need to be maybe a tower piece. It could be just something, slightly different. As an example, if you're saying, if that retail area was the bank, maybe that's the front door to the bank kind of thing. Even though it would probably come in the back as where the parking,
Right.
but that would be the ceremonial front door, those things. But I think it's actually, you're maintaining a height to say, this is the entrance to the building, and it's achieved by actually that the roofs behind it are lower.
Okay.
So,
Because we were trying to try to pick up on that post office section and this with the initial retail
And the
being
Griff
fairly
Harris
low
and-
and then going up as you went up. But I think we've got something to work with.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're trying to do there, but it's not about that.
Okay.
It's about relating to town, not about trying to.
Yes.
This is a corner. A corner has a much more delicate relationship to the rest of the town here. And if it were, inset into the block, then yes, I understand what you're saying, but that's not this condition.
This is a huge opportunity I know it's not, I don't know what to tell you to do, but I think it's a huge opportunity to really pull together COSCOM because of the magnitude of what you're doing. It could really be a signature piece and pull together the town and give it deeper village character, which is what residents have told us they want to see. But it has to be, I don't know how to speak architect. That's probably a blessing, but
Well, maybe it's time.
did I speak architect? No. Okay, no, sorry.
Mr. Yaskin, in particular, at the briefing yesterday, was talking about why aren't they going to ARC before coming to us? And we
Because
really,
we held it up, we've been holding them up, they've
Right.
gone to ARC, then they come back to us, and we're unhappy because we're looking for a huge consistency. We're really looking for consistency with neighborhood character now.
Right.
And ARC did not wasn't hearing that. I think they've
Right.
heard us now, so we've gotten stuck a couple of times there where we've changed something. So that's why it didn't go to ARC.
no, and I'm
And I
pleased to be
also
here at
think-
preliminary. We wanted to be here before we went to ARC, so that was fine with us.
I think we've been talking now for months about getting the building bulk and setback something that we're somewhat comfortable with before sending it to ARC. So they're working on a box that kind of fits within the parameters. And I don't want them designing until we've kind of
It's a
come to
very good
grips
point.
with the zoning
We completely agree,
and
which is
and
why we want to come
parking and all
before
these
you.
things.
Yep.
Let's get the big picture settled, and then ARC can tweak the building and versus getting a building that they're all comfortable with, but then the commission doesn't like the bulk.
I think we can come up with some general conceptual ideas of how to maybe address what you're saying,
Why
and
don't you
then
do that?
take that to ARC after.
Or why don't you
similar
bring
to
it back to
1205.
us?
We'll do that, just so we do with 1205. We'll bring something back.
Just bring something back informally, and I know there's no room on the next agenda, but if you did something real informal and quick that we could look at stuff, maybe
mean,
Patrick could oblige
What
and
is
squeeze you
your
in.
realistic turnaround for some revisions? I mean,
It's not till, the next meeting's not till the 28th, right?
28th, but then we have the February 11th. I mean,
I think actually that
February 11th, I think is
We
most
have,
realistic.
I would agree, I just didn't know how quickly you were.
Well, I was trying to accommodate, because we'd love to see what you're thinking, so that you don't spend a lot of time, you don't waste a lot of time, and we can work on.
Right, okay, good. We can do that. Do we need to address the garage issue with you?
So here's what I was thinking. There's a couple of things I would like to talk to you about, which is, the other one is I want to talk some more about the traffic. But I know we have some public here. Would you be amenable to hearing
Can we
the?
talk about the traffic first?
What
The
about the
first?
parking, the structure, whether
Okay.
it's a structure or not?
Yeah, okay, well, I guess they want to talk about that. I was trying to talk, that's such a technical issue that I wasn't sure.
Well, I think it's.
that
it's-
technical?
Okay,
it's
so
a
let's
simple
talk about the
question.
traffic.
According to the
Sort of
section
fundamental to the whole
6103 for the LBR zone, B, notwithstanding other provisions in these regulations, no above-grade parking structure shall be permitted. You heard us yesterday.
Yes.
Can you
Is it an above
talk to that and what you think of this regulation and how it applies here?
Well, first of all, I was shocked that it came up, or that would be the possible interpretation of the ZEO of that particular section of the regulations. I would never consider this to be a above-grade parking structure, and I'll get into that in more detail. But it also, I think this is the first time it's ever come up, and certainly in this context. And when we did 143 Sound Beach, it was not an issue for the CEO or for the commission too. So I was very surprised that this issue should be raised. But the first thing to say is that we are parking on grade, and the existing grade. I mean, there'll be a little bit of cut and fill, but that's pretty much it. We're keeping to the existing grade, just where there are cars parked now. So we're not changing the grade, and we're not going above it. In addition to that, the average grade plane, we're below the average grade plane in all sections of this parking area. So to say it's above grade, I think that you typically consider above grade to mean some ramping or some part of a structure that creates the garage. So I don't think it's above grade. I think it's at grade. Secondly, there's no structure that's related to the garage. There's two stories of apartment complex above it. If you take down those 2 stories of apartment, say build it, you take it down, you still have the parking. There's nothing related in the structure to the parking. There's no walls other than retaining walls that are necessary anyway, and an opening, basically, to allow cars to go in and out. So I don't think it's above grade, and I don't think it constitutes a structure. If we were to leave that as lawn, as I said to Pat yesterday or this morning, if we were to leave that as lawn underneath there, you wouldn't call it a lawn structure. It's just not. The parking exists. It's there at grade.
I originally agreed with the ZEO, but in discussing it with staff, I believe that the regulation is trying to keep us from having standalone parking garages in COSCOB or in the LBR2.
Right.
That the goal is to not have a standalone parking garage building. That's what Greenwich gets upset about every time someone proposes it. We know the history.
Or the Whedon Trading Building where they have a half story of parking above grade and then go on top of it.
Right.
Clearly, that
Then it looks like a
structure
parking
is
structure.
above.
Right. And in addition, here you've got the retail space on the street, so you're not seeing any parking. It's all tucked behind it.
What I'd like to do on this subject, since I went to being of 2 minds on it, is I'd like to find out what the history is on this regulation, because my guess now is that the intent was to not have parking structures,
I think that was the case,
standalone
too.
parking structures. This is an
think
attempt
that's
to
actually clear.
conceal, no, but this is an attempt to conceal parking within another use.
Well, I would say that it is a parking structure, but because of how it works, it actually achieves all the objectives that are important
Yes.
to make this project a success.
But not in the LBR2 zone, because the
But-
LBR zones, this particular section of the code actually goes to the intent of it as local business. So we're not actually fostering large structures other than local business, which is smaller and less intense.
And residential.
I
and
would think
LBR
actually, now,
And
if you-
LBR does residential. So
But
my,
if you're taking a look at this, okay, the only reason why this building is elevated above the high is because you're accommodating parking underneath.
Well,
If it was gravel or grass, as you said, it wouldn't be an issue. The fact that you actually have the parking underneath the building, okay, and you have to elevate the building to get it above the parking, makes it a parking structure.
So,
Well,
but-
you could,
but
I think
time
that,
out.
isn't there an argument also that it's part of the building rather than a parking
CVS.
structure?
so the commission is not unanimous on this
No,
topic?
but CVS has a parking structure under it.
So
And,
it conforms.
and we didn't call that a parking structure.
No, because it's not above ground.
But
not above
neither is
ground.
this. They
It's
have
above.
the whole grade under, in
It's at
back of
grade.
CVS is parking at grade, which is part of the parking structure. You drive under that whole thing at CVS, it's part of the parking structure. So if it was allowed at CVS, this is the exact same.
I think they were trying to keep from having walls around at-grade parking, was basically what they were looking for. That is a standalone parking garage building. That's what people would not want. This, to me, conceals the parking, and so works, which is a little bit what you're saying. But, so my proposal, since we're not unanimous on it, what I would like to do is to research the regulation and what the commission at the time was thinking, so that we can get a better grip on what they intended.
Understood, because it's really, as
but this
far
is-
as the 6-110
Mr. Lowe.
application, it's kind of a.
To describe this as not a structure, and you say, well, you could just remove, if you didn't have the building there, it would just be the way it is now. But this parking requirement occasions the height of this building and the massing of the building. And it has a structure to it. There's structure all around the parking. So I don't know technically or legally, within this zone, what's going to, what the rules are here. And obviously we need to research that. But some of the concerns about this building size all relate to the necessity of having parking right underneath these units.
But you have to in order to make the 6-110 work, because you're balancing on the one hand the fact that you don't want too much bulk or height or whatever, but you need the parking. So you have the parking, and you've got to balance it against the other interests as well. Again, we're only 3.5 feet higher than what's permitted as of right in the zone, so we're looking for less than incentive, although we're taking into consideration, I guess, the relationship to the post road, which we will. But I think it goes back to, it's not just the intent of the regulation, it's also the way it's written. It says above grade. This is not above grade, it's at grade, as is the parking right now, it's at grade. So you can argue whether this is a parking structure or not, it's still not above grade.
Let's research it rather than
Well, thank
everybody
you.
debate. I
Yep.
think that's the best thing to do. Let's figure
It's-
out.
it's a
Because what we
killer,
want to
though.
do is to, right, I get it, but we want to meet the intent. And if the wording doesn't accomplish that intent, I think the simplest thing is let's go back and look at what the intent was and we'll
Thank you.
solve it. Traffic?
Mr. Haslam, actually, I think, while we're looking at this, I think actually, we're getting into the language, no above-grade parking. Okay, I think actually defining what is below-grade parking, I think would be significant, because I think actually looking at it both ways. What do I think above grade is? What is below grade?
I'm not saying
Same
that's
thing.
necessarily below grade, I'm saying it's at grade. In fact, a little bit less
At
than
grade.
that on the grade page, but it's at grade. And I think that's the difference. Because you can do below grade, you can have excavate and do it. We don't think it's advisable at this location. And I'll tell you, I was surprised that they allowed it at CVS, and sometimes when you're down in that parking garage, you can hear water rushing down there. When I did the first iteration of the Coscob Library back in the 90s, and the commission required us to actually, we were in the pocket park in the front initially, and they required us to push the building back. We had to acquire other property because of flooding in that area. And there's no basement to the Coscob Library either for that reason. So, I think we're being cognizant of that. So we're trying to make this work with I think a very appropriate lot for this kind of use. And I think we need, hopefully, some support from the commission on this particular item, because I think that's the logical read, that this is parking at grade as it is right now, which requires the two levels above it.
I think the more why I'm pressing this point is actually in that particular regulation B parking. It goes on and actually talks specifically about underground parking may be permitted, underground.
Correct.
Okay, and I think actually the most important part, in considering approval of underground parking, the commission shall consider the character of the area, including existing uses, buildings, and open spaces, the relationship of the proposal to all aspects, including bulk and mass, to the existing character and purposes of the business district, the convenience of shoppers, then the impact on the continuity of shopping patterns. So it actually goes to speak about community character for underground parking, and specifically stating that above-grade parking structures are not permitted. And I think actually taking a look at that is like you can go underground because you need to, you want to maintain the character of the neighborhood. But you shouldn't go above ground because that would actually destroy the character of the neighborhood.
And we're not proposing to go above ground. This is at-grade parking is what we're proposing. And I think actually in this particular case, to echo the chair to a certain extent, I think this is an improvement aesthetically over what's there now. So you have parking, sometimes you'll see they have the classic cars or whatever on display, sometimes on Saturdays and Sundays, et cetera, out there. I mean, you're very aware of the parking when that lot is full. M&T Bank doesn't generate a lot of parking now, so you're not necessarily aware of it. But I think this would actually be an improvement to that particular
No, we
location.
actually figure those spaces are all leased out. I think the regulation was written in '86, so there's still people around that we can also talk to.
Okay.
So I think it'll be fairly straightforward to get an interpretation of it. You want to talk about the traffic?
Well, I just want to,
Keep trying.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm trying to understand the distinction between at grade and above ground. I don't know that I quite get what exactly you're saying.
That's how I feel when you talk about fenestration. Okay, so one
I'm not
is
building a structure that
lifts it above the
lifts it
ground.
up the grade. It is exactly where it is currently. The parking is at grade. So.
Right, but I think it might be a distinction without a difference. So, but you are also saying that it is a few feet below grade.
Inches probably in some.
Just inches.
Feet in some
So that
places,
doesn't
right.
really help
Charlie
you.
can probably address
But,
that, but yeah.
I don't know, so
Okay.
if you did go down a few feet, does that make a
No.
difference? mean,
I really want to look at what the
Good question.
intent was.
Yep. Make that argument too. Traffic, I don't have a lot on traffic.
No, I don't either, but here's the thing, the level of service what happens at the peak hours at that intersection, you have to analyze very carefully what adding that lane's gonna do, because you know how that light is three-phased?
Yes.
Taylor Cross, Post Road.
I do, yep.
Putnam. That three-phasing means that if you're on cross, you have about a nanosecond to get out of cross lane. If you add a lane on Taylor, what are you going to do to get those cross lane people out of there? Because they're going to be stuck. I can tell you one thing that I toyed with this of cross lane got made one way, but I don't know why it only goes north. It could go south, and that would potentially alleviate that intersection significantly. I don't know why it goes north.
You mean at that juncture from the park to the Post Road?
That street is called Cedar. Thank you. From Cedar up to the Post Road, it's one way going north. Well, it's one way when you come off of Indian Field and then it goes up. I don't know if that could be changed.
To make it go the other way, you mean, or make it go two-way?
Make it go the other way. just one way. You don't have enough capacity.
Right.
I think actually,
I'm just trying to think, the problem is, if you add traffic coming out of the CVS.
Right.
You're gonna trap those people trying to get out of Cross Lane. They're just never gonna get out.
I think the other point that's being made is that if the light phase is the exit out across and they're making a left, and now people have
Yeah.
they don't have to stop at the red, but
Right.
they can make the right on the red.
Right.
Are we inviting a conflict, I guess, is.
That's the other point. So
Okay.
those are the 2 points. I think we gotta think about that intersection very carefully, and I'm sure you guys have, but I bet you there's a lot of people in this room who, they've lived that intersection, and everybody knows it's messy. You're not adding that much traffic to it. The bank's already there.
Right.
You're adding people going to work in the morning, which is gonna be, and coming back, hopefully. The problem is your peak, your 4 to 6 peak is always a problem at that intersection. And that is when people are gonna come home. I don't know how you address that. There's gotta be a fix.
Well, people
But
also
you're a-
do cut through the other way. They cut through the bank to make that right-hand turn to avoid the
Oh,
light.
yeah, I know that.
So we would get rid of that, so that would be gone.
Right.
But as
But as
Pat-
Andy pointed out, people get desperate and then they cut through the back of the CVS, and that happens all the time. They get trapped because of the lights, because you can't turn right on red, and they look for another way to get out.
Yep.
And also, I just point out that I don't believe the CVS building and the offices are fully occupied. Neither is all the retail. I don't know if your traffic study
It's a very good point.
increased the counts based on full occupancy.
Yeah, look into that.
Margarita, you bring up an interesting point coming out of Cross, because you only have a nanosecond to turn left.
You have no time to turn, period.
Right, and if you increase the volume of traffic that might be going into this new building that's backed up at a light extending east, there'll be no room to get out. I mean, I'm just supporting what you're saying. There's no room to come out across the way those lights are sequenced now.
And you have the issue of the ballet school in the evening has a very heavy peak. And it's exactly when peak is, 4 to 6 p.m. Those kids are all coming out of the class. The moms circle around and they come up Cross Lane. You know that, we all know that, who drive that area. So there's got to be a fix. There's got to be a way that smart brains could figure out how to make that traffic go. But I think we may have to get out of the box on it. One thing that's not a possibility is to open up Taylor, just so you know.
Going the other way. No, we weren't proposing
Do
to
you know
do
where
that.
Taylor's?
I do, yeah.
We researched it. I researched it last week. I talked to Diane Fox, and she very specifically remembers why Taylor's closed off.
Right. And no, it's not a consideration, never was on
All
our
right.
part. But, yeah, okay, we'll look at it. I mean, as Pat said the other day, though, to a certain extent, those lights are synchronized from, like the high school maybe, and all the way to the bridge in Riverside.
Somebody told us something different last week. They said they're done, and they're not, that they're done. There was
They're done in
another applicant,
pods, I think,
that they're
but-
done in
Okay.
clumps. It's 3 lights, and they're not synchronized the whole length of the post road. Another applicant on the post road told us that it might have been 1205. They aren't synced, so maybe something could be done.
we'll look into
The
that.
problem is you have those 2 no right on reds right across from each other,
Right.
Cross and Taylor.
Right, okay.
And people are going to want to get to work in the morning. Okay, do you want to give the public a chance? Are you guys
Yes.
okay with that? Because we're going to get more input from the public. Oh, my girl. Yes, sir, you raised your hand first. Come. No, not you, right behind you, Ellen. Sir, but would you mind coming to the podium? Because it's on the record and you have to identify yourself and all that. Can we have a break?
Evening, folks. My name is James Walsh. First of all, people I've talked to, this is an eyesore at the intersection now, and this proposal tonight looks like a significant upgrade from what.
So that's what our goal, I think
what would
that's
be
the
going
goal
there,
of
which
what we
is
want to
great.
try and get done here.
Thank you for bringing that to the neighborhood, right? As far as kind of, what you guys were saying about, like a corner or signature piece, I guess my question is it going to turn the corner onto Taylor? right? And, will you, or is that going to be parking on Taylor?
You got to look at
Oh,
us.
sorry.
Yeah.
So you only talk to us and all that?
Understood.
Okay.
So, hopefully, the parking lot isn't going to spill onto Taylor, and that's all you'll see from Taylor.
Yeah, that was kind of what we
That would be
were.
a concern.
Yeah, so when we were asking about the setbacks on Taylor, that's what we were trying to make is more space so that it would look more treed and less like a big, huge, empty parking lot, which is how it looks now.
Right. It would be
With
great
bad
to not see
pavement.
any of the parking lot from either
Right.
the Post Road or Taylor.
Right.
It would also be great not to have the curb cut, as they said, not on the Post Road at
So
all.
fond of that curb cut.
But even in,
No,
right,
it's
if you look at the
fine.
Cos Cob,
Yeah, yeah.
2014, the Cos Cob kind of piece that's on the Greenwich website, right? They had mentioned,
yeah.
the curb cuts, bringing buildings
The
forward.
neighborhood plan that we
Yeah,
did.
the neighborhood plan from 2014, right? And,
Yeah.
that would be in keeping with that. Two issues that come to mind immediately with this is pedestrian flow, right? I walk my dog by that intersection every day, right? I think adding a third lane to Taylor would be a mistake. It would make it more complicated and difficult to cross, especially for pedestrians.
Yeah.
Also, I measured the lights, so I came over here at 7:15, LA School was
Cool.
getting out. The light's 13-second green, right?
It's a nanosecond, right?
So it literally lets 3 or 4 cars through at a time.
Literally.
When Indian Field is shut down, right, which happens there for a number of reasons, right? Leaf pickup, utility, repair, whatever. That backs up all the way to, Cedar or Sachem, and then it could take 15 minutes to get through the light, right? It's
Right.
a super short intersection. I think reversing, I've also thought about in my walks around reversing, the street might be one possibility. I think you might have pushback from residents on that street. I think
Yeah.
if you were to do it, you'd have to do it all the way back to Indian Field.
You do, okay.
Otherwise, you'd get kind of like a loop where you'd be caught, right? So, if you were to reverse the street, I think it has to go all the way through to Indian Field and then add like stop signs or whatever there. But, another option might be to make Taylor one-way only going in.
And then how do they get
And
out?
then you get out back through CVS. I don't know if that's
That's not, yeah.
that's not a possibility.
Can't do that, and that's why I said right away that we
Can't open up
couldn't,
Taylor either.
because the reason Taylor's closed is because the residents wanted that when they built the CVS, so that, we should
If I lived
respect
back
that.
there, I wouldn't want people coming
Exactly.
through either.
You
I
would
totally-
not want all those people driving
Totally
through.
understand that, but I do think the traffic issue, and not only, from a throughput moving vehicles through that intersection, right? But also from a safety, walking your kid to school, right? I know a lot of people in this room probably have kids that go to Cos Cob School. A lot of people from that neighborhood, walk there. I've walked my daughters through that intersection numerous times. Even though it's no turn on red, right? People make the turn on red. And I think if you add a
Yeah.
turn lane coming out of Taylor, it just exacerbates that problem at an
Okay.
already very
Well, that's why we
complicated
asked them to look at it very, very carefully.
situation. Yeah.
The first, the gut call is, wow, that might be a really good idea, but you don't really know what the consequences will be.
Yeah,
So we got to think it through very
widening Taylor
carefully.
might be an issue. Another option would be to maybe talk to the ballet school about reversing their street, right? Instead of exiting onto Cross, could you alleviate some of the traffic? Because that ballet school has a lot of people by reversing that, and they go out onto Strickland.
We'd have to look at the decision. We were the ones who made the call on that,
Okay.
the way it goes. Because we were trying to keep the traffic from the bottom part across,
Mm-hmm.
but we could look at it again and revisit how we did
Because
that.
I know, like tonight, it took me 3 cycles to get through because you have everyone coming out of the
know.
ballet school.
I
Right,
know.
so you're just inching up. And
Yep.
if people were going the reverse way, you can
Yep.
make the right up coming off of
Yep.
Strickland onto Route 1, right? You can make the right on Strickland and cut down, right, by the Bush Holly
It's
House
all
to
the
get to
same.
Riverside. Right, is that another way to alleviate
To
traffic?
try to work that intersection.
Right, to try to work that
To
intersection. maybe
change
alleviate-
some of the flows in that intersection so that this building has a better chance of working.
Correct, but I think it's also important to remember the pedestrian, and I think widening Taylor, adding
Yeah.
a turn lane there would be complicated, especially for kids going to school, for people,
Yes.
just walking their dogs or whatever. But, like I said, I'm excited to see something that would really define Cos Cob go there, right? It would be great to have, more retail, a restaurant or whatnot, right, in that.
Great.
In that space, so, thank you, to everyone
Mr. Toth.
to work on that, and hopefully, the building is, as you said, aesthetically pleasing, right? Like, the new bank, down in the corner of Greenwich Avenue, right in Bruce Park, right, that seems like a good kind of corner piece, right? If it was something in
Okay.
the vein of that fit with the neighborhood, I think it would be great. But definitely, I think the traffic.
Those are two Rudy
issue.
Rydberg pieces.
Yeah, I think the traffic issue, right, needs to be.
Okay,
needs to
thank
be-
you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I see a hand up in the back. I'm behind you, Peter, I'm sorry. Come on up, you have to say your name and speak into the microphone and all those
Hi,
things.
I'm Johannes Richter, and I live
Oh.
on Taylor Drive, 2 houses down from the project.
We got you.
So it sounds like it. I'm a little bit worried about the traffic. There's going to be 50, 55, 60 cars maybe
They
going in
say
and out of the
100, they
renters.
say 180 trips a day. Is that right? I think that's the number.
I talked to
20
an architect. and
apartments, yeah.
20
So
apartments, you do the
20
math.
apartments,
A car and a
yeah.
half per
Right. So you're
apartment.
concerned about what's going to happen to the part of Taylor that you're
Well,
not on?
I mean, I live 2 houses down.
Yep.
So I'm concerned about the traffic that immediately impacts where I live.
Yeah.
I'm also very concerned about the lack of any substantial greenery. At this point, when I look down from Taylor Drive, I see the nice green hedge of arborvitaes or whatever it is that gives me some kind of screening. I looked at the plan. The road parking runs right up to the edge.
Right.
They have something that looks like trees, but I suspect they're probably 2-foot high bushes maybe
Yeah.
at best. My neighbor is concerned because she abuts right against the proposed building. So that's going to get carved out. I understand there's going to be some blasting going on
Yes.
to make room for that. So that's an immediate concern, not a long-term
Yeah,
concern.
part of that ledge is going to go.
The building, in my mind, does not really fit in with a
Yeah.
residential neighborhood. It's a huge box.
Yep.
And
Sorry,
it
Mr. Todd.
doesn't, I mean, CVS is an ugly building, I'll grant you that.
Yeah,
But all
thanks.
the other buildings in Cascade, Mill Pond, the
Yeah.
house, the other strip, are kind of low, 1 story, maybe a fake facade or something. And then you have this giant thing on the corner
Mm-hmm. And
with
the
no
gi-
green space, no room
Right.
for absorption of runoff.
Right.
So that's another issue, because you're paving that over, you're putting a giant building, which is going to catch all the rain. Where's all that water going?
Mm-hmm.
There's a flooding problem already after regular rain, because there's a hillside right behind my house and my neighbors. So then you put a big parking lot, bigger, and you put huge building there. Where's all that water going to go? When we have high floods, the water backs up.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's in a flood zone or not.
It is,
so that's-
because you're right on the mill pond there, and
Yeah.
we all know that what the mill pond did during Sandy and
Exactly.
Irene. Yeah.
And as far as the traffic is concerned, I get woken up on a regular basis because there's wrecks at that corner of Taylor Drive and the Post Road. I
Okay,
hear them all the time right out of my bedroom.
okay, they
So
have in their
that's-
report that there's not a significant record of accidents, so
Yeah.
we'll double check that. Why don't we ask again, we'll have it double
But I
checked.
mean, I don't know what the answer is to that, but
It may also
adding
be-
60 cars to
Yeah.
that little tight intersection already,
Yep.
to me seems, you have
A lot.
pollution issues, you have, you're paving, there's a green space there now. The bank may not be pretty, but at least it has a lawn in front of it. Some beautification, and now they're proposing to put a giant box.
Got it.
So it doesn't look in character.
Okay.
I think if you wanted to accommodate the parking, put a garage and drop the whole building down a floor. I don't know if that's an option,
There you go.
because you have it next door with the CVS building, and that would sort of bring it more into scale with what's along the Post Road.
Okay,
But those are
all right, so
concerns I
we'll
have, my neighbors have.
we'll ask that.
So,
Okay.
thank you for
Thank
your
you, sir.
time.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome, thanks.
Mr. Berg?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Peter Berg from Cascade.
I don't know why there are 2 microphones. I have no idea. Just talk away.
All right.
Ah, okay. Glad somebody told me.
So the report in today's local paper was actually the first time I heard about this project. And I sent a note to my fellow directors of the Cascade Neighborhood Association. And as of the beginning of this meeting, I only heard back from one, and he happens to live on Cross Lane.
I had sent an email to the chair I sent our agenda to the chair of District 8 and District 2, just the agenda
Yeah,
items.
so.
So the chairs of the districts had seen,
So I'm
just
talking about.
because I didn't-
So I'm also an RTM member, but I'm talking about a neighborhood association,
Yeah.
not the RTM.
yeah,
I suspect, that when some residents of Coscob hear about this, they're going to be alarmed, just because, they'll, depending on how they hear about it. So I'm sitting here thinking it would be good if we could have if the neighborhood association could schedule something in Coscob and hear about the project, perhaps from.
Mr. Haslam, would your client be willing to speak with the neighborhood association?
Yeah, of course. As Peter may recall, I was the first president of the Neighborhood Association several years ago, and Peter was on it with me.
Along with Brad, right, with Mr.
Brad Markowitz, who I
Markowitz?
just saw outside,
Yeah,
who actually
okay.
thought this was a good project, but.
Okay.
But happy to meet with him, as
Okay,
always.
that would be great.
I wasn't sure
Okay.
how active you guys still were, quite frankly.
Okay.
But, so
Great,
that's fine.
thank you.
Yep.
And so I'll just mention, very much appreciate all of the criticisms or comments, constructive criticism that I was just hearing from each of you. I can see where this could be a big benefit to Coscob. The biggest issue about Coscob is we aspire to be a pedestrian-friendly village, but we've got a 4-lane state highway running, smack through the middle.
And we don't want to make that worse.
So I think this project has potential. I'm hoping that as it evolves, that it will even further help make a more friendly village of Coscob. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Berg. Somebody else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Julia Walker. I live at 22 Kent Place in Coscob. I've lived here for 15 years now. My kids have grown up, they're now in college. And when I heard about this, the same thing. It was just like a little quick thing. I was surprised, and what's concerning me is what I would think of as precedents. What are we doing when, is that the best idea for that property? What are we doing? And the second word that came to my mind was hamlet. I think of Coscob as a hamlet. The only thing that makes it not hamlet is like the car dealership right there. But basically, I think of it as a town, and I think of it with resources, with the foods you suggested, with the banks, with the schools you can go to, with all these
Kind
things.
of close your eyes when you go past CVS.
And I'm concerned, and this don't take this as being a little flip, but I teach second grade in New York City, and we're studying right now urban, suburban, and rural communities. If I asked my kids where they would see this building, they can differentiate between a skyscraper and an apartment building, and they would tell me you'd see this in an urban community.
Yep.
And that's a concern to me.
You
And
saw
when I
everybody wince when we saw the building in Brooklyn.
Right, because when I think of my 8-year-olds and I think about that, and I'm really concerned. I'm sure there's a lot of wonderful characteristics about what you're going to do, but it feels to me
it's too urban.
Massive. It's too urban for Coscob.
Okay.
And so thank you for what you were saying, because I gained a lot of insight about how you decide on things and how you look at things, and I appreciate all you're doing for our community.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay.
So I think we have some issues to work on, and we'll see on February 11th, and I've reached out to the Neighborhood Association in the interim and see if we can't have a meeting and get more.
That would
input.
be great, because I think you're going to have to address that massing question, but, Andy had suggested, can you set it back some, can you play with it somehow without doing a ton of expensive designs? Can we do something that fits this idea of the hamlet?
Right.
I mean, you're from Coscob, you know.
I do know. So, and I'm glad that I was reminded of the safe routes too, pedestrian access, because Peter and I worked on that in Coscob many years ago, the safe routes to schools. And we were looking at that whole section and trying to encourage people to walk.
Yeah.
So that's a good pause as far as the third lane. I
What
get
I
it.
didn't tell Mr. Walsh when he said that is, isn't the town planning to get rid of, you know how, what's it called when we do the stop? You can't, in all directions, people stop when you have.
Concurrent ped phase,
Or the concurrent pedestrian phase?
Yeah.
The town wants to get rid of that, which I find very scary because I find that sometimes when you have the walk sign.
Right.
People just.
No, concurrent, I'm sorry, Marguerite,
No, I
concurrent
agree.
is the switch too,
Yeah,
so.
so that they want to get rid of like you
Walk in the
being
direction of
protected.
traffic.
And even
Right.
when it's walk in all directions right now, people just barrel right through.
Right.
That's
And too,
just,
with the red-
I'm late,
turn on
I'm
red,
gonna
too.
take out this pedestrian. So I think Mr. Walsh's concern again is how do you enhance pedestrian safety in
Right.
Cos Cob? And the pedestrian experience, which is what we were talking to you about. So I think, yeah, you've got, but you've
We gotta
got.
balance those, I
And
think.
you've got support for the idea of something that's really gonna pull COSCOM together. And this does seem like a good opportunity, a good location for moderate income and less expensive, for apartments, for people who are transitioning. I think those ones up at those condos on the hill have done well, right?
I think so, yeah.
So,
Okay, I think we've got some things to work on. some
anybody
direction.
got anything else? No?
One
Okay.
other thing that came out of the review, because a lot of it is, we talked about the setbacks and the green and the lack of cost cob, CVS. We also mentioned, we thought there was enough architectural detail on cost cob that could be copied. And I know that there's some standard things, but you mentioned, well, people have mentioned the firehouse. If you look at that, there's a particular architectural detail. The Griff Harris building, we did talk about the single story setting it back, but it just seems like it's ripe for having, I'm going down the whole nother level, and I obviously you weren't at that. We also, to your credit, and sometimes we get a little critical, we kept saying this is so much better than other applications we've seen recently in terms of that detail, the brick, the look, the whole thing. So I wanted to get that up there too, because sometimes they come on and bang, 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 and we say, wow, as a first effort, this is impressive. So,
Good.
thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Okay,
We'll see you in February then.
all right. If you have something sooner, let staff know, because we'll make space for you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, everybody. Our next application, I always like it when I see an applicant. Mr. Haslund, are you, no?
I am.
Oh, you are, okay, so I can talk. Charter Greenwich LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 301, 309 Greenwich Avenue.
Good evening again, Chip Haslam for the applicant. This is a, this is an iconic building on, thank you, I don't think so, but.
Wait, he took my puppy. Alan left with my favorite dog. Okay. I didn't get to say hi to the dog.
I think you're all familiar with this building. It's the one with Starbucks on Greenwich Avenue on Post Office Square there, what used to be Post Office Square. The building was built in 1910. It's remarkable, and it's pretty much preserved to look exactly like it did in 1910 with very few changes. The concept is to make the building more ADA accessible, and by adding this elevator to the rear of the building. The first stop that we went to was HTC. We met with them on 2 occasions. Andreas Streisman did, from Granoff, was the architect.
Hi, folks, just if you could keep it down till, okay. Go ahead.
And HTC not only was supportive of the proposal, but also indicated to us, which I think is in the decision letter, that they felt that it was an aesthetic improvement over the fire escape which exists there now. So we're very pleased with that response. We also went to the Zoning Board of Appeals to get variances, modest variance in the height, so that the elevator could actually meet up with the non-conforming height of the existing building, and also to reduce the parking requirement. This building is between the front and rear building lines. It has office use, which would normally require parking, but that office use existed from the time 1910 when it was built, so it's grandfathered. So we add a variance for that as well. So what we're looking for basically from the commission is approval on the site plan and special permit. And I think the only issue that came up yesterday at the briefing session was the fire department. And then that memo or email just issued yesterday to Pat, and then I saw it for the first time yesterday too. We can address that issue. We're going to have to address that issue before we get a building permit. There's no way we can get a building permit without providing second forms of egress during construction, so we will do that. We're investigating possible options. We'll meet with the fire department. If you want to make it belt and suspender, making a condition as well of approval that we satisfied the Greenwich Fire Department as to secondary means of access during construction, that's perfectly fine with us.
And I had the understanding that you might be able to not use the building.
That's a possibility. We're looking at either vacating the upper floor or floors, or doing something with the fire alarm system, which was suggested by, I think, by the email. But if it's not, whatever it is, Mr. Fox, we will satisfy GFD before we do it.
Yeah, I think they're going to make you have two means of egress.
Well, there's other examples, the Greenwich Y, I remember they had to do it at
But
that
then
time.
they had that big, lovely stair in the front of the building.
Right. So we're looking at it, and we will confer with them and make sure we have their approval.
I guess if I could ask one question, Mr. Haslam, how long do you think the construction phase would be where there'd be a temporary, is this a year, is it a half a year, is it, the first quarter? What's the length of time where you're going to be without a second means?
Let me confer with.
Thank you.
Andreas Streetsman, the architect, saying 9 months. That's what he anticipates.
I just, for a reference as to how long we're looking to actually complete the project, I mean, that.
Yeah, I think that's.
I know everyone winces when they think about the why, because it was there for decades, but.
Well, there are other reasons. That's
Yeah,
why
I
it was
understand.
there for decades, but, yeah. But
If
maybe
that's the example, I just want to make sure we understand the difference.
Mr. Fox, do you think that's a reasonable expectation? Good, thank you.
Mr. Haslam,
Go ahead.
Before we get to the architecture, I just wanted to ask you about the parking. Can you explain about the parking during construction, if there'll be any there, and afterwards, how the configuration may change or what's going to happen?
It'll stay pretty much the same, except that you're going to be losing 2 spaces. There's a non-conforming little area here, and then there's the 2 spaces right there. Those are the 2 spaces that.
Just losing 2.
Losing those 2, and that's what we got the variance from the ZBA for. And again, that's just because you've got even though it's between the front and rear building lines, you do have office use upstairs. We're not adding any square footage, but we were trying to make it ADA accessible. So that's that reason. Otherwise, we can pretty much stage it from that little portion there in the actual area that we're going to be working in.
Right, so, but will there be any parking there while you're working, or no?
I don't anticipate it.
Just curious.
Paul, did you want to address that? Paul, you've come up with it.
Ask about the stair.
Paul Brandis is the principal of the owner.
Have to excuse me because I've lost my voice as well, so I have to speak softly.
Everyone's sick right now.
In any event, we would have staging, but staging for this kind of a project in that area would probably be 2 or 3 parking spaces. The balance of it would remain, and I would tell you that the parking right now is kind of on an ad hoc basis. There are only a couple of tenants, one being Starbucks, one being the cigar shop, that each have a dedicated space. Everybody else is kind of ad hoc, come and go.
Thank you. And about the stair, I think that this is a tower element, and I think it's quite bland, and I think that. Where is it? I don't. Can you?
This is the Starbucks building?
No, is that the addition in the back?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We spent a lot of time with HTC, and Andreas can speak to it if you wish, but
I think
several iterations, and they were clearly the happiest with us by far.
I think you're going to match the brick? I mean, are you going to be able to match the brick?
That's the intent, and actually we have to, we're come very close. There's a condition of HTC approval that they want us to come back when we have the brick ready for them to do a final sign off on the
They
brick.
didn't ask for the little cornices over the windows?
And, I think that it can be articulated much more to match the existing facade. I don't think you need to lose any of those details. And I think that the cornice on top, I mean, at least the way it's articulated here, might as well match it the way, to what exists. I mean,
I think that was discussed at HDC, but I'll have Andreas address that.
because I don't think that that's.
I'm
I think
talk
it's-
architect to
You
architect.
know, I don't think it's as good a solution, so.
It's that thing with the Department of the Interior that
But
it
I
has to
think
be different, right?
the way the windows are articulated, especially considering how they are articulated in the rest of the building, make it look like, some kind of ancillary space, like a stair tower. And I don't think it needs to look that way.
So,
Just for
go
the
ahead,
record,
so.
I'm Andreas Stresemann, Granite Architects. So we went through a couple of iterations with the HTC. The question was, are we going to match the details exactly what you have? But the consensus was that you'd want to show that it's something that was added on and not the original building. So we matched kind of like the
I don't
form
agree.
language.
I don't agree at all. I don't think that's, I just don't think it's very successful. This is a very large addition. It's 3 stories. This is noticeable to everybody. This is not somewhere in the back. And I think that this needs to be articulated a little bit more like the rest of the building. It's just not, it looks odd to have that large a piece of the.
Well, I'm
addition.
struggling because once again, not an architect, but from what I remember with the Department of Interior guidelines, when you do an addition on a building like this, that's a historic building, the Department of the Interior doesn't allow you to make it exactly the same. You're supposed to make it look stupid.
No, actually,
I don't-
Sorry.
Department of
I mean,
Interior-
some of the things I've seen where they try to make it look,
Ms. Albon?
where you're
Ken?
supposed to look
The Department of
different.
Interior says, with the addition, it either matches exactly through all of the materials, details throughout, or it's so different that you can't construe that it's actually part of the original building.
What would you rather do?
We had versions where we were making it distinctly different. We actually used a different color brick to break it out. The HTC wouldn't want to hear of it. We actually had different window situations. They really wanted us to go with it. And, obviously, maybe one of you guys should join the HTC meetings because it's very difficult for us
And
to
the
go through
problem,
the
we'd love
process.
to, we're not allowed to, and
Right,
it kills
but
us.
For us as architects,
Yeah,
difficult
we get it.
to appease everybody.
But what we are going to do is we're going to have a joint meeting with them so that we can get more on the same page, because we're noticing that we're kind of we get onto different tracks. So
If I
the
could just
HTC
reiterate,
did not,
I think that it.
Peter, what would you like to do? Would you like it to be exactly like the existing?
I prefer to be more exacting because this is a very large element. This is not some little 8-by-8 little tower going up 3 stories in the back. This is very big. This is a massive part of the building that looks like part of the building, and I think deserves to look like the rest of the building.
Okay, so
how can
does
we-
everybody agree with Peter? We could do that. I mean, we could ask you to do that. It's really.
How are we going to do? We're going to go to you?
No,
to
then
you?
you're done. You stop with us and the buck stops here. You're done.
Okay.
Whatever we decide tonight is what it is.
Okay.
They're advisory to us and we get the shot to,
Okay, fair enough.
that's why we get paid so much more an hour. Okay, so do people agree with?
No, I agree with Peter. I think you
Okay.
either do the Morgan Library and make a glass tower here at the end of it. It's totally
Okay.
different. Or you concentrate on the detail.
Peter's
Otherwise, I
idea?
think it'll look quite out of place. It'll look like you tried, but we're
Okay, we
not
just
really.
need a
It was designed by
consensus.
committee, quite frankly, and obviously, always
I
to
get it.
get the best results.
You
We'd be
should see
glad to
some of the things we do when we're designing by committee. I think you've watched us do one of them. Okay, go ahead.
We'll be glad to share with you what all the iterations were. We had about 3-4 iterations.
No,
with
I
the
think we're
ITC.
about just gonna, I think we're headed in a direction, and unless we get objections somewhere.
If you match
You okay
the
with having a whole
cornice, how how closely can you match it? Within, say, 3%?
Yeah, we can match it exactly. We can
So
take
that-
the exact proportions and put the exact corners on top. That's
So-
not a problem.
So that the passerby won't notice,
Hardman, Levy, you're
unless they're
good?
looking really carefully.
You're good?
Yeah, no, we can match it exactly. We can
Okay,
take-
you're done. You don't come back, the
Okay,
whole thing
bye-bye.
matches.
Okay, so
Can we-
basically, just pick it up.
Yeah.
So the detail in the corners, the detail over the windows.
It looks like the
That's it,
Coscob
pretty much, right?
School. You can't tell when it was built.
Can I just ask for a little more specificity with this, because I imagine that the bricked out windows are necessary for the stairs going up and the vertical, or is that,
Talking about the recess, that's where the
Yeah.
elevator sits.
that's where the elevator is?
Yeah,
So
so we had the elevator
so you
before.
wouldn't have there would
No,
be no
but he-
glazing there?
No,
We
but-
did have spandrel windows at one point to basically make it kind of like look like it's a continuous, punctured facade.
see,
But
that-
what I'm
those are-
hearing
those are
is,
some
no,
of the
but what I'm
details that
hearing from these guys is, stop me. Guys, pay attention.
I'm paying.
Okay, pay. The bricked-in windows don't bother you, right? They're okay with the bricked-in windows. What they want is they want the cornice thing on the top
May I?
to match the whole way across. No, because I speak English.
Good.
I'm
you
not
may.
going there.
Okay, go ahead. The cornice thing, because architect to architect, you're going to understand
Mr.
it.
Stressman,
Okay.
the cornice specifically, brick color, which we've talked about, window shape, window style. I think the 5 windows that you're showing that are actually truly glazed, on the upper belt, the upper 4, should have the same cornice, the same head treatment. Okay? The mid-freeze, that should match the same. I think if anything,
you're not
the coins on the corner, if you take a look at doing that in brick on that one corner, that would probably be probably sufficient.
Street corner.
The corner of your tower.
I'm pretty sure those are coins, but
Okay.
we'll make them more obvious.
I don't know what you're doing for the storefront door, but something similar to what is on the rest of the building. Again, your awning above that door should probably be similar in shape and color.
Yep. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
We're going to meet with HDC and we'll get on the
You're
same
not-
page with
You're
them.
not making me cry.
Okay.
This is what we had at one point, and now we're going back to what we had. I just
Okay.
give you the one.
I'm sorry that you got the runaround and that you went back and forth so
Don't
much.
feel sorry. I'm glad you're saying what you're saying.
Okay.
It's not a problem.
All right.
But I think actually
Keep
the
going.
final, on the first floor, the back window, what space is that?
That's the lobby, the stair lobby. In the far corner where the car is?
Yeah.
It's the stair lobby.
I think that it can be articulated not as a window, but more like a door or more.
No, the door's actually around the corner.
No,
Make
but
pretend.
Articulated more
Actually,
like a door.
you know, I
Or
think,
leave it as a window and just put sorry, I keep using that.
The thing that,
Just put the thing on top.
we'll put that thing on top.
break the whole thing in.
Okay.
Okay, actually, then, those 2 windows there, the one that's bricked in and the
Okay.
one that's actually there, just combine it as if it was a large storefront, but break the whole thing in.
No.
Facing the parking lot?
Yes.
Why can't they have a window there?
They're trying to get some consistency from around the corner, which is actually large expanses of glass and a storefront.
But the elevator,
Up, the
I would-
idea is
I
to
actually-
create the same symmetry that you have on the
You
front
keep
of
the
the building.
symmetry
You
of the
kinda-
windows.
the
No, keep the
punctured
symmetry of the
openings
windows.
are continuous.
Okay.
but Mr. McRae, the elevator,
And the whole light and air thing, chair overrules. You get a window.
Thank you.
Thank you. You done?
And then at the water table, I think
Nice
actually.
meeting you.
Look at the water table in terms of its height from the sidewalk, to be similar to what's on the other building.
We'll put it all in the decision.
Okay.
I had a question,
Yes, ma'am.
just the sort of curiosity. The front entrance that's on Greenwich Avenue will stay the same?
Yeah, everything. No, we're not touching any of the areas of the building.
Not the interior staircase, nothing? In the front?
No, I mean, we might be painting the staircase and all that. No, nothing that you would see from the outside is changing on the rest of the building. It's all happening in the back.
Okay.
I have a question you may have already answered. the addition is recessed a bit, is it not?
Yes, that was intentionally because we wanted to basically create something that's subordinate to the main building.
But if we're going to try to make this look very much the same and part of it, wouldn't there be an advantage to having a certain continuity to the whole thing?
No,
And
because they can give me a sidewalk tree instead.
not with that space. There's not enough space. I'm just curious, for you architects,
Mr. Law, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but actually, being it recessed actually adds, because I think it actually creates, as Mr. Schussman said, actually the more prominence to the existing, more historic aspect of the
Okay.
building.
Okay, we good?
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
was fun.
you've got your fire department, we're going to tell you what you're going to do architecturally, and then we are going to get ourselves on the same page with HDC. They're probably not going to be talking to us next week anyway.
Okay.
We're going to close this item. Wait, one more thing.
Sorry,
Any
is
comments from the
that-
public?
Oh, thank you. Do that first.
Yeah, any comments from the public on this application? No. Okay, now, Mr. Leroy.
The bulkhead, or what is the parapet, is that existing proposed above the cornice? That's a real detail, and, okay.
4 o'clock in the morning. Specifically in the decision letter, exactly what you want to say. And if staff doesn't think that it's been done.
Thank you. Okay, it just looks lightened up in the rendering,
So
so.
what we're going to ask you is to show it to staff,
Right.
so you don't have to come back to us.
Thank you.
They're going to be very specific. They'll show it to staff. If staff has any concern that that doesn't implement what you heard from them,
While we're still in discussion, did I hear yes to the spandrel glass for the recessed areas, or no? No, thank
Not
you.
Fakey.
If I can make the modifications even before we get to the decision letter, I'd like to do that if possible. So if you can make it clear tonight, and so we could do that.
They're going to make it very clear. It'll be on the tape.
Right.
In 15 days,
No,
No,
no, he wants to get it done beforehand.
before this decision letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
Sure.
Right.
15 days.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good. Just we have it all set by
Yeah.
the time that issues and, the
Sure.
beard runs, we
Good.
get going. Great, thank
They
you
don't
very
have
much.
anything else to do. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okey-doke. Our next application is number 7, 21 Calhoun Drive. Should we be doing this as a combined application, Mr. Tessie? Should we be doing the rezone as well as the site plan together? I think that makes a lot of sense, because I don't think the HO makes sense unless we talk about how you're doing the site plan.
I agree.
Okay. All right, so we're going to do 21 Calhoun Drive LLC for a zoning map amendment at 21 Calhoun Drive, and also 21 Calhoun Drive for a final site plan and special permit.
Guess I speak into both? One's
From what
usually a
I've had it
challenge for me.
explained, what I've had explained to me is that if you want to walk around, you take the big one.
Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, because I wondered the same thing. I thought it would be confusing for the attorneys.
Some of us. Well, thank you, members of the commission, Madam Chairman. I am actually very pleased to be before you. Oh, sorry. John Tessie, John Tessie, representing the applicant in the both applications described by the chairman. As I stated, I'm very pleased to bring this application for a few reasons, which we'll get into a bit later as we're going along here. The application, as you all know, from what I understand from a few staff briefings, is to preserve the existing historic dwelling on the property built in 1923, so almost 100 years ago. There's a little bit of history regarding the individual who owned the property. The house has actually a formal name, Park Hill, as you, I'm sure, read. When my clients first came to me, they came to me to represent them in the purchase of this property and actually an adjoining parcel on Turner Drive. And
part and parcel of the purchase was the obligation of the seller to change a property line between the two properties. So it gave me some time to talk to my clients and understand what they were doing. That was a lot line adjustment that actually came before this commission. I think in 2000, earlier this year, excuse me. In the spring of actually 2019. As we were discussing what my clients intended to do on the two parcels, the Turner Drive parcel is actually vacant. It was to build, quite frankly, a spec house on the Turner Drive property to raise the existing building, Park Hill, as we found out it was called, on the Calhoun Drive property, and build a new 2020 or 2020 home on the larger parcel, which is 1.8 acres on Calhoun. I pointed out to my clients that I read a little bit about the house and explained to them our recently revised historic overlay zone, and how there could be the opportunity there, subject to Planning and Zoning Commission rezoning and approval of the site plan, to incorporate onto the site a second subordinate dwelling as an inducement to maintaining this home. And also pointed out the other elements, that we don't have here in terms of what the commission has the authority to do, such as an increased FAR, which a few months ago when we first applied, we asked for it, but now we've eliminated, and modification of the green area, and I think we're actually over green area now. With that, the client, you're going to hear from one of my clients, Annette Perry, very shortly, because she actually did the investigation with her husband into really the history of the home and what we had in Greenwich in terms of the Greenwich Historical Society records as to the worthiness of the building, the history of the building, as we've laid out in our application and as you've read in the HDC original supportive letter. With that, they actually cleared away also overgrowth around the home, and as a result, again, Annette will take you through it in a few minutes, a lot of these unique architectural features came out that were discussed with the HDC. And with that, at least me setting the table, they were encouraged to look to preserve the home and went through the normal process of appearing first before the HDC and describing what their intentions were, which was to preserve the home and to add a front structure that would be complementary in its Tudor design and would, from a scale standpoint, we thought represent a somewhat traditional carriage house entry. Trying again to work with the land also, which I think, as all of you know, has a steep grade going from Calhoun south up to where the main house is. The team was assembled to do that, both from an architecture discipline and landscape discipline, as well as engineering, to come up with the refined project, I'll call it, that we have for you today. But I think first things are first here, because the most important element, what I would call step one, is to have Annette take you through Park Hill in terms of a little bit of interior, but also exterior, and a little bit of history to understand how she and actually her family embraced the concept of preservation here, consistent with the goals of the HO zone. And we're entirely not sure, how much you really got into it internally, either collectively or individually, but we think it's important for all of us to understand what this home is all about. And with that, it will help really set the table for the rest of the presentation. So unless there are any questions of me at this moment, I'm happy to introduce Annette Perry. Well, where'd you go?
I have to apologize because I think the ongoing theme is that people are sick and losing their voice. So I am under that same, and I have a cough drop in my mouth. So, okay, so where to begin? So when we purchased this property, we had to get home insurance. When we got the home insurance, the insurance inspector came and said, there's too much vegetation around the house, that it's a fire hazard, and they wanted us to clear the overgrowth immediately, like within 7 feet of the house. It was covered. So what we did is we cut back the overgrowth trees blocking the windows and a lot of vines that went up the chimneys and pretty much swallowed the house. When we did that, we discovered a lot of faces hidden in all the brickwork.
And you can pull that mic.
The big one you can take out of the holder.
And you can
That's
move
what we
around.
would-
Better.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
a veteran now.
A lot of faces and a lot of hidden architecture within the chimneys that were hidden by vines. And these are scattered. Virtually, there's several chimney stacks. There's like about 5 of them. They're all over 5 different chimney stacks. And they're also underneath, as you go around the house, underneath the corbel edging of the stucco. You can see all the faces there. There's also, this is another one. And another one. And there's also, this is the plaque that the Greenwich Historical Society put on it. There is a cat sitting on top of the roof. It's a, like a terracotta cat. That's very cute. The architecture of this house, you can see where the faces were hidden by the vines originally, has a good element of materials. You've got stucco, you've got wood timber, you've got brick, you've got roof lines that go into other roof lines. The windows are in decent shape, which you don't really see much of 1920s houses today. So, you know, we are developers. Typically, we do spec houses. This is an unusual situation where the house has architectural significance, in my opinion, and unique things that you don't find in a lot of other Tudor houses. So with that said, the other thing about the house is, besides the material, you have faces in the inside, which I know you guys can't see, but there are massive chimneys and fireplaces with these gargoyles and faces on the inside of the house as well, kind of reminiscent of the exterior interior. It's sited a little unusually on the lot. Front door is facing rear, so the backyard essentially faces a cliff. There is a big topography difference in the lot. So this is the backyard from the street, but it's actually a front yard for the house because you have to walk through the front door to use the yard that you have. The back of the house drops off a cliff, which is actually the front yard to Calhoun. So you have this sort of orphaned lot where you've got a lower area, about half an acre, and you have an upper area that encompasses a lot of it and a big cliff. So it really doesn't have very much usable yard the way the current house is situated. When we were looking at putting a new house into it, we were going to bring it closer to the street, build it into the house so it had a walkout basement in the front yard and a walkout first floor to the backyard. But with the way the house is right now and the significance, we thought, well, maybe we can do a carriage house in the front. And we had buyers who actually liked old houses. We had one potential buyer who wanted to live in this house, but they came with security detail, and they wanted to have somebody in a gatehouse in the front. And another one who wanted the reverse, wanted to live in a new house, but had antique cars they wanted to store in here. So we saw the market opportunity, and they didn't want to be so far in Conyers Farms, they wanted to be closer to town. We saw the marketability of saving this house potentially with the incentive for the buyers, because, the house itself was listed for a very long time, and it didn't produce buyers, but with the incentives that you guys have, we can try to retain this architecture that's on the site today.
Comments? No comments? Okay. Dennis, you're very quiet.
I was curious. You do have a buyer then, in this case? You're taking the property, you're upgrading it, you're going to add, we're going to talk about the other house, but you have a buyer already, or is this something you're speccing on at this point?
We have a potential buyer.
And you mentioned something that caught our interest, and I think that's why I was prompted. These kinds of houses haven't been that attractive, as you mentioned. They've been on the market a long time. Is there anything changed that it's just you happen to find a buyer that loves the old house, or is there anything in the market that's changed?
Well, the one that wants to live in there, they actually came from Russia, where they have a lot of
Right.
architecture,
It looks like
very
home.
similar
Looks
to
like
that.
home, right,
Yeah,
right.
it looks like home. So they actually appreciated that, but they do have staff that they don't want, in their same quarters. And then the other one didn't want to be in an older home, but has a use for it as, the houses antique cars. So the interesting
They were
thing
going to park
is,
the cars in the main house?
well, because there's a four-car
Yeah, there's a lot of garages, right?
garage in there, yeah. And there's an indoor pool here, so a lot of this house is covered by athletic facilities.
It seems like you know a lot of buyers in Greenwich. It sounds like you must know the market better than most.
She knows all two of them.
At least two of them that we know of, right? Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
Thank you. I am not sure, Pat, if you passed along to the commission the fact that the Inland Wetlands Watercourse Agency has issued the permit?
I did today, thank you for.
Okay, yeah, that's hot off the presses. Also, did you disseminate, because I just didn't see it, you probably did, the supplemental letter from Steve Bishop?
Oh, yes, the
June 3rd,
yes, the
January
Historic
3rd
District
letter.
Chairman, we did.
Responding to the statement of the
inquiry from the
questions.
last briefing, yes.
Right. And the permit that was issued by Wetlands, as you saw, was issued, because I know there was some question about a violation or what happened with my client, and I just wanted to clarify a few things here so we can all understand. When I spoke earlier about the change in the lot line between the Turner Drive property and the subject property. One of the reasons for that is that there was I call it an anomaly for lack of a better word, with respect to the two properties, because part of the septic system for the 21 Calhoun Drive property was located on the Turner Drive property. We're not quite sure how that happened, but it happened, and that was brought up to the zoning commission when we were seeking the lot line revision. That involved having to install a new septic system for the existing historic house on the 21 Calhoun Drive property. And in that regard, our client actually obtained a green sheet from the Wetlands Agency for the relocation of the septic system. When the septic system was installed, or where it had to be installed, the location was partially located where the existing driveway, pre-existing driveway was. So our clients did what they were always intending on doing, which was if they were going to seek to preserve the house, they had to, from a legal standpoint, get the septic system off of the Turner Drive property and locate it. They decided to also relocate the driveway east to swing around. Part of it was, again, because of where the septic system had to go. They didn't need a highway permit technically because Calhoun Drive is a private road, as you all know. But what they didn't think about, because they were relocating the driveway, was that they should have obtained another green sheet or a permit from the Wetlands Agency. Not that there's wetlands on this property, it's actually across the street to the north. But the assumption was made, we readily admit it, wrongly apparently, that that green sheet didn't cover that element of the work. Apparently someone reported it. We immediately worked with the Wetlands Agency staff. They recognized that this was not a major issue. They didn't treat it as a violation. I don't think you'll see the word violation in the permit. It was treated as a director's sign-off for this particular work. Our clients did a little bit of clearing in front. I think it was one tree. It was one tree, actually. Some people claim it was.
And 3 rhododendron bushes.
And 3 rhododendron bushes.
Which landscapers were by.
removed. And that was in anticipation, actually, of moving forward one way or the other with changing the one way or the other, meaning whether you approve this application or not, that they were going to be doing some work in front to change the streetscape.
Excuse me, Mr. Tessie, if I can
Yes,
interrupt. When you say the front, do you mean the actual, where the front door is, or do you mean what is
Oh, right.
fronting on Calhoun Drive?
The ladder, sorry, the ladder.
Okay.
Right.
And to describe that only a few rhododendrons, or 2, or were removed?
Ms. Perry said 3 rhododendron and 1 pine tree, I think.
Okay. Having visited the site recently, there looks like there's way more disturbance in that. I don't know, but I just wanted to clarify that you were talking about the same piece of property and land.
Same piece
It's
of dirt.
bare ground, it's
Area.
brown, the entire area.
Well, maybe, Annette, why don't you describe it earlier, more of what you did, because I'm just repeating what.
So the septic relocation was pretty much a very major job. It had to cut through the entire driveway on the top part of the property. So we had excavators, machinery up there to deal with that. They were parked on the lower level, so it disturbed the grass. There was always a clearing grassy area in there. There was a stick pine tree, or stick thin I call it, because it didn't have any branch offshoots. That was in the foreground, close to Calhoun. And to the left of the driveway, there was 3, they probably felt like trees, but there were 3 really large overgrown rhododendrons from the left.
Right, but I'm referring also to the space just to the right as you're approaching the driveway that has all been just cleared. It is a sort of a dirt leveled plain, absent of any growth of any kind.
That was always a grass area to the right. There was always a grass area.
How much was cut into the hillside before you get up to the top of where the house is?
Nothing was cut there.
Nothing has been cut down?
No. A lot of leaves come down for the winter, but what happened was the house had a lot of vegetation on the house itself within 7 feet of the house.
No, I understand
Now
that.
you can see the house because the trees immediately surrounding the house are gone. And there were
You don't have any photos of the frontage before this work was done?
Fine, if it's here. Before clearance.
Check over here for you.
So it's very hard to tell on these photos because they're old, but if you see here, these are evergreens that are kind of 10 feet, 12 feet that line the edge of the house. This is the part that you see from the roadway. When those were cut, you only saw through the tall trees that are still on the hill, but they have no leaves on them right now. You saw these green evergreens hedging along the house. Those are gone now because they were too close to the house. itself.
What I'm referring to would be considerably below that elevation, not up next to the house.
Well, you can see from Google Maps, and I don't have that now, but I can open my
I
phone.
haven't been able to open mine. I've been trying to open it
There's
for about 20 minutes.
you can see from there's a clearing or a yard patch on Google Maps and one tree stick that was in the foreground. That one tree stick, which is that pine that was removed that we were talking about. But there was always a patchy area of grass in between the slope hill, and there's trees on the slope hill. They're still there today.
Thank you.
It's the brown area that he's talking about.
Can't Google Earth that.
Immediately behind the house, where you see those arched windows, as soon as you get up, that's where the new septic work was. There was a,
Again, excuse me, when you say behind the house, you mean the actual rear of the house, or what is fronting on what is fronting on Calhoun Drive?
if I understand this is Calhoun House, Calhoun Drive.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry.
On the lower here is Calhoun Drive. Here is where the hedges were removed, so this is where you see up. Right here, on this side, that's where the new septic went, across the whole driveway. There was a sea of bamboo invasives that were coming from the lot next door. Those bamboo up there were cleared out for the septic.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this is that we have, which is on file. Look, this is the existing condition survey done by S.E. Minor, and it identifies as required under the regulations, trees, I think it's 8 inches or it's 10 inches in caliber or greater. And this is dated back in July before any work was done on the property. And you will see in your files that you won't see any trees in the front, but you will see the trees as you're going up the hill toward the house, just as Annette was describing.
It looks very different as I'm looking on Google Earth here.
May I?
Please.
All right. It's a little irregular.
So this is the clearing that was always there. This patch that you see, this is Calhoun Drive, this right here. This is always a clearing that was always there.
And what has become of all of this growth?
That's still there on the hillside.
Cutting?
It's just leafless right now. So,
You guys
When
don't
I visited the site, I did not see
well,
any
you
of
can,
those trees.
you can see that this is the work that was happening here.
I'm
And
not talking about there, I'm talking about here, in the front, on what fronts on the street.
but this is how it is now.
Well, I respectfully disagree with what I saw, but that's all right, go ahead, sorry.
Well,
John.
this is the under file, this is the S.E. Minor existing condition as of last July. No work was done. I think you'll see a little tree grove. I'll get my bearings here. A little tree, which actually is consistent with what you're saying. You'll see some trees over here on this west side, and then you'll see the trees going up the hill in here. But I think, generally speaking, what this is consistent with what Annette's saying.
Mr. Tessie, we have a revised landscape plan now that actually replaces, actually, it's between the new house and Calhoun. Red maples, dogwoods, arborvitae, and I guess some existing plum trees. So this is the current proposed
That's the
landscape.
current plan. That was produced by Jay Fain.
Right.
It was done consistent also with what we believe the HDC wanted us to do. It's actually mentioned in their original letter that they wanted to see us come up with a, call it a landscape screening plan in the front to kind of soften the view with the addition of the carriage house. And add some, add some contrast there. Certainly, at the end of the day, as was pointed out in the previous application, the buck, if you will, whatever the phrase used by Chairman Albin was, the buck stops with you all, you make the decisions, but that was always the intent to follow on with the HDC recommendations, subject to your further input if this is to move forward.
So this is actually now it's actually whatever is removed or not removed, this final plan actually provides that screen that they're looking for.
Yes.
With the arborvitae and the dogwoods and all that.
Right.
Between the street and actually the septic system and then the driveway and the house.
Exactly.
And the house actually is located in that open area that's existing.
I think I would agree with that, yeah.
And that stand, according to Mr. Fain's plan here, that stand of trees actually behind the new house is staying. That's actually going to stay.
On the hill, I think it adds stability too. We're not looking to clear that hill. That wouldn't be good for anyone. And it adds contrast, as I said earlier.
It doesn't specify what's happening in the rain garden areas and the new walls. That'll be coming prior to permit.
Well, the rain gardens were designed by S.C. Minor. They're in your set, obviously.
Well, this is the new one. We got the new stuff. I'm not even too sure if it's actually going off to engineering just yet, but.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
that's
don't think
actually
there's
to
been
be
any
done.
change to the rain garden.
Okay.
In terms of what's going to be in it, that's usually pretty flexible so long as you don't disturb the capabilities of the rain garden, right? To do its job.
Okay.
Nick, are you finished?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Tessie, my question's a little more broad, I guess. It seems to me that the tail's wagging the dog here a little bit. The carriage house and all the input from the neighbors, the discussion we've heard here seems to dominate this site. And the purpose of the HO regulations, which, we've gone through in great detail, at proportion and massing to protect the existing structure, preserving community character, new structure being secondary and complementary, doesn't seem to fit in this instance. I applaud what you and your client have done in terms of the research about the historic nature of the property, the discovery that's happened when you've cleared out some of the overgrowth, the fact that you've come back with a revised proposal, which essentially is as of right for this site. You're not asking for the
Well, in terms
additional
of an
incentive.
FAR bonus.
Yeah, exactly.
We've done away with that,
Yeah,
so.
no,
this
so
much
I
further. Go ahead.
applaud those things, but I come back to the basic nature of why the commission would grant an HO for this. And it just seems to me this carriage house, dominates the site. And it's, clearly by virtue of it's going to be closer to the road, but I almost feel that the neighborhood, the site better served by a new, bigger home, as much as we'd all like to see some of the older structures in town preserved.
Well, okay, well, it's interesting, I'm aware of that concern and comment. And we looked at it from the beginning, and we wanted to get a blend in with this concept of a carriage house. There are certainly other properties, and Annette knows them better than I do, in the immediate neighborhood where we do have additional structures in the front yard of varying sizes, in not only this neighborhood, but certainly throughout Greenwich. I think that a carriage house, just by its very nature, is one that generally would be in front. I think the issue you hit on is one that we're sensitive to, and it's a question of balance here. And I would like to think we could get down with that, because I don't think we have a situation like similar to the Helmsley Estate. I don't think we have a Helmsley Estate type of situation where you have this broad sweeping lawn and the building is prominent up on the hill. It's not that. And it's interesting, when I was talking to Katie DeLuca about a project that they never got to you, but you probably heard about, which was the Old Mill project, which was we were going to propose to have a number of smaller homes in the rear that couldn't be seen. And she pointed out that to me that this is one project I can easily embrace, but I would never embrace this type of project for the Helmsley estate. You know, there's a location, a time, a place for everything. We think here, where you don't have that sweeping situation, and for a good part of the year you can't even see the house, there's something that should be able to be tastefully done in the order of what we're trying to accomplish here, which is, number one, because when you say put the cart before the horse, I think the first thing is, you know, the tail of the dog, whatever expression you want to use, the first thing is whether or not you believe, collectively, that this home is worth, you know, an effort to save under the HO zone regulations.
No, and that's clearly a dilemma.
Okay, that's fine, that's, as the chairman said, that's why you get paid the big bucks, right? So, but the point is, you have to start with that. You have to, right? At least I do think so. We have to make a case. Obviously, we made it to HDC, and we're making it here. It's a very unique home. Got a little bit of history for the owner, but bottom line is, it's almost 100 years old. It has unique characteristics. Unusually, it's got good bones, and it's worth preserving. And they've had engineers look at it. As builders, they've looked at it. They've done some things around the house, and the more they explored, the more they kind of fell in love. But as I said, this is actually Plan B. Plan A was always to redevelop along the lines you said. To me, I think we can get there with you. You know, we can perhaps work more in terms of this building if you think it's still too prominent. Obviously, the idea of the landscaping is to soften it up. But I think working together with you, we may be able to do a few more things with this home to soften it up even more. We just didn't have time to give you a perspective, or a lot of times, you know, someone will come in and have a wonderful rendering, which may or may not be real.
I think what Mr. Hartman was trying to say is, you keep on saying carriage house, but it's reading like a primary house. And I think the scale, the height, it needs to be read like a smaller, like a carriage house, not
Yeah,
like
no,
a main
I'd say, you know,
house.
if you said this is 1,000 square feet, but we want to add several thousand square feet to the existing home, that's much more in keeping with the character of this neighborhood. And that may be too extreme for what your client's economic objectives are, but I just don't think, and also as a matter of precedence, how should this HO designation be used? And are we on a slippery slope when we approach something like this?
I think we ought to move away from calling it a carriage house. It's at least 3/4 the size of the main house in terms of square footage, I believe.
It's 4,481 square feet.
So to call it a carriage house, I think, is a bit of a misnomer. It's also very close to the road, and on a street that's already somewhat congested, plunking yet another dwelling that close to the road is out of character with the road, in my view. Go ahead.
May I? So unfortunately, some of the neighbors that wrote into you, I never got a chance to meet or discuss with them. We did offer many of the other neighbors an opportunity to come and speak with us personally and come to the house and walk the property. For those, the consensus typically was they'd rather see the house saved than have so the reason why I started earlier with the fact that a larger house on this property would be better suited, built into the hillside for a walkout front and a walkout back, so you are not alienating two parts of the property. So they would end up in the front, essentially, a new clapboard style. Tudor style is very expensive to build today with the brick and, you know, stucco and all of that. So the incentive for having a what you say is larger, but for example, if we would go for 1,000 square foot guest house or pool house or whatnot, we wouldn't need to come before you because we could get a 1,000 square foot, you know, accessory dwelling. we're coming in here to use what they would see is a Tudor house versus a standard clapboard large spec house in the front with 3-4 levels in the front, so you can have the walkout in the front and the back. So the ones that are not before you today, who are not complaining, because obviously they support this application, understood that Tudor feel would maintain, you have a Tudor across the street, you have a Tudor another across the street, and you kind of break the monotony of, clapboard spec houses in the area, and you save a resource in the back. So, is it better to have a 3-4 story from the front built into the hillside, or have a smaller Tudor style that matches the community in the area? Because Tudor is expensive to build. But the other thing is, what the HDC liked about the fact that the Tudor carriage house would be in the front, is that we agreed to use the same type of materials with the stucco, the brick, and the timber. And since you can't really see it too well from the back, it actually brings an opportunity to kind of visualize what is in the back from the front. It even has the same turnaround to the proposed door.
Now, I'm not sure that the materials are, if you'll excuse me, material here. I think it's the presence of this massing of a house, dwelling, on the street where the neighborhood historically has had houses that are removed from the immediate street. And now it has the appearance of imposing something directly on the street into the hillside. And it's not clear to me that this is in the spirit of, certainly, I don't believe it's in the spirit of the HO.
Well, I will respectfully disagree in a couple of points. One is, the house is set back 71 feet. Zoning requirement ordinarily in the RA1 zone is 50 feet, so it's set back further. And I know not a lot of homes in that area that are clearly within 71 feet or 70 feet or less. And number two, it's not built into the hillside. What we do is we try to stay low. But I do agree that we can do more work, and I just consulted with one of my clients, with Emil, and because I look at it and I could understand the perspective issue. Now, part and parcel of the screening effort is really to screen this home in any event. We get it. But I think that when I hear that it's too high and we get certain perspectives, we have an attic in this building that really we don't necessarily need. We could eliminate, it'll cut down the floor area too, just because we can build in. We can come back with a redesign of the building and get it under 4,000 square feet, and also probably knock off 10 feet or so? 10 feet or so of the height of the building. We can give you a different perspective of the building. We want to try to make it work for everyone. It's still a gamble on our client's part because she doesn't have an actual contract to sell the main house. And we never know. It could turn out it's all a waste, but they want to make the effort to try to do it. And I think this idea of working together is the right approach. You may disagree here, but we can do more. But if you're going to say, well, it can't be more than 2,000 square feet, then you're right, we're wasting our time. It's got to be some number that where we can get,
Mr.
say, a
Jesse, I think
four-bedroom house
one of the
in
things
there.
that we talked about yesterday is actually, something I brought up was that actually, understanding the building's 100 years old, approximately. So
Yes, sir.
we go back 100 years. If you had a carriage house for a building that was built 100 years ago, that carriage house actually would be more like a stable, or because it's actually a carriage house to an estate, it may have had a motor car in it.
Model T or whatever.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, so I think one of the things that we were talking about yesterday is actually, is the size appropriate to say, is it filled with horses and motor cars? Is there more garage doors? And actually, one of those issues, it may not even necessarily need to be the same materials as the main house. It could be all brick, something like that, because it's actually an outbuilding, like a barn or something else.
And I've seen those, and we've all seen those. You're
You
right.
actually did reduce the size. It was at six and change the last time.
Yeah.
We're down to 4 and change now.
4 and change.
Right.
Right.
You really kind of, you've moved the driveways around so they're separate. Normally, getting back to that kind of history, you'd be bringing the car to the front door to pick up the people in the main house. So you'd have to be, it wouldn't be in the front, it would actually be in the back. But this particular case, actually, it's, the front goes off, would have to go off in a different direction, and Turner Drive would be where the front actually would be.
Right.
But I think if you can get it down below the 3,000, that might work. Take a look at, what is the actual,
Below the 3,000 or the 4,000?
the 4,000, sorry. It's like, getting into that issue of carriage house, can it be even simplified in terms of its design, so maybe it doesn't emulate so much of all of the gable ends you have of the existing building, but even more simple. And that might even help for the construction as well,
Yeah.
just to make it more simple. Because again, as I said, it's an outbuilding.
Yeah.
It stored the cars, it stored the
No,
horses, the carriages, that kind of thing.
Even me, I can envision what you're talking about, where it has certain more connotations to an outbuilding, but has some substance to it. I've seen those, courthouses, servants' quarters above, all garages.
As a matter of fact, if I remember from years ago, I thought there was one up the street that was actually, you had the main house, there's a separate garage, it's got 4 garage bays, I think, and then a whole apartment upstairs.
Right.
So
Large, and I've seen them large, yeah. And that, we do have the garages facing the street. Again, the screening, I think if we can lower the profile, reduce the floor area somewhat, talk to the client. We've got the screening plan that probably give you more of a visualization. We should all make an effort to find a common ground here, that's my view.
Why is it that you want to have, don't want to have a common driveway? Tell me-
I'll explain that.
She explained it to me.
So when that came up, we decided to move it so that a lot of the other houses in the area have, circular in and out. So from the street appearance with the landscaping, it would essentially look like a circular driveway. But what happens here is that, and we've had potential accidents almost, you have a very steep driveway. And when you come around the bend, especially snow plowers, and you come down this steep, you're on a head-on. So either someone has to go back up the steep, or someone has to go back into the Calhoun. So we wanted to avoid that potential because of the steepness, where you're essentially in a cliff and you're stuck. So it's happening now, and we didn't want to make it worse.
Is it possible to, instead of having that circular drive on the side of the house, have it in the front of the house and shift things around so that you even have more ability to have an open landscape area instead of so much driveway?
So this is the septic area, the suitable soils.
Yes.
So we had suitable soils and suitable drainage. We couldn't do a turnaround well enough there if we shift the septic any closer to the wetlands. Right now, we have it approved where it is. And then the other thing is you still have a gradient slope. And for somebody, I try to design the houses for usage or aging in place or, I had back surgery. I know that the last thing I want to do is walk up steps to get to a front door. So having something that comes around allows you to drop off and not have to go up steps is better for design.
Ms. Perry, I think I misunderstood you. You said that the new house was going to be staff quarters potentially?
Yeah, so we have two
Okay,
potentials.
but if it was staff quarters, why not just use that pool house building for staff quarters? Why would the buyer even need a separate house?
Because one of them that we have on the table wants to live in the newer house and houses cars and athletic facility.
Okay. All right. Do you guys want to get some public comment? Are you ready to ask?
I think that you have plenty to work with here.
Okay.
I think
Well,
the idea is very
let's recap.
workable.
Let's recap after the public comment. Let's get some public comment, and then we'll get. Ma'am, I see your hand is up, and Mr. Tessie, I hope you don't object because I beat you to the punch. And
I was just getting my stuff out of the way.
okie dokie. All right. So I saw a hand up in the back, and if we could get some public comment, and then we'll do that wrap up you were starting to do. Sure.
Good evening.
You
My
know
name
that-
is Jim Matthews, and I live at 18 Calhoun Drive with my wife Jenny over there. And first of all, thank you for all the work that you're doing here. We've been very impressed with the care and diligence that you exhibited, not just on this matter, but the prior ones. It's always good to
And if
see our
you
town
ever-
in action.
If you ever have insomnia, come on down.
I know, I have a new Tuesday night hotspot. So we bought our home in 2000 and renovated it in 2003, 2004. The home was built in 1929, and I think we're
What was your address again?
18 Calhoun Drive, and I think it would be
got it.
classified as a historic home. I'm not an architect, but it sure feels that way. And it's been a labor of love maintaining it. We've put in all kinds of vegetation to, try to improve the streetscape, and, over the years, we've worked hard to keep the neighborhood in keeping with the rest of the homes, which I think it's important to point out that the neighborhood is not, it's 1 acre zoning, but most of the homes are on more than 1.5 acres. And that's the feel. The homes are set back from the street. And I'm not opposed to historic overlay. Actually, my partner, I also work in Greenwich, and he was represented by Mr. Haslam and had a historic overlay at 9 Normandy Court over in Riverside, and I think it was what's intended to be, it's a carriage home. They were able to put in a kitchen, and, it's a proper guest house for them to use. What worries me about this is that this structure is really being used as a distraction to basically create a subdivision on 2.9 acres. They bought this property, and I think the mystery of why the septic for 21 Calhoun was on 12 Turners, it was one property, and that was a septic for one property, which is what the Flemings owned and, took care of. And what troubles me is that this applicant seems to be using historic overlay and exploiting it to create a 3-home subdivision on 2.9 acres. And by, cleverly carving off the 1.1 acres on what is now 12 Turner, they've created their own hardship where they're now left with 1.8 acres that they're trying to jam 2 homes into. So I also don't understand the intent of what this, I'll call it third structure, because it really isn't a second structure, is. And I don't understand if they have to deed that this has to be the same owner, or could they have, some kind of a condominium type sharing of the land so that they sell off this third structure to another buyer, which worries me as to why it needs to be 4,500 feet. This doesn't seem, these stories are great about Russians with security guards and such, but this just, who knows whether that materializes, and what you're left with is a 45, what was going to be 6,000 square feet is now 4,500 square feet. It's right on the road. Other evidence to that troubles me is this 2-driveway concept. They've already moved the driveway. The one driveway could have properly had a spur that came off and had a nice carriage home attached to it. So the whole just plot line here worries me that this is just a subdivision that is really going to, hurt the neighborhood, hurt our property values. We've been there 20 years. There are other neighbors here who, I think have similar situations with, old architecture that we've all preferred. I don't, as a capitalist, I'm not sure this all works. Candidly, if you told me it was going to be just one home on the remaining 1.8 acres and you weren't going to preserve this, I'm not an architect, but that wouldn't trouble me. This just seems like a distraction. So I don't, we haven't done the math. We can come back before the committee and show examples of other homes, and it sounds like some of you have taken the time to go walk the neighborhood. There's been a lot of development on this property. The driveway's already been moved. Some simple, diligence on Google Earth can show there have been a lot more trees than one stick pine have been removed. So this whole thing feels to me like it's a loophole using historic overlay for something it wasn't intended to do.
Okay, thank you. We're all on Google Earth, I think, right now, anyway. Who would like to speak next? I think I saw you first, and then you.
Hi there. My name's Lori Craighead, and I want to thank you. This is long, you're patient, you're gracious, too, to know our neighborhood, to know those old rhododendrons, because those rhododendrons are throughout the neighborhood and probably were 50 years old. So I appreciate your time very much. I'm not as well prepared as Jim Matthews, but I also had the privilege of living in a house that was built in 1928. And my house is small. We have a 1929 bathroom, 4 bedrooms, and it's 4,000 square feet. And this is the main house. So when I start to read about a carriage.
Where are you on Calhoun?
I'm 52 Upland, and my backyard is right next to 24 Calhoun Drive. So I guess.
Got it. Okay.
So anyway, the Fleming's yard was extremely beautiful, a little bit overgrown, but charming and delightful. But just back to the notion of the carriage house. You know, my house is 4,000. Some of the older houses in the neighborhood are about 4,000 square feet. So having a carriage house, it doesn't sound right. We are lucky enough to be in a zoning area that I think most of us thought the zoning was about 1.5 for one house, and although we all have big FARs, our houses are pretty significantly further back from the road. And so my biggest fear, is not just addition to the traffic. I'm sure you've had a lot of Calhoun Drive business in here in the past couple of years because there are a lot of houses have gone up. There's a lot of traffic. But having a house, a 4,000 square foot house so close to the road is something that's just going to make the neighborhood look like a construction site. And who said the word precedent? It's setting a big precedent. And I think there are a lot of people that would be excited to hear this and look to sell their house and divide the land up. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, don't knock the easel over, or hit yourself. Yes, sir.
My name's Peter Hanlon. I live at 45 Calhoun Drive, which is but 3 houses up the road from this proposed site of a new house. My house is built in 1913. I'm on 2.2 acres. I have one of those garages that looks like a carriage house. It's lovely. It's set back from the road. It's behind my house, not in front of it. It's very much consistent with what I think the HO, the historic overlay, was aimed at doing, which is preserving old homes and the streetscape and the neighborhood and the character of the neighborhood. I thank you all for doing so much research about this. I frankly had never heard of the HO overlay, even though I've lived here almost 20 years. I'm very supportive of it. This is just simply the wrong place, wrong time, wrong type of house, wrong neighborhood, wrong everything. We are 70-person association, 70 families. Calhoun Drive, this property is right dead in the center, the most important part of our association. Very narrow road with a pond on the other side. It's a steep, you've heard the developer say, it's a steep drive up to the beautiful old house. They've cleared, rightly or wrongly, a lot or a little. Down below, they've created what is in essence a tiny little lot right on top of Calhoun Drive. They propose to put 2 driveways there, a circular drive, and 6,000 now down to 4,500 square foot house looming right onto Calhoun Drive, right in the heart of our association. It's literally the worst possible thing I can imagine. The historic overlay rules could not have been intended for this purpose. The further backdrop Jim Matthews alluded to is that this was a 2.9 acre property last year, still is. Neither of the 2 proposed new houses has gone up. This problem of trying to jam this house down right on top of the road is essentially self-created, not necessarily by the developer, but probably by the prior owner. They've carved off 1.1 beautiful flat acres up top that front onto Turner. There's a ton of space up there. If they wanted to, they could put a truly complementary secondary structure up top Even now.
But they already made a separate piece of property.
Yes, but there's still a lot of room up there. They took 1.1 acres off, which is a beautiful, large, flat lot that Turner, that fronts on Turner. That still leaves 1.8 acres. There's land up, there's a lot more flat space up top than there is down at the bottom where they're proposing to put this. And it would not be visible from the road. It would be much more consistent with the intent of the HO rules, I believe.
Okay, so.
Mr. Hanlon, actually, can you point out on the map,
see where
what do you mean, the flat area
I'm
up
not
top?
seeing where that is.
Let me get my bearings here.
So there's Calhoun right by your right hand.
I'm right up here.
Mr.
we're
Hanlon, it's
looking
all
at
the
it.
way to your
It's on
extreme
the
right,
top
or left, sorry.
Top left.
Turner's on the top left. Turner's
Yes,
up on the
correct.
top left.
This,
That's the septic.
here's the cliff, this is all flat land, and this is flat land, and this is flat land.
Right.
And then it comes down steeper here, and there's a little space where they're proposing to put it.
Great, thank you.
So that's pretty much it. I can also say on behalf of my neighbors, I still haven't met anybody supportive of this. I'm sure there may well be, I have no reason to believe there aren't those, but if you have to drive by this property, if you live on Calhoun Drive past this house or on Angus, I can't imagine that if you knew where it's proposed to be located and what it looks like, that you're supportive. And there are a number of my neighbors here who would echo that.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to say. Sir? Okay, wait, they're having a Google Earth moment here.
We got it, we're all set.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name, for the record, is Nicholas Vitti. I'm a partner in the law firm of Cacase, Tush, and Santagata with law offices at 1111 Summer Street in Stamford, Connecticut. And I'm here tonight before you representing some of the neighbors who just spoke, particularly Mr. Matthews, but a number of properties, 4 in particular, that are contiguous and adjacent to the property at 21 Calhoun Drive. Those being 17 Calhoun Drive, 18 Calhoun Drive, which is Matthews owned, 24 Calhoun Drive, and 29 Calhoun Drive. My clients oppose both the change of zone and the separate special permit and site plan approval application. I would note that there is numerous opposition. All you have to do is look in the record and what's already in your file to see that a number of neighbors, some of which are here tonight, are opposed to this. And I, since I've worked on this project, have not heard anything in terms of supportive neighborhood involvement as well. From the most basic of arguments, under the change in zone to the HO, I believe what's presently before you fails because they don't meet a main prerequisite, which is a must for a change of the zone from the RA1 to the HO zone. And this is that. It's that the property, and I do put an emphasis on property, and it's contributing structures, and this is taken directly from 6109C. The property and its contributing structure or structures must have been in existence prior to 1940. It must have been used as it was historically. The alteration of spaces, spatial relationships that characterize the property will be avoided. This applicant is only looking at the existing structure, deemed Park Hill, but they're not looking at the property as a whole. The regulation itself says you have to look at the property as a whole. And what's not apparent from the application, but has been discussed here tonight, is that this property was originally 3-acre estate with the existing structure, Park Hill. Rolling hills, steep inclines, but it was a 3-acre estate. In 1940, this property was very different than as it sits here on this application before you today. It was not the same. The property was not the same, and therefore, it cannot meet the standards of the HO regulations. It doesn't, the regulations themselves do not say the structure has to be the same. It says the property. And by subdividing or lot line revisions, whatever, that you probably know more than I what happened because that was before you in early 2019. But by those revisions to this lot alone, they have changed this estate to where it's no longer applicable under the HO regulations on this change of zone.
That, for the record, hasn't been tested, and the commission set the regulation, and it's our sole jurisdiction to make that determination. So,
I actually respectfully disagree, and I will tell you why. The rules of statutory construction is that you look at the regulation itself. The regulation itself says the property, and it goes on to clarify the property and its contributing structure or structures. There's no ambiguity there. The property is not just the structure. To get into a situation where you're interpreting the intent behind the regulation, you need to find an ambiguity. That's a legal concept of statutory construction. The black letter law in the regulation itself right now deems it the property.
I would have a question. Because I just looked at this afternoon, and the same thing came to my mind. I was trying to determine what property means, whether it means the entire structure or whether it means just the entire land and the building, or whether it just means the building. If you look at 6109A in the purpose section, it says it refers to buildings. It says the purpose of historic overlay is to encourage the preservation of buildings.
Correct.
And property may have been used in the sense, does it mean property, or is it referring to the building as the property? I'm not quite sure.
6109A, as you read it, is completely consistent with 6109C. It speaks to the structure as being preserved and protected, but the standard behind designating an HO zone is one in which the property, the whole of the property, was in existence in 1940 and has remained in existence today. The fact that it is not that same property takes this out of the HO change of zone completely.
I respectfully disagree. And we shouldn't be debating that at this point.
Well, for the record, that's a point that's made on the record. We believe that's a fatal flaw, or at least I do. Despite that flaw, we do also believe that this application is tantamount to an abuse of the HO regulations and against the intent of those regulations. In its simplest of forms, this is a way, and I will echo the sentiments of Mr. Matthews, this is a way of building 3 separate homes when on land area where only 2 would be allowed under the RA1 zone. If you have not driven by this property, I know some of you have, I invite you to. It's only a couple miles away from here. Take a look at where this proposed new dwelling will be situated. It really, just a visit to the property speaks for itself. It will be built very close to the road. Despite meeting the setbacks, yes, it will be built close to the road and into a hill, which I pulled up Google Maps as well, has already been clear cut by the developer. I don't think when you look at the picture on Google Maps and you go out to there today, it's self-evident what's been done to the property despite what the applicant has stated for the record. And it's obvious to anyone standing on Calhoun Drive or driving down Calhoun Drive by this property that this new dwelling that they deem a carriage house is no way complementary and secondary to the existing structure. There's just no way.
And why do you say that?
Well, complementary, and as you know, and secondary is a mandate as to the incentive to get additional FAR. I say that because when you stand there looking up at the existing structure, that's the historic structure in this case, picture where this new house will be. It will become the focal point of the property from Calhoun Drive. Query, when you're out there, whether or not you will be able to even see the existing structure when this new 2.5-story built into the hill, 4,500 square foot house is built. It will completely block the view of Park Hill and will be built completely in front of a historic structure. I mean, I ask you, what is the point in preserving a historic structure if it's going to be hidden from the world? I mean, that just doesn't seem sensible to me.
Okay, so our Historic District Commission sends us an opinion.
And I've read that opinion.
And you've read that. So what they say to us is, and we don't have to agree with them, I'm not precluding, we're listening to you, but it should be noted that the proposed new structure would not be considered a new idea to the immediate surroundings, as presently there is a Tudor-style gatehouse located at 59 Upland. Further, based upon the original house's front elevation, which faces away from the street, the proposed new structure would be situated in the backyard, rear of the house, and as such would not alter or destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. The elongated driveway that leads from the street to the main house would not be altered or obstructed. It also says that they addressed a screening issue between the two structures. Now, you've read this letter anyway, you didn't need to have me read it, but I did it for the record. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I would. I challenge the commission to find anything in the neighborhood with a structure in the front yard like this proposal.
So you're saying it's the massing, it's the size of this structure?
Yes.
Which is the concern that my fellow commissioners have raised. It's about the size of it.
It is. And I think
No, nothing from the public unless you want to come up to the mic.
the neighbors that will
Diane.
speak.
Sorry, if I could just jump in.
This is Jim Matthews again?
Yes, sorry. Bill Rain, who owns 59 Upland, saw this letter from the HTC, and he's sick. It's a common theme, everybody's sick, but he's home and in bed, and he just emailed, and he said that structure is well under 1,000 feet. So it
So
is.
your
it
concern
and
is-
his main house is
Okay.
4,000 feet.
And
So that's the relative
that
scope we're talking
structure at
about.
59, I believe, is essentially a two-car garage.
Correct.
On the corner of Calhoun and Upland.
Correct.
It in no way resembles what is being proposed here.
Correct.
Not that you're in
Okay,
favor
just
or
let me
anything.
see.
right?
And by the way, the 1,000 square feet includes the
This is
garage
Jim
part.
Matthews
He
again?
thinks livable, he hasn't measured it, but livable is, 500 or something.
Okay, Jim Matthews is walking away now, and now we go back to the attorney. Okay, so we've heard your opinion of the HDC letter. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
I mean, I think in this instance, the applicant has come in with revised plans, but I mean, there are going to need to be significant revisions for anything in this locale to be appropriate. The fact of the matter is, this is not a carriage house. And calling it such is outright laughable. It is not a small guest house. It's not a guardhouse or something that in any way can be seen as complementary or secondary to the existing structure. No, I mean, I would challenge, I guess, the developer to find anything that would really be appropriate in this locale. And that's okay. Some locales are just not appropriate for HO zoning. I've made the argument why it should not be allowed, but some locales are not appropriate, and that's up to this commission to decide. It sounds like this public hearing will be kept open, I'm guessing.
It's sounding like that, yes. I think that would be a fair guess.
And we have only received the revised plans as of late last week. So we did some kicking around of what the changes are. I haven't seen a new zoning data table to analyze compliance or anything. I understand that some agencies have not vetted this application under the revised version of
Yes,
the plans.
that's correct.
So if this is kept open, I just do want to keep my comments as able to be made at a later date for further objection in all fairness. But with that being said, I have nothing further unless anyone from the commission has any questions.
Did you or your clients attend the HDC hearing?
No, I was retained after the HDC hearing.
But
I do
nobody
not-
went to
I
it.
do not know if my
What they didn't
clients-
know about it is what I'm hearing is that they weren't aware of the application being before HDC. I don't know, because the adjoining neighbors receive the notification, but if they are away or don't tell the rest of the neighborhood, it doesn't sound like they have a neighborhood association. Oh, so the adjoining neighbors would have received the notification that this was here and that it would go to HDC, but, unless you know the process, maybe that's what happened. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? I see two hands. Okay, yes. Yeah. And, add new thoughts, okay? Just because it's we have a whole bunch more stuff to do tonight.
And another 8.
Yeah, and another couple of tricky ones ahead.
That's good. Good evening, and thank you very much for taking your time to review all those planning applications. And it's my first time here. I'm a new resident 3 years ago, and I'm impressed by the time and the questions you're putting into this. My name is Stephanie Milligan, and I'm representing myself and my husband. We live at 4 Angus Lane, which is just a little bit further up from Calhoun Drive. So we drive past 21 Calhoun Drive every day, several days. I'm an Uber mom, so you can imagine that back and forth. I'd like to start with setting the record straight on facts that the applicant shared. That was not on my notes originally. The invitation to actually have a conversation with them was sent last minute because the Calhoun Drive Association stepped in.
Okay.
And it was sent to be held over Thanksgiving weekend, which means that most of the families in the neighborhood were most likely gone. So the consensus of people supporting the project is not a reality. So I'd like to set the record straight on that. The sea of bamboos that were taken down were not on 29 Calhoun Drive, but actually on 21 Calhoun Drive. So they've taken bamboos. Yes, they are invasive, but they've taken the rhododendrons, trees, and a whole sea of bamboos. So for the neighbors on 29 Calhoun, they now have a view of a construction site, basically. I visited the house when it was put up for sale. There's no way you could put cars inside. If they have a client who'd like to have the cars located up there, they may close down the pool or cover the pool, and then they could put the cars, but there's no way that you could put them in the house. And the concept of Peak Hill is unknown to the neighborhood. I'm very invested in the neighborhood. I got to know a lot of neighbors in the last couple of years since we've moved in the neighborhood. I am on the board of the Calhoun Drive Association, and Peak Hill has never popped up in any of the conversation. There are a certain number of other old houses in the neighborhood, whether they're Tudor or brick, and they have a history, and I've heard of that history, but I've never heard of Peak Hill. So those are just a few facts I'd like to put out for everyone to take into consideration in terms of
They
evaluating
called
that
it
commission.
Park Hill?
I think
Park Hill, yes.
I think it's Park Hill, and I think they're referring to the house and
The
not
house, the name
I
of the...
understand, the
Okay.
Park Hill being the house itself, but no one knows that house
Okay.
as Park Hill. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say.
Got it.
So it's
Okay.
not known as being a specific historic house.
Right.
It's a lovely house, and we have quite a few lovely or beautiful houses that are Tudor style in the neighborhood as well. But it is not known for having a specific history, which is what was actually suggested by the applicant. My second point is that I concur with James Matthews that the applicant is trying to circumvent the zoning, the RA1 zoning, to actually put two large buildings on a 1.8 acre piece of land. And I find that arrogant, to tell the truth. We all have houses that we care for. We have pieces of land that are big that we care for. It creates the whole charm of the neighborhood. If they want to put a big house on a smaller piece of land, they should get closer to town, but it's not what our neighborhood is about. And it's very clear that it's going to be two separate houses. There are two separate driveways. The second house, as they've mentioned, is 4,000 square foot, a little bit more than that, on 0.5 acre, so it's not even close to a 1. Let's say 0.9 is not even close to that, because obviously the way the land is, the topography will limit them in terms of what they want to do. The curb appeal is missing. If you look at the plan, when we drive by, we're going to see 3-car garage. So that's not a small house, again, very much a separate house. I have a 2-car garage. It'd be lovely to have a 3-car garage, but it's obviously a bigger size house. And as been mentioned before, it's also too close to the road. So that, for me, is the core of the issue, where at the end of the day, it is not something that should be part of the neighborhood. The house is lovely, but it needs to sit somewhere else. Now, addressing the concept of a carriage house, you mentioned in the conversation tonight something smaller than 4,000 square feet. I'd like it to be smaller than 2,000 square feet. If we look around in the neighborhood and look at the size of the carriage houses that exist, first of all, they are very close to the original house. They're not separate in a different part of the land, and they are much, much smaller. A carriage house is smaller by nature, by definition, especially in a historical context. So I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. And also the location is wrong. They're suggesting that they want to take down a detached garage which sits across from the existing house. Why don't they use that location to build the carriage house, 2,000 square foot, and it faces the existing house? If they have to have security details, they're just right there. They can really see the house. I think it's something that makes much more sense in terms of what they're trying to do. And in terms of my conclusion, the house is lovely. I visited it. It's just a lovely house. There are a lot of Tudor houses in our neighborhood that are lovely. And as Mr. Matthews has mentioned, they spent lots of time bringing theirs back to life. It's something that you decide to do, not by building a second large house next to it. So the Tudor house is not unique in the neighborhood. Park Hill is not a historical story, as far as I know, in our neighborhood. And they should not have a very large secondary building. You're opening the door for all of us to suddenly
Let
build
me
a bigger
ask
house.
you a question, since you're on the board of the neighborhood association, and this is going to come back.
Mhm.
This regulation that we're discussing for the HO, the reason it came into being was because there was desperation in Greenwich that all the old buildings were being taken down. That people were coming and they were tearing everything down. They didn't want to live in a Tudor because they're dark and the rooms are small, et cetera. And we were losing our history. So there was a task force that worked for years on this. And the consensus was from the people who were buying properties, if you would let us build more on our property and you would let us have an extra building, then we would keep the old house. So the commission said, okay, we're going to give it a shot, and we wrote the regulation that way. My question to your board, as we consider not this application, but the regulation itself and whether or not we were right in having it, is if these people instead came in and took down the house completely and just built a brand-new house, would you all be more satisfied than with this proposal? And you don't have to answer me tonight, but did our intent was to save old buildings, and we gave people the leeway to build much more than they would have been able to in a way that they would not have been able trying to do it. Maybe that was a mistake, and that's something that is worth telling us, because people like the folks that live in your neighborhood may not have weighed in when we did the regulation. So when you guys come back, if somebody would say, hey, we thought about it and we're totally good with a 10,000 square foot house on this property, which one single building, and because that may be people's answer, that they want to keep the integrity of their neighborhood and that's more important. But don't answer me tonight, because that's something to really think about. What neighborhood character is important? We're open to the input, because you're not the first people to voice that. So if that's...
And I'm not going to respond on behalf of the board,
Good,
because I'm
yeah.
just one voice,
Yeah.
but I will take that back. I'm just going to respond on
Yeah.
my behalf.
I'd rather
and it
have a
was gonna
board
be-
response,
and
a
it was gonna
considered-
be my conclusion is I do not think that an old house should be kept at the expense of a neighborhood, because this is one house and there are 70 houses in the neighborhood, and you're just going to be destroying the whole spirit and the whole charm of the neighborhood.
See if
So those are
everybody
numbers
agrees
and
with you.
facts from that perspective.
That's good input for us. That's very useful to us to know that how people feel about those things. Because
Excellent.
we're trying to do it, because on the one hand, everybody was complaining about losing buildings. So now we're hearing, no, but don't wreck our neighborhoods. Okay.
So if they want to put a big house at the top, that is
All right.
fine. But a second big house at the bottom, it doesn't work in terms
Okay,
of the
so
spirit
that
of
was
the
just about the regulation, not about this application, but since everybody's upset about the application, it goes back to what the regulation allows you to do.
But again, so as I said,
Okay.
from my end, that's just the way I view it.
Okay,
So
we got
I-
one more
Yep.
speaker, two more
Thank you very
speakers. The lady with the black hair, yes. Sorry. And then two more people after that, I think, okay, sorry. We're kind of needing to wrap up soon, folks, because we do have a whole bunch, I think 7 more applications.
Good evening, and thank you so much for hearing me. I know it is very late. My name is
Well, not
Hannah.
yet, not till you see when we get out of here.
My name
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Hannah Grenade. I'm the resident and homeowner at 11 Angus Lane, and we bought the house 2.5 years ago. Moved to the neighborhood because of the large lot style of the neighborhood. It's very lovely. The homes are situated further back and surrounded by a lot of lawn. I won't reiterate what all of my other neighbors have said, except
Oh,
just to
thank you.
highlight. I've spoken to many of our neighbors. I do not know a single supporter of this project, not one. People are quite upset about it. And the second thing I would just highlight is that this driveway plan means that you will essentially have a fully paved over parking lot right next to Calhoun, because they've already moved the driveway, which I would highlight was stipulated in the letter from the Historical Design Commission that it would not be altered, but they've already moved the driveway far over to make room for the secondary structure. A second driveway coming up next to it with a circular drive in what is a very small space effectively just makes an asphalt parking lot. And it really changes the nature of the streetscape when you walk in and when you drive through. And when you walk through with your children, this is a family neighborhood, and it really alters the character.
Great.
So I'd strongly encourage you to
Consider
consider this
that.
plan very carefully.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. 2 more people? Yes, I see the hand. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Catherine Roth. I live at 7 Calhoun Drive. I attended the open house that was hosted by the Perrys. I am not in favor of this new building, but I think it's worth noting at the open house, Annette Perry said to me that while they are asking for these extensions based on the HO, they would also, if whoever buys the house or buys the property wants the original house torn down, they will do that. So I think it's worth considering that what's being asked for may not be what actually gets done.
Yeah, and if they lose the HO, they lose the HO. That's their prerogative.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Going once? Okay, come on up. Don't start talking till you get here, because the court reporter has to capture it all.
Andrew Craighead, 52 Upland Drive, but the back of our house also faces, actually, we have a piece of that Calhoun property, so this development would be across from us. I just want to make, since you have Google Maps here, and consistent with layout of the neighborhood, since the applicant brought up 59 Upland, please pull up 59 Upland on Google Maps.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, and
We're
the
ahead of you.
carriage house there is very consistent.
Yeah, we
with-
looked at it
Yep.
already, yeah.
I'm sorry.
But thank you. Yeah, we did. We were all over it as soon as we started talking about it. Thank you, though, sir. Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Tassi?
Well, I'm literally not surprised about the comments, which essentially echoed a number of sentiments by this commission.
Yes.
I will reiterate that I think there is an opportunity for some common ground here. I have to talk to my clients.
Okay.
I certainly agree with Mr. Fox's commentary to Attorney Vitti that the regulations are not to be read such that the property that has on it an historic structure must be intact. I mean, the land has to be the same as it was in 1940. If that's the case, you've probably eliminated 90% of the otherwise opportunities.
No, I think
that
the
you would
intent
have.
is, the intent, and you've heard us on other applications, the intent is also to preserve neighborhoods.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about one specific issue. Insofar as preserve, that Mr. Fox gets. Insofar as the issue of preserving neighborhoods, I think that it is absolutely very important. It's an important element under the HO zone. It's an important element under your standards for a special permit. I certainly get that. I think there's always a balance, and there's always a perspective, and there's always a fear. It's up to you to sort all of that out at the end of the day, because there are certain inherent goals that this commission has sought under the HO zone particularly to attain, and you provided incentives that open certain opportunities up, and you determine to what degree those incentives should be imported. In this particular case, there's been a lot of talk about this being a 3-lot subdivision, and Turner was separated out. Well, Turner was a separate lot. It was not subdivided. I don't know how long ago it was, but certainly well prior to when we were around, came around, so to speak, last summer. And as I said earlier, you did a lot line revision. So I'm not going to go on that point. At the end of the day, it's a question whether or not we could come up with a proposal here that makes sense for our client within certain bounds that.
And Mr. Levy started to give you some feedback on that? If
Which
you're-
was very helpful.
Yeah.
I thought that
Yeah,
all of your
I think he
comments
started-
across the spectrum were helpful. And as I said,
I cut Mr. Levy off because I wanted to hear the public wanted us to have the benefit of the public comment first. Did you want to add to what you were saying?
Like me to do it now?
Sure.
So I think there is plenty for you to work with here. I think that the driveway could be reworked, and I think should be reworked, and the siding of the building.
you're talking about
Yeah,
the driveway
Turner, yeah.
on the east side.
Yeah. I think that there's just too much driveway. And I think just adjusting the building a little bit, and you're going to be reducing the size of it somewhat, that can give you some opportunities to adjust how you site the building and where the driveway goes, and you could have a lot more open space as a result. I think that it's twice as much as it should be.
You're talking about the impervious surface.
Yeah. But I mean, anyway, so take that for what it's worth. I think that you should definitely explore access from the other driveway instead of having its own curb cut. I think that there's certainly an opportunity for that as well. And I do agree with you that there's plenty to work with here. There's the house is very interesting, and the idea of an HO is something I appreciate, but I'm still thinking about it myself.
It's all understood.
Okay.
And we have a decent-sized parcel here, and we have an opportunity, and we're going to see if we can make it work for everyone's sake. If we can't, then life goes on. We understand that. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Have a good
Johnson.
evening.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a break. Yes. No, we knew that. You didn't even have to say anything. I don't know, just try to not make it more than 10 minutes, but it's going to take me that long to stand up. It is warm in here. Andy's going to take care of that. That's his job.
Shut the door out there.
Everybody has a job on
Maybe that'll help.
Our regs aren't clear as to whether it's the entire property or just the building. But logically, I mean, I think you can do some statutory construction.
Right answer. It just fails. I see the potential. I mean, I think if we go on.
I don't get brief by just one person. Oh, folks, I got a ticket today.
Oh, you good? Mine expired again. What, first selecting spot?
No, I was parked in the Liberty lot, and I got a ticket. Okay.
Gotta stay low.
Hey, how you been, man? What's going on? I haven't seen you in a long time. What are you doing now?
Real estate, still stuff.
I know.
Unfortunately, I think we all. He's always, Dad was always there too. Oh, I do right now. We're in a GJ
It's funny how we're like, one after another. Never know.
Well, I don't think there's anything unexpected. I want you to tell us all about your love for Alexander. I want you to tell them all about your love for Alexander.
Good, good conservation comment.
Commenting on drainage, on your insufficient drainage, water quality measures?
You see me coming, you're somewhere. You don't want to see me coming.
Glacial soils deposited here, how many years ago?
Well, I felt for it. He went to Western.
Exactly. It's only a matter of time before you have to start filling with glacial silt, with it's sort of all cool. We still have, I mean, you feel part of it's not so bad. I mean, it's structured right. Normally I could write all day, but when you have to do it, pinpoint sort of thing. That's very good. Well, that's it. I gotta send you that stuff. I know.
It was busy.
Yeah, no, I kind of. We know how these Bangor properties, things are called. So we got. Well, I think they were just going for a 4 feet it's almost like the proposed grade, what they would have had to do, build up and just. When I use the mound up, there's steps to the first floor. 8 steps, it's just, and they changed the roof, so it's just complete. Everything. It's a cascade thing. I'm not voting in.
Well, I don't think I have. What is this disturbance? Is it less than 3 acres? I'm not voting. Okay. You have to. You have to. I'm sorry. Bring up the choice. Well, we were. We're not allowed to brag. Wait, someone give you the police pass. I thought you had a police pass. If you blow me off, we're losing 6 trees for the system. The system belongs on the slope. That's so. Not gravity. So maybe slope. You use past the road. Oh. I don't know who exactly does that on a daily basis. There's no place you can get 20%. I get my own space in the upper floor. Yep. The fact of the matter is, it's just a point. The fact that you're preserving everything anyway. Yeah, I know what's, I have used it only on the rear work. What we did with this one, the latest bill. Yeah, so we don't use it. I put like 75 cents in it. I can afford it. Over there we have the landscape. No, I believe as long as you have words. No. If somebody's sick, that's why someone's not. I'm sorry, it's one drive. He doesn't raise it. Parking is. It's the only benefit. It's gonna come up as a link, and then what it's either gonna do, if you guys have a TV folder with many documents that's on the website, or it's get this one document of actually both. So you'll see, like, no war. They're not better. She asked if I got an email, it was a little separate.
Okay, so I was thinking about the stay and the government and, we've been sex association.
Get a home. The worst person to get a home was.
I said, oh, this isn't free.
You had the ball, you had it, like, say the ball is.
She goes, oh, it's all ready. I said, it is? And I said, it's, and then this other one is a two, and she goes, oh, that's all right. So everybody just trying to get it very other people are doing all the.
I think that's part of it, there is a wide issue.
Right, okay, that's what I
So
thought.
then part of it would solve it, but there's a bigger idea.
Oh, okay, and that's not in any of those documents then, right?
They don't have any floor plans.
Oh, okay.
It's all preliminary. It's all, so there's there's the amendment, but the plan line, which is each subdivision, site plan, take care of it, and consider all this to be part of the.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we don't need to stay.
You have to stroke them all the time.
Or anything like that. We're just, it's just like they're really trying to do a lot of.
Well, I think it's a big picture solution to, that would solve some of the issues a lot, but, there's a big.
Okay, because I didn't see one side, this realtor was saying.
I don't know if there's anything immediate that they're gonna do, Dave, more. Right now, they're still talking about. But there could be a. How do you guys get to
Oh, no, I was, we wanted to listen to learn what.
See if your neighbor here. Doesn't say anything. Oh, her comments?
I think it's a good location.
And I will find out who you know.
Okay, folks. I know I'm late. I was waiting for Victoria. Our next application, Elizabeth M. Grant and Thomas Engel, co-executors of the estate of Marie D. Schwartz at 7 Dempsey Lane for a final resub. In case you weren't tired of us, Mr. Tessie?
I was going to say the same thing to you. But thank you very much, John Tessie, for the record, representing the applicant, as you described, who are executors of the estate of Mrs. Schwartz. We bring you at least what I believe to be a fairly simple application for subdivision. We have a 12-acre parcel. As you all are aware, there are substantial wetlands on the property. What we are proposed, the wetlands are located on the southern portion of the property, literally in this whole area I'm describing. We've got a demarcation feature up in green here that you all can see. So as you can see, we've got more of the property that's essentially not going to be touched than not. The property being on Dempsey Lane, which is not sewered, means that the proposed two homes, and here is the conceptual development plan that has been conceptually approved by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency. Essentially, in terms of disturbance, and I have our engineer here, Mr. Tony DeAndrea, constitutes less than 25%, actually less than 25% of the entire property. I can tell you that we've had discussions with one neighbor who's the Profusex. They're located to the north of, let me get my bearings here, yes, to the north here of the rear lot parcel. They requested a screening plan And the reason why I'm bringing that up is that we do incorporate that into our development plan. There will be at least 21 trees planted, probably more by our clients in this area up on the northern portion of the property. Other than that, we haven't heard any other questions or issues or desires from area residents. Property now does contain a single-family dwelling that will be raised. These are conceptual plans. They may or may not be changed in terms of final development. If they're generally consistent with what we're showing, we have permits to build from wetlands. They review the plans. If they determine that there needs to be a modification of a permit, then we go back. But right now, our clients are pretty much convinced that these two plans make the most sense for the two lots.
So Mr. Tessie, just to make sure, what's being represented here is not the intended development. It's just the possible development.
Well, we have to do that both for you and for wetlands.
We call it fictitious houses. These could be the.
They haven't been designed yet, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But.
Which leads me into the next thing. I think actually, as you said, each one of the departments came back with an endorsement. Conservation did have specific issues about the amount of grading, so on and so forth. But it's for fictitious development. We actually, you're.
But theoretical sounds nicer.
Theoretical, okay.
Okay.
Theoretical designs of septic, drainage.
Well, septic, you pretty much, you
Yeah,
have
but
to have
it's-
those locations. Mr. Dandy had to describe where they are and why they work well. So septic, other than septic, yes.
The grading around the septic is what it is, and it's.
Yes.
Okay. I think one of their biggest issues was actually the grading of the site to accommodate the houses. But that could change based on what actually is going to get built at such time as actually somebody starts to develop either one of the pieces of property.
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay. Maybe Mr. DeAndrea could answer this question, that to accommodate the buildings, the driveways as proposed for the thing.
Conceptually proposed, right.
Conceptual. There was grading done there. Was that done for any other reason other than just to level things out? Or was it actually done to accommodate the drainage or any of the structures that needed to be put in, septic, drainage, so on and so forth? That's what I'm
You were
trying.
right in terms of who should answer that question.
Okay.
Shock.
Good evening, Tony DeAndrea. We have had the good fortune to be working on this as civil engineers and land surveyors, but the short answer to your question, Mr. McRae, is that it's a combination of both. We have to take into account the type of soil, which in this case has a shallow layer of less than ideal permeability. Therefore, we are obligated to meet some of the parameters of the drainage manual, which enables or requires us to lift some of the system. So they're basically built at the tightest tolerances in accordance with drainage manual.
For the systems on the western side?
Yes.
The septic and drainage?
The septic systems were chosen in those locations with the health department because they represent the best soils on the property for the treatment of the septic effluent. The advantage we have on a slope is that we have a better absorption rate due to the gravity that we have. We also have the advantage of the wide area to do it. We had the same approach to the drainage on that slope by spreading it out and very shallow. These are very shallow galleries, so we don't need much. So there's very little earthwork involved with that design. As you can see, it's a minimal amount of drainage that we're handling. We have permeable pavers under one, and we have a rain garden in the other. Each of those satisfies, for different reasons, various parameters of the drainage manual.
Okay. The grading around the house, the regrading around the conceptual houses.
Yes.
Can that be minimized?
We actually think it's a minimal amount of grading. For example, here in the northwest corner of the northern lot, we have an existing elevation of 306.8, and we're hitting 307. The elevation in the middle of the lot is 308. We have grading around the house at around 310 on average. So we're adding a couple of feet of fill, yes, but it's a minimal amount to take into account the topography. The houses are lifted so that we're not deep into the ground and into the water table. And as a result, we have steps coming down, which enables us to minimize the amount of fill around the building.
Right, so there is a high water table on these two properties?
Yes.
Okay. I think that probably answers my question in terms of actually why the grading is like that. Great. Thank you, Mr. DeAndrea.
Thank you.
I was waiting for you. Okay. Anybody else have questions for Mr. Tessie? Comments? No?
I'm good.
Everybody's good with this application? I'm looking for people to nod. Yeah, everybody's good? Okay. So do we have any comment from the public? Nope.
We used them all up in the last application.
Oh, don't worry. We still got a little steam left in us.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll close this application, and we don't need an extension anymore. Okay. Our next application, it's you again? No, this is Tony. Okay, Mr. DeAndrea. You want to do these separately, right? You guys want to do the two separately, the two site plans? Yeah, right, because they're two separate site plans. The next application is SBP Dublin Hill LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 50 Dublin Hill Drive. Hold on a second. No, we're going to wait for you. DeAndrea is shuffling around too, so. They changed some of the configuration. They did, but.
All set? All right, good evening. My name is Tony DeAndrea, and I will echo the comments of Mr. Tessie. I hope that you will agree with me that this is a very simple application. It is a request for approval of a special permit and site plan. I will say at the outset that all aspects of the site planning are totally in compliance with our regulations. You will note from your very efficient staff report that the proposal to build a single-family home is well below the allowable FAR. It's well above the maximum green area. It is in an RA2 zone, but we are deed restricted to 3 acres, so you can see by the plan that we have very minimal amount of overall site disturbance. We're here because the volume of the home exceeds the 150,000 cubic feet of threshold. I know at the briefing yesterday, there were some suggestions that if we just kept it below 150, we would not be here. We all realize that. But I do want to point out that the reason we have the volume is that we're trying to minimize the amount of earthwork. It seems ironic, but it's the fact. The design concept through many architects these days, and I don't know if our architects on the board would agree with it, but it seems that rather than have a basement that has family rooms and theaters, we want to now use the basement functionally. And in this case, since everybody seems to still want to have a pool associated with the development, we're actually trying to walk out of the basement and use that area for changing rooms, saunas, and other activities that are related to the pool. So if you notice on dwelling number 44, and I will point out that these homes that are on the plan, in contrast to the last application, these homes have been proposed from day one, basically in exactly the same spot as you see tonight, and with basically the same design. They've been refined, they are now final, and we've developed them to fit the topography. If you remember from the subdivision, there are 5 lots in the subdivision, there are 5 different architects. They were all charged with setting up a home on the lot, recognizing the topography. So in this particular lot, you'll notice that the proposed dwelling is where the original home was, And ironically, again, I'll use that term a couple of times, the grade plane on this lot is 218.8, if I recall correctly, and the existing ground is 219. What causes us to exceed the volume is that we're walking out in the front, in the north side, excuse me, in my orientation, and the west side to reach the pool level. The house itself is set at 221, where the existing grade at that site is currently 219. So we're not filling drastically. Some filling is required to accommodate the septic system. Each of the lots has been approved by the health department for a septic system. The drainage systems have been totally approved by the DPW. That's been done through review by conservation, wetlands, and this commission. So the end result is the western side of the dwelling with access from the lower level to the pool effectively increases the volume on that western side. And that's really it in a nutshell. All the drainage has been simplified. We have rain gardens. We have 2 rain gardens, in fact, on this lot. And all the drainage is directed into that area. And similarly to the last application, due to the type of soil, in this case, relatively shallow, permeable soils over relatively shallow depths, we have to augment them with some fill to accommodate the drainage. In this case, we have permeable paver under the driveway with galleries for detention and water quality, as well as retention, all of which is required by the drainage manual. So that's, I would say, is a summation of everything that we've noted about this particular application.
Got it?
50, actually, this is lot 4, correct?
This is actually lot number 1, which is known as house number 44.
Quickly, what
Oh,
is the?
this is 44.
I think we had it
Backwards.
50 first on the agenda, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay,
so he's on item 11?
yeah, all right.
I'm sorry.
He went through the whole description 11.
Yeah.
Here quick.
I was just taking
So
them in
number 10 was
chronological order.
denied because you didn't come in for it. Okay, when
Okay,
the
that's a
applicant
different-
doesn't show up, that's a de facto denial. So you're done with that one, and now we'll just do number 11.
Okay, so 44, lot 1.
I just
Okay.
described. I'm
Right,
sorry.
okay. Now, we had gotten something from the ZEO on 50, confirming FAR that's been resolved.
That was to this afternoon. Yesterday, we had a similar verification and resolution on
44.
4, yes, sir.
Okay.
And today was resolved on lot.
Okay. Did staff get anything? Did staff get anything?
I have a copy here if we would need it.
Staff needs it.
I'm
Same
sorry.
same kind of memo, same memo from zoning enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I have it from both, yes.
okay.
In the bond.
Now, we had extensive notes on, from engineering about various aspects. It seemed to me that a lot of the engineering comments were based on outstanding issues being resolved for the road, the new road.
If I may explain, the only issue remaining now for the DPW, and I believe as of a late afternoon call, that they have now resolved the bond.
Okay.
And it will be finalized on Monday, the 13th.
Okay.
The permits, the release of plans to the building department by staff is contingent upon DPW agreeing to the bond amount for the road.
Okay, fine.
I'll estimate, but about 85% of all the final drainage aspects have been completed.
Of the road?
Yes, sir. And the bond has been posted for the completion of the paving, landscaping, and placement of trees. We have prepared an as-built and submitted it. DPW has had Juan Paredes, the engineer for the town, go out several times to inspect as we've been building. We've documented it all, so we've satisfied what DPW requires for the bond.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement that actually subject to the zoning
Signature.
permit, the zoning permit for the house
Yes,
would be just subject to actually finalizing any outstanding issues for the road.
for the bond, yes, just the
Okay.
bond.
Okay,
All the design's been approved, the construction's well underway. It was just a matter of paperwork and agreeing as to what the bond amount should be.
Okay, just to say, same for the other home that we're going to be looking at, same condition applies.
We actually have 4 designs on file with staff.
Okay.
2 of them were not special permit issues, but they're contingent upon satisfying the bond. These are the last 2. We do have a 5th lot, and we have just received the final architectural plan, so we will be proceeding with that submission shortly.
Great, okay.
What about this, okay, you saw the comments with engineering and the road and...
If you read the engineering comments, they all say that the drainage reports are acceptable. One issue that was...
But before permit, they want you to, the road... No, in the road,
All the engineering...
Where did I see that?
The first bunch of comments, Madam Chairman, are all repetition from previous reviews, and Scott has tried to make that clear, that he just keeps carrying them forward, because at the end of the job, those conditions have to be satisfied.
Okay.
But if you read down, you'll see the drainage summary report is acceptable, drainage report is acceptable. That's on all of them. He asked for a delineation, which we have provided to staff, showing the difference between lawn and meadow. Those are key elements for our drainage analysis. So that's been provided. And then the last one on lot number 4 was a request to insert some additional information that he's approved. He wanted us to issue him a full report. In other words, we had a report, he asked for an addendum, we gave him the addendum, he said, just give me a new copy. So we've done that as of today. So we've been very intent upon meeting every request, and we have.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments on this?
We're talking about 44, right? Not
Yes,
Yeah, I think
I apologize.
we're doing application 11.
I did not,
I said the right one, but,
I apologize, I jumped to the gun.
yeah, okay. So does anybody have any comments on this application other than the ones we've? Okay, all right, in that event. Any public comment? Okey dokey, then we'll close this. Our next application is number 10, which is SBP Dublin Hill LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 50 Dublin Hill Drive.
Hill Drive, yes.
I don't remember if anybody, if you answered this, so you can answer it on this one too. The soil and erosion control plan, did that all get reviewed by wetlands? They were supposed to see it?
Yes, we have staked it. Wetlands Agency staff have been out there several times. We also included all of our S&E controls on the as-built plan submitted to DPW for their approval. So it's been made a part of the record and physically reviewed by staff. And I will say I haven't noticed anything significant. We've had a lot of rain. It's been a minimal amount of work, all confined to the roadway, which has been well protected.
Okay.
So for the record, my name is Tony DeAndrea. I'm representing SBP Dublin Hill Drive LLC. Excuse me, SBP Dublin Hill LLC.
Yeah, I do that. I had trouble saying that.
No comma. Again, we are here because of the excess volume, which is the effect of the walkout, if you will, from the lower level to the pool. The pool is contained within a terrace, a minimal amount of terracing around that, but we walk out of the building up a couple of stairs to the pool level. And by exposing that southern end of the dwelling, we increase the volume. So once again, less fill, more exposed volume in theory, but in fact, a very low profile. If you study the design again, the front of the building is at grade. The pool is set at grade. So we've accommodated the topography, which is dropping in that easterly direction. Once again, the septic system was designed in the best soil. The health department has approved the design. The drainage is broken up into detention behind the house on the eastern side, as well as recharge and retention on the southeast corner. There's permeable pavers under the driveway to accommodate infiltration and renovation. The green area, again, is about 90% of the site, whereas 78% is required. FAR is about 2/3 allowable. We have 8,100 versus 11,800. All of the setbacks obviously are well in excess of the minimum requirements. And I should have pointed out on the first application, you remember that we did offer and you accepted extensive conservation easements along the eastern boundary to protect the mature trees.
Yep.
And the existing grading. So all in all, very straightforward, simple
And you
application.
bouldered those, as I remember. You're going to boulder them.
We actually have already staked and monumented the lines.
Great.
So they're visible for anybody to see. I've highlighted it in green on the plan, but they've been monumented and staked very clearly as a delineation of encroachment and development and tree preservation.
Okay, just to reiterate, ZEO is okay with this now? We have
Yes.
the letter?
This is the one that came in this afternoon.
Right.
The architect had been out of town through the holidays. We got the comments last Thursday from Mr. Couture. We distributed them. I made some preliminary adjustments so we'd have more information, and then the architect had dialogue yesterday and today, and the memo was received late this afternoon, which confirms approval of the analysis.
Right, and the same conditions for engineering as per the previous application apply. So we're good to go with that. It's basically bond, which has been agreed upon
All
for the road.
all the engineering elements of the drainage system have been approved. The roadway construction has been approved, and we are waiting for the final signatures, which are going to be completed on Monday, the 13th.
Very good, thank you.
Any other comments from the commission?
Did you read this conservation?
Yes, go ahead.
Tony, did you read, I just got this, I don't know how, but,
What's the date?
well, we got it on the 6th, which would be yesterday. It's dated the 30th of December.
I'm afraid then that I don't have it, but I
Well-
probably know what it says.
Well, yeah, they're not happy with you.
Well, nobody ever is.
Apparently, they think there's too much grading, too much driveway. Yeah, you probably need some time to look at that as opposed to asking questions. Because we just got it,
Yeah.
too.
Did you keep one?
I would say, in response to the comments that, were just received, these plans, as I said in the prior application, have been consistent throughout. Conservation has had opportunity, and we have addressed the comments throughout the Conservation Commission review. That was required because we had more than 10 acres of land when we started. It was also reviewed extensively by the Wetlands Agency, of which Ms. Mock comments. This is the latest comment. All the comments are related to the same thing. We are obligated to address engineering comments and health department comments. I pointed out that our drainage is based on meeting the drainage manual for detention, retention, and water quality. All those have been met and endorsed by the engineering department more than once. This is 3 or 4 times now. The comment I made before about the trade-off we make, we set the buildings at existing grade, set the pools at existing grade, and then utilize the topography to our advantage, or to the advantage of everyone, by preserving as much as we could. Yes, there's going to be fill. She also quotes the plan of conservation and development, but the title is conservation and development. We got both. So there's a trade-off, and we balanced it. As I pointed out, our green area is well in excess of the minimums required. We're saving trees, and we're minimizing the development envelope on all of the lots, as you can see, in comparison, plus the preservation of the additional eastern flank on all the lots. I think we've done more than you expected in the beginning, and we're very pleased with the outcome. The architects, each of them, all 5, came about their charge in the same way. Minimize the amount of disruption on the site, set the buildings on the topography as they should be, and accommodate the change in topography and elevation very carefully. And I think we did
May I
that.
ask
and
a question on that one, Tony?
Yes.
I haven't seen the other building, other than 44, I didn't see the other ones. This particular building is a very modern building, and it stretches along that line.
Yes.
Is there any reason to believe that that design is creating more grading than going up? This one goes out quite a bit, right?
Well, this is a T-shape, taking advantage of the spine that runs through here.
Right, I saw that,
It's
yeah.
all one contour.
So that's not where the grading's going to be, right? The grading's on the other side of the building.
The grading is over here on the eastern
Right.
side, and in part, it's because the topography is dropping off, and we have to, we need to, we want to control the increases, so we provide some detention gallery. In this case, it's a tight joint pipe. It's actually holding the water and metering it out slowly, whereas this section is allowing the water to percolate down. We've designed these systems with capacity to store basically all the water generated during the 25-year storm, again, with respect for the effect on, eastern neighbors. So it's a tight design.
Each one of these buildings has been designed by a separate architect?
Yes, sir.
So they're all different style, but the commonality being minimize the grading?
The question is, how do you describe the architectural style?
Well, I was just curious that you're actually,
Introduce yourself.
this is a very large development that we have seen. This is a very large development right now. I mean, we've seen one on Lake and a few others. Tonight, we've seen 4 or 5 other developments like single lot, and this is 5 lots and open space, so it's significant. These are all separate style houses?
Yeah, Doron Savag, SVP Homes. Very different styles. We have a Shoprino typical house, a very shingle style home.
Yep, I know that one.
We were trying to appeal to a different crowd. Greenwich is changing a little bit with taste. You see many more modern home or at least transitional homes.
Transitional, yeah.
So we have Laura Keller, which did somewhat a modern home, as well as Workshop APD, a very famous architect from the city, has done some cool projects. So I would say we didn't expect that Laura Keller house and Workshop APD would be a similar home, and they don't know each other. We have Cardillo that did a very traditional home. We have Shoprino. We have one architect.
Are these all spec homes, or you?
These are all spec.
These are all spec?
Correct.
Wow.
They're also low profile.
Well, this one's low profile for sure. A long, low profile, modern house.
It's very similar to Workshop APD in layout
Yep.
and floor plans.
Just curious, I was wondering whether the house had an impact on the grading and on all across the...
You know, when we met with the association, they urged us to not create a cheap subdivision or dilute the quality and the integrity of the association, and they asked us to design different homes. And when we told them we hired 5 or 6 different architects, they were very pleased. They're extremely supportive. We meet them weekly. They inspected the road. They're very happy. No complaints thus far.
Have you built any of these homes? Has anything been built yet?
We don't have a permit yet.
Right, but so you haven't touched any, you've cleared some at this point?
We only cleared portion of the lots that we were required by the health department because of a ledge letter, so we had to build few septic systems up. That's the only clearing. We cleared trees for the road, so the road is nearly complete. It's 85% complete, but until we get P&Z approval, we're not allowed to touch the lots. So we have not done anything.
Any work that was done that in regard to the septic system preparation, we came to the commission for approval to do that. So that was a separate operation.
We converted a preliminary application to a final to a preliminary. Correct.
Are all the houses approximately the same size?
With around 8,000. That's what we gave the program to all the architects. Number of rooms, sizes.
Very interesting. I think actually it's kind of a unique thing. I see 5 lot subdivision with 5 different architects. Is that is that part of the intention of actually making this a unique situation?
Correct.
So it's a campus of houses that are designed by different people.
Very high-end architects, very high-end
Yes,
construction,
I know them all.
very enhancing the neighborhood, and hopefully will appeal to different people.
Okay.
8,000 feet, but I know this house, I looked at the plans, it's a much bigger house. You've got the lower level that doesn't count for
Well, I'm not
FAR.
counting the lower
Right.
level. I mean, no one counts basements in the FAR calculation.
This is more than a basement, but I agree. No, it's a clever way of using the grade and everything. I got it. I love
At
it.
the same time,
I love the house. I love the house.
The lot allowed us to put pool houses and other accessory structures. We have not done any of that. We wanted to minimize the cost of the houses as well as minimize this disturbance.
Can I ask one technical question?
Please.
You have the master on the second floor. Is that what people want? The
on
master
the second
bedroom?
floor?
Yeah.
Masters are always on the second floor.
Okay, that
Not-
answers my question.
There's a
If
generator.
you have a family and kids, you know, masters, we tried to also put a master on the first floor. It's, in a spec project, it's hit or miss kind of a thing.
Yeah, okay.
Most people want to be next to the kids on the second floor.
See, Margarita, I think, well, Mr. Gandier, you made a very convincing presentation. I have to say, in reading memos from our environmental analysts, particularly the closing paragraph that the Conservation Commission would like to take the matter up at its next meeting, that
They can't do that.
we should pay attention to this, just a matter of process, not that I've heard anything that concerns me, but these are extensive comments. And,
These comments are, we dealt on the subdivision.
Yeah. But
and this is pretty thorough and as direct as anything I've seen, and this question,
But the issue,
Well-
as Mr. DeAndrea pointed out, the grading and the septics were
Well-
a requirement of health and engineering.
And
we're
addressing.
not the arbiter.
And some of it's a little boilerplate. I'm confused about some of the stuff she says, because, for example, I asked Tony if he had delineated the easements. And he said yes, that they have. Now, she's saying that she makes the point that disturbance within the conservation easement violates the intent, but you've marked them off now, so you're not violating the intent of the conservation easement.
No,
So I don't even know what that's in reference to. She's asking for a 5-foot buffer.
okay.
The buffer itself is the conservation easement.
Could we go-
I mean, the
go back
conservation
from-
easement is the buffer. That's why we asked for it. We're good, don't worry. So her comments, I feel like they're almost boilerplate. I wasn't sure why she was making some of them.
Well, no, you look in the introductory paragraph, the commitment to attend to these concerns was not met. And it doesn't sound like that from what Mr. DeAndrews taken us through. But my question of the commission is, should we let Mr. DeAndrew talk to the Conservation Commission so that, we've afforded them the...
We can ask Mr. DeAndrea to work with Conservation to make sure that we can make it if what you're asking for is to make it a condition of approval, that Mr. DeAndrea continue to work with the Conservation Department, and that prior to zoning permit sign-off, that they be satisfied that all the conditions of the easement, et cetera, have been met.
I think it's a, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think it's just a very slippery slope, I guess, would be a good term to apply here, to ask us now, after over a year of reviews by...
and a half.
Okay, but this is the first time you're here with a site plan, so we do have the right, because now it's the site plan, so don't go this way, Mr. DeAndrea. We do have the right on the site plan to make sure, if somebody's raising a concern, to make sure that you're meeting all the conditions of the subdivision and all of that. And all we would do is say, talk to conservation, make sure they're happy campers. Because
based on this
I
memo-
asked you the key question, which for me was all those easements you made.
Yes?
And that's what I saw as an issue. Did anybody else, what else, Dave, were you concerned about?
Well, the issue here now is that we have designed these lots, and we've done it in accordance with
Right.
their review. In addition, those reviews came not only once, but 3 times.
Yeah, but we did want landscaping plans from you for these properties, because they're, we normally get them when it's 150 cubes, you know that.
Landscaping plans,
And that would solve the other issue.
okay, but
And then
landscaping
we would
plans
want you to
are,
review that with conservation. It's all the standard stuff.
okay. We just don't want to be put in the position of not being released for building permit, so that aspect of our progress can continue.
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, if staff doesn't like your landscaping plan, or there's a problem somewhere, then your building permit might get held up if there's a problem somewhere, but I don't anticipate there being
Don't
a
anticipate
problem.
it either.
But you can't say that we can't hold you up. That's not what they pay us the big bucks for.
That's not what I said. I said I would hope that you would authorize staff tonight to
We are
allow
happy to do that,
the plans to move forward to the building department.
but you're going
while-
to do a landscaping
while we-
plan,
While we finish the landscaping plan.
and you will work with the conservation department.
As long as we don't have to go back to them for formal review.
We will let staff do it. Patrick, are you good with that?
Yeah, it would be only on the issues that the commission wants
You
to
know
look
what
at.
she wants. You've heard it a million times. She wants native species, she's gonna want
Have that.
deep-rooted plants, she's gonna want trees that are tall and shady, that are good for the environment. You know what we're asking for, you know the litany.
And I
So
wanted to- if
we're
I
not
may.
gonna, if you do all the stuff that everybody's been asking for, you should be good.
We did. And to that end,
Dave,
we had a
anything else that you're
very
seeing?
extensive landscaping plan for the open space, which was submitted, was reviewed, and approved. And that's what they had asked for at that
But
time.
now you're at site plan, and at site plan, you have some different things that need to be done.
We are working with Bill Kenny on the site plans.
That's
As of
great,
now.
because if you're working with
we-
Bill Kenny, you're gonna,
we are.
they're gonna be beautiful
We
landscape
are.
plans, and
So
it'll
we'll
be
get them
good.
in the next week,
Yeah,
and that'll keep us
don't
within.
go with the Surly thing.
Okay, all right. So I will close with a request for, a respectful request for
There you
approval
go.
of both site plans with the condition that we submit the landscaping plans and have one more discussion with conservation staff.
And that you can review conservation's concerns with them, we'll say it more open, whatever, you'll meet with conservation, review any outstanding concerns they have, and our staff will review your landscaping plans and resolve any outstanding issues. You'll figure out how to say that, Pat?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we're
because I
clear.
think actually, I think both of them, both applications, we're going to have the same kind of a note for the bond and the engineering and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, we're going to say all that, and, you've got stuff that needs to be done.
The
It's
bond is
just
set at 120,000. We
Not-
established it.
not, it's engineering, it's what they want. So
But it's set, it's all.
as long as they have their bond, we're good. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll close this application.
Both have.
No, we closed the other one before. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sir.
I'm actually here for the next round, but
Okay,
here's the
yeah.
irony, small world, small town. My name is Andy Healy, for the record, Healy.
Hi, Andy.
Used to reside at 33 White Birch Lane, which is abutting this exact project. I'm very familiar with the property. I'm very familiar with the Stanwich School. I started the Greenwich Residence for Appropriate Land Use with Dr. Mary Lou Lang. We took on the Stanwich School because we thought it was too big of a project. It was 10 pounds of flour in a 5-pound bag at the end of the day. Please keep in mind that the school, now the Greenwich Country Day, is going to be using something called the Xenon Industrial Sewage Treatment, which is also going to be adding a lot of treated sewage in the same area. This is an environmentally sensitive area. In fact, right next door, it's one of the highest points in Cascade. The water that goes down Stanwich Road goes into Brothers Brook. The water that goes down Cat Rock Road goes into Strickland. So they're going to be whacking this all up. It's a very environmentally sensitive. We don't know where the water's going to go. But please keep in mind that it's a beautiful area for the ecosystem. It's one big greenway that's going to go right through Pine Needham and Pomerantz. and
That's what
Cottonwood
we
Trails. I know,
tried
it's
to
just-
get them to do, actually,
understand.
when we
It's- you
did the
see it on a
subdivision.
big-
We wanted to do that greenway, and they weren't, we couldn't get full cooperation on it.
I'm also a Realtor in town. Rumor has it that was Greenwich Country Day is going to procure some of that. You guys know what's going on there. I don't know any of that, but certainly that's a rumor in town. But again, I just wanted to make note.
Thank you, Mr. Healy. Okay, so now we'll close that application. And you're going to have to remember how we're going to word that.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you do? All right, what did I do with my agenda? Is it time for you? Okay, so our next application, hello, Mr. Alexander. There are 3 applications here, and if you have no objection, I would suggest that we hear them all together.
I not only don't object, I would encourage that.
Okay. Because I'm not sure, well, we'll raise it. So you agree, and then we'll ask you the questions. Okay.
Fine, my name is Peter Alex.
So just hold on a second, just for the record, this is Dunwoody LLC for a zoning map amendment at 102 through 118 Sheep Hill Road, and it's from R12 to R12HO. Then it's for a preliminary subdivision at the same addresses, and then for a preliminary site plan and special permit at the same addresses. Okay, now, go ahead.
Well, my name is Peter Alexander. I'm a landscape architect, a degree in architecture as well. I can't resist after being here. The 301 was on the docket tonight, and was my location for my first office when I got my license in 40 years ago. So I'm really excited about the historic overlay potential, and I feel that it's appropriate to bring up at this time this opportunity that presented itself, which is a bit unusual, I think, from the essence in some ways of what has been brought up in the new plan of conservation and development, that the return or the concept of the town being an agricultural and particularly a place to raise sheep, including other animals. And this project was presented to me as a potential when I was asked to comment on how an estate should handle after the deceasement of one of the participants. And this is an unusual situation. I had a one-page summary that I wanted to point out that one of the issues that was raised in the staff comments were these buildings here, for sure, before 1940. And actually, we found that one of them wasn't. It's a bit hard to see on this, but the property at one time went down to the Mianus River, and it was subdivided around 1940. One of the buildings that was down on the Mianus River was moved up to this site, as we understand. So I am really here to ask you to seriously consider the fact that what we are proposing with a broad brush, and I would like to get the go-ahead to do the master plan so that we can come back with some actual plans. At this point, we do not anticipate changing, improving anything until we're sure we can have the historic overlay. And that is my request tonight, that you find that we do meet the standards that particularly the ZEO asked to confirm that we will be in, to quote, the applicant needs to demonstrate compliance with section 6-109C. And if you're comfortable and give us that approval and explain what the rest of the process would be, I'm really ready to take on the specifics. I have to say, the essence of all of the different departments that commented was kind of what I was hoping them to say. It was, including the Conservation Commission, there are a couple of really notable, especially oaks, that we really feel from a restart, if you will, to a degree, the concept of agriculture includes using these trees as seed factors to bring that. I know it's a bit of a stretch to think we're going to be able to bring sheep back here, but we'll do it. The other thing that the Conservation easement, or the Conservation Commission pointed out, was that there is a 10-foot easement that goes along near our northern border, and I don't know whether you've become familiar with this hidden history of colonial Greenwich, but
Yes.
and the 1938 map shows that easement's been there for a long time. And yes, we have the water and sewer easement going through it, but technically it's also an access way, as it was for the thirsty sheep from farther up the hill. This really is a unique site in that it was chosen by some very savvy participants because of its location facing west and with the cold air drainage and all. It was the perfect place to have the place where the sheep were, unfortunately, in some cases, processed. But I think that the unique structures are certainly worthy of preserving, but also recovering. Two of the structures in the 1970s had two-car garages added to them, or some. Anyway, we'd like to restore some of that, but at this point, we just want your encouragement.
Okay. I'm not so encouraging, so,
If I may, Mr. Alexander, just to start with your first application, you're looking for a zoning map amendment to provide for R12 to R12 HO.
Correct.
Okay. For all of the properties.
Correct.
Okay. Two of the properties would not qualify because they were actually not built prior to 1940. According to the tax cards which you submitted, one of them was done in the 60s, one was done in 1971. There's not enough backup information in what you submitted to prove, according to our standards, the history of the other buildings. You gave us pictures of the existing conditions, but I don't believe I see anything that shows them as conditions of when they were built or anything researched from archives. So I'm still kind of dubious that actually what you were looking for as historic is truly historic anymore. Your second part here, you wanted a preliminary re-subdivision to merge the lots. With my understanding, actually, with those two pieces of property, or those two lots that are there, that have the more recent houses, could not be part of the HO. So I think actually that portion of the mergement
They
can only
can
be
be.
3 lots.
Which
No,
two are you referring to?
Hold on a second. If he merges the whole thing, not all the property, not all the structures have to be historic. You could, I give you 21 Calhoun. They're going to have one historic structure and another structure that isn't on one piece of property. But where Nick is going was what I was starting to say. Several of us have walked your property, and I think we're going to say similar things to you, which is, I'm not clear what you're planning to do. What I saw were buildings that are multi-family, that have people living in them. So I'm not sure how this becomes a farm. The site plan's not clear.
I think
I'm
that's what I
not
was
sure.
going to say. There is no site plan.
Right. There's no clarity as to how you go from having all of these structures, some of which are more than one family. It's a farm, but there's no in-between. And then now back to Nick's point, there are a couple of structures here that are historic, but there are some that are not. And so about encouraging you, why would we want an HO to encompass, which is where you were going, these newer buildings that are two-family houses in some cases and have no historic value? Why would we encourage that? And then the next thing is, I don't understand what you mean by campus. And I kept scratching my head trying to figure out, when I walked it, what you meant by creating a campus, because you've got all these different houses of different time periods. And that's where Nick was going, was how do you put it together? So where we'd like to be supportive in terms of saving the historic structures, I'm not sure what you're proposing to do once you consolidate the property and how that works for preserving a historic neighborhood. So bottom line, I don't even know how to be encouraging because I'm not really sure what you're trying to do here or why.
Yeah, I think
Go ahead.
we're trying to understand your roadmap, where you are today.
Exactly.
And what is the long-term vision for the property?
And you haven't really given us that.
And what are you trying to achieve, and why do you need the HO?
Exactly.
Because to me, I'll be less, it's a mishmash now. And if you were saying, I want to take this whole property and return every structure to what it was in the 1920s and create, that's the vision. But why do you need the
But not all
HO
the
to do
structures
that?
are old. So
Right.
why would you do that with, go ahead, Nick, this is yours now, the 1970s one. What was there's one that's
1960 according to the tax card, and
Right.
1971 according to the tax card.
and so those are not,
The tannery and the chicken house, 106 and 110. Okay, according to the tax card, because I actually was going back, that's where I start, is looking at the tax card. The tax card has the tannery from 1960 and the chicken house from 1971. That was the effective year built on the card. The
Now-
farmhouse, 102, said 1809. The carriage house, 116, 1890. And the barn, 112, from 1900.
And it gets, the point is what do we need to give you the HO for? What problem are we trying to solve?
and so like
Right.
today, 102 is a single-family house?
Yes.
Okay, because I turned around in there and it looked like there was only one. Then 110 has an A and a B, so it's multifamily at least, right?
Correct.
Legally non-conforming?
No, they're not. You can't because this isn't the R6.
Just
R12.
No, but
Right.
only R6 allowed multifamily, you know that. So, what Andy said was a great way of recapping what I had said to you, which is, we're not real sure where you're going with this.
And on that regard, we would like you to present a format that we can act on. So if we have a site plan that gives us your campus idea and demonstrates that, you know, you're creating an historic neighborhood, come live in this historic neighborhood kind of thing, and this is what you're going to do to recreate it. I mean, that's a start. You know, so we need something that is directs us somewhere, and that's why we're having this discussion, to give you this kind of feedback, right? I mean, I like the idea of a campus, and that needs to be developed, but I'd be very anxious to see how you want to fill that in.
I agree.
Yeah. Now, if this tannery and this chicken house are somehow mischaracterized, then that's some research you may need to do to show us otherwise.
Yes, I'd be happy to show that those.
Because maybe
it's highly
there's not-
inaccurate.
Right, because there might be only so much left of those particular uses. I mean, the structures that they're no longer historic. So that could be culled out. But then there could be some idea that you have, well, okay, but you still want to recreate it somehow. I mean, you have to develop that, and
So-
it sounds interesting.
And I think to what Peter Levy just said, if there's nothing left of the old structure except the name and maybe the framework inside, then what are you saving? Because there's not anything visible streetwise. So that's the other question for you. 110 is, when was 110 built?
1960.
110 was built in 1960. You sure?
What was that was the chicken house?
Not a tannery, okay.
But at least,
No, I'm thinking of 112. When was 112? But that's been completely remodeled. This barn is completely different. I mean, it's got people living in it. It's unit, at least one
Yeah,
unit.
it's been a multifamily house for a long time.
Right.
The inside's been, the outside hasn't been changed really at all.
Okay.
That's the original concept was to avoid spontaneous combustion. You had that's where you stored the wheat. And that one wasn't moved, but the chicken house and at least one of the factors at 110 were moved in the early 60s and 70s. When the family that owned the property before started to consolidate their property and move, one of the structures was down on the river and it was moved back up. So I'll be happy to prove the tax card's wrong on that. Especially if you visit the houses inside. I know the historic designation is more about the outside. I was on the HDC for 15 years. I was chairman for a while. I understand that's the point, but I think that the concept in the future, and the trust is really dedicated to the most expensive rental there now is $2,700. And the concept really is to preserve not just the buildings, but their relationship to each other. And one of the Conservation Commission concepts were over the years, the arborvitae types have kind of taken over, and to bring back the historic plantings is, from a landscape architect's point of view, this is like a dream. We do want to codify that we can have, through the historic overlay, legal multifamily homes. At this point, we only want to make sure that we're on the right track, that the rentals that have been going on for a long, long time, well before there was any planning and zoning, we, instead of going in that direction, we would like your permission.
And that's where we're getting the hang up. You heard the feedback from the other application tonight, 21 Calhoun, where the neighbors felt like the HO was being used to accomplish a different purpose other than preservation. What you've just said is that your real purpose here isn't the saving of the structures as much as legalizing the multifamily. And so that is exactly what the neighbors were concerned about tonight, with somebody using the HO to build themselves a shiny new house. So what we're looking for is show us how you're using the HO for the preservation and what your plan would be and how that preserves the neighborhood and the street and the characteristics and brings it back. Because what we've got now, there's no way, as Peter Levy said, there's not anything we could decide on. We can't work with what we have before us now. I don't mean to be so blunt, but I want to save your time.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do too, is save the time, because what happened was after the death of one of the principals, the buildings were put on up for sale, and there were some significant offers, all tear downs, and start all over, because the fact that it's a private road, the fact that the lots are all up to code meant it was clearly a tear down. So my main goal is to get encouragement to not only preserve the buildings, but enhance the ability for people to understand the relationship between the buildings weren't just what neighbors were, but what activities were going on in each of those buildings.
Yeah, okay, we would need more of, I mean, because if you drive up through it as a complete stranger, it's just not visible to a passerby. I mean, to me, it was just not visible what we were preserving and how this served the purpose of the HO.
I agree, especially some of those crazy taxes that just took over. You can't see anything really.
The crazy.
The large evergreen shrubs that have just dominated the.
Oh, well,
They were planted in the
I
60s.
drove into, I think we all drove in and went around the circle. That's what everybody seems to have done.
Yep.
I know at least 4 of us have been there.
Oh, good.
So, so if you wanted to go forward with this, I don't know, I know HDC got excited, but they focus in on just the building, and we're looking at it saying there's nothing you can see from the outside that says history. So,
Do you mean the outside from Sheep Hill?
no, from when you're standing outside the houses, you can't tell that they're historic.
And I think actually probably what we're really looking for is,
Stone Barn?
Is, in the 6109, I think the procedure for the HO outlines specific research and things that need to be provided for. I don't believe, and I don't think any of the other commission members believe that the information that was submitted is sufficient to meet that standard. You know, we've got the photographs, we've got drawings, but there's really nothing here to say that actually the buildings are what they're being represented as. I think actually in previous applications, we've had pictures of the existing buildings from years ago in the Historic Society archives, those kind of things, to say this is what was there, because then we get a sense of what was built at that time. I think the other part of this is your third application is you're looking for a site plan. I don't believe that that's here as well. What it's saying is basically you're just keeping it status quo, but I don't, does it address any drainage issues, driveways, utilities, parking, any of that? I think actually what we're looking at, we're looking at some kind of a campus idea, but again, we're all having problems wrapping our heads around our campus idea. are the driveways being eliminated so it's more like a farmyard? Or are you going to be putting something in so people can actually truly park in front of these buildings the way that they are intended to be used at the moment as multifamily? So I think a really good hard look of actually your three applications, the HO, the zoning, and then the site plan, use our regulations as what's required for those standards, and I think that'll be the first step. Then you could bring that back in, and then we'll have like a real honest-to-God site plan. We'll have all the background information for the HO, and then we can take a look at the subdivision.
Yeah,
So does that give you a clear sense of how to move forward with this? At this point, I don't think we could be supportive.
But I would say that, to create a word which I prefer than campus, which is more in keeping with your ideas, the homestead. And I think that this is something to work with. But how do you fill this out? What is your story? How does this all tie together? And what is your experience when you come to the property? So the first part of this is to come up with that site plan, which is that roadmap that gives you a story to tell. So.
Yes, I agree. That's where the three applications really were the different steps. And the first step I was trying to take tonight was to prove that the preservation and the restoration, in some cases, of all of these buildings is a cause worth it. And I do think, I can't think of other, I remember when I was young here, a lot of the old farm buildings and so forth, when the taxes went up, people were tearing down all the ancillary structures, especially in the 50s and 60s, and when people abandoned their horses and so forth. And I can't think of a group of buildings that were associated with the sheep farming or any other farming. This is a rare chance to recreate.
It would be great, but you need to, if you could give us something concrete that we could really see on how, because right now, to the naked eye, it's not visible. You could take me to any neighborhood and tell me it's historic, and I wouldn't be, so that's the thing, you've got to get it. And I guess the HDC knew more about it than we did, or they read our regulations differently.
Well, I did like their letter, and
That was very supportive, I saw
that
that.
was the most encouraging
Yes, it was.
thing, which is one of the reasons I
Got excited about it, yeah, because
was
they were
able
very.
to convince and be convinced that we should go forward, that
Peter, would you have an objection to talk to someone who does this kind of thing for a living in terms of submitting to planning and zoning a site plan or a concept or something along those lines?
Oh,
Because,
no, I'd be happy to do
yeah,
that.
you saw a couple people here tonight, and maybe Patrick, I don't know, do we give out lists or what do we do?
Well, that's it.
Mr. Alexander does have a surveyor involved with the project. You're not working on this alone right now, so.
No.
I just don't want them to think that you're the only.
Oh, no, we
person.
did all the
Yeah.
FAR and surveys.
The Earth Image is your co-consultant on this, so.
Yes.
But I think you need a lot more, though.
Yeah, I just, I'm ready to do that, but again, I didn't want to go forward with the, not just the expenditures, but the time.
No problem. If you want to flesh it out more for us yourself.
Oh, I do. That's
yeah,
really what.
That would be very helpful,
That
because
was one
it's
of the
just,
things I really appreciated with the staff review. I really like the ideas. I know you've had a bit of sense of humor, and you're talking about criticism, and I can't resist. At my graduate school, Rhode Island School of Design, one of the sayings was, you have to be careful in mixed company. Crit happens in that people are at least paying enough attention to criticize your art, your work, which
Yeah,
is
that's
what
a
we
good thing.
consider it. So that's why I'm here, to get criticized and help me go on the path.
I know we have some people here who've been sitting patiently all night. they would like to speak. Does anybody from the public want to speak? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is the story of my life. I live on White Birch Lane, and Stanwood School, now Greenwich Country Day develops, so I decided to move over to Lakeview.
Mr. Healy, could you say your name for the record
Sure,
again,
Andrew
sir?
Healy, Healy, 19 Lakeview Drive, last driveway on the right, all the woods there. I have an acre abutting his property. Never met this gentleman, and hope to have good terms with you, but so far, the rocks on my stone wall, my brother lives on 98 Sheep Hill Road, so we are abutting the neighbors all the way down. We have missing rocks on our stone wall that have disappeared. They weren't cemented in. When I bought the house, I was informed they were mine. Obviously, a survey is needed here. In addition, I submitted an email to you folks yesterday where he claims this is conservation land. It's an absolute dump. There was some recent debris added there recently. There's brush from all 5 houses. It's a complete fire hazard. It's a disaster. I question the integrity of some of these tenants he has in this place. One of them doesn't work. I don't know what's going on with them, but it's just my personal opinion as a budding neighbor. They're up all hours of the night. Who knows who they are? Again, I want to have good terms, but you're off to a bad start. You're dumping next to my property. I'm not going to accuse you for stealing my rocks.
Just
but-
talk to
but
us,
then
okay?
it's
No, you
19
guys,
Lakeview Drive.
just talk to us. You
Okay.
just talk to,
19
talk to the
Lakeview
hand.
Drive, so.
Okay, so your concern is you
Well,
want to
again, I
have
just-
confirmed whether or not there's a
Well, a
conservation?
couple, there's a couple things. First of all, this does go through, I have lower ground than him, so just
Yeah,
like,
okay,
just
so
like
I'm
the Stanley
trying to-
School, I'm
Okay.
vulnerable to his water, okay? So you mentioned something about flooding.
Yeah,
or
Nick was
drainage.
concerned about that.
I'm concerned about it, okay? I'm concerned about the fire hazard, I'm concerned about the stolen rocks. This gentleman's owned the property for a total of 2 years, or however long you've owned it, and we're not off to a good start. As you can see by his presentation tonight, he seems to be perhaps a little unprepared. That's just my opinion. I can't speak for you folks. But thank you all for your time. You do a great job. I know it's late, and I hope to have a good relationship with you, but leave my rocks as is, my man.
Okay.
Let's go to the night.
Riverside Association, you've been here for 5 hours. No. Okay, the Riverside Association has no comments. So, Mr. Alexander,
Can I comment on that comment?
No.
no,
Not,
no,
well,
we try not to have aspersions cast among public people.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the concept of taking the undeveloped but approved lot and turning it into the conservation is what he was talking about. And it has been neglected for years. Bless you.
I think the point is that the area marked as conservation is not existing. It's not existing, it's what you're proposing under the. That's just a clarifying point for the record.
Got it, okay.
That I'm not
think
aware of a
Mr.
conservation easement or
I think
land on the
Mr.
property
Healy
now.
had the impression that it was an
So
existing
if that was a
conservation.
confusion point, I
Okay.
just wanted to clarify that
Okay.
it's a prospect, it's not a existing condition.
Okay, so,
Sorry, Madam Chair, if we could just address some of the timeline issues here.
Yeah, really, tomorrow.
The re-subdivision and the rezoning, the rezoning and the special permit, we can leave that to the February 11th meeting, but the re-subdivision application needs to be addressed now, either by extension or by a vote, so.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing that.
Number
It's-
13.
It's,
Extension to sign granted to
it's, no, yeah, but, yeah, he just needs to give us an extension. We have it till the 5th of March.
Correct, if that's what the commission wants, then the applicant should agree to do that now, rather than
Okay, so,
wait till tomorrow
Mr.
morning.
Alexander, you have a choice, because it's kind of, so on all of these, you decide. At this point, nobody argued with those of us who were telling you that we couldn't see our way to supporting you yet on this. So if you would give us the maximum extensions, that would give you time to work.
Absolutely.
Okay, so why don't we do that? I don't know why they were made. Oh, this is just a must open. Okay, so why don't we do that? We'll get the maximum extensions and we'll be all set.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, we opened all of them. Okay, and with that ends the public hearing.
Right at midnight.
What did I say?
Yeah, you said
Am I good? I said midnight.
Margarita, are you looking at the clock?
I missed that, because
No,
I
she's been
sleep.
saying for months, we're right at midnight. All in one day.
We're
Well,
not done.
we're not done. And now we just need McRae to make the, I actually thought we'd get the rest. There was a moment when I thought we were going to completely finish at midnight, but then we argued with Mr. DeAndrea. And I told him this.
No, the one that killed us was Calhoun. Hour and a half.
Yeah. All those people came, what are you gonna do? We didn't overwork it, really. Okay, so,
Let's just, we have,
we have a bunch of ones.
let's start from the back, 11.
Okay, so we're gonna start from the back. We have
Make
11.
sure I've got Evelyn
We-
Hill. 10,
Yeah, no, you were seated.
And it was in.
10, 11, 9,
He voted already.
5, and 3. Where's my agenda?
5,
Yeah, and 3.
3.
We did 3, 5. Okay, that's, do you mind? Because 3, 5, 9, 10, 11. That's it. So you have a humble request from Mr. Yeski, since he was only seated on one application in the beginning. Were you seated on that? Oh, yeah.
was, yes.
Which one?
3.
3.
And I wasn't.
Why were you seated on 3? By then, we had,
I was on it before.
oh, yeah, and Goss has to stay too.
Low does not.
Low does not.
3.
3, you have to stay for 3, you guys, and then you can
5.
leave. No, they don't have to stay for 5.
9, 10, and 11.
So if we do 3, they can leave. Which, yeah. Which would be really nice of us. Okay.
Just mail in our votes.
You could just say yes, you can make Yeski stay. He can be seated for you.
Don't you know we're sharing this job?
No, I did not know. I don't think I like that idea. Because he goes to California and he disappears.
I always come back.
We just have to make sure one of us is here.
Hey, we were all here yesterday, too. Did you put that up for reason?
I did, because I'm only mildly uncomfortable with the direction, so I just want to be crystal clear so we don't mess this up.
Mansard roof.
But that's
all you
not.
need to know.
Oh, no, don't go there. He went there, oh, yeah.
Don't go there.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh, no, you have to stay and listen.
You know, I remember when we had respectful, nice alternates who didn't give us any
And
lip.
They stayed so they could
They
listen.
stayed and they wanted to
learn.
grow up.
Excuse me, I believe I said have a good night. And then I was.
Yes.
Okay,
so let's start with
McRae.
3.
Substantial improvement, they have the.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so,
I know, bring me one.
application of Stephen C. Friedheim, PLPZ 2019-00401 and 00402.
You just
Final
like saying
coastal
those
site
numbers.
Site plan and special permit at 1 Smith Road.
Someone wrote from Victoria.
Levy, get your butkus over here.
I think it's Victoria.
Victoria, you're seated on this. Get yourself over here.
Applicant has submitted revised plans. The zoning enforcement officer has requested that a demonstration of that the application does not subjugate a substantial improvement to the engineering division. Actually requested a resubmittal prior to zoning permit. Sewer division has endorsed the plan. Conservation has requested some trees, which applicant has resolved with revised landscape plan. DEEP has endorsed the plan. A phasing plan has been supplied. And any issues in the greenhouse have been resolved in terms of sink or kitchen area. Motion to approve said application.
Hold on, they do have a variance, right, for their FAR that they got
Oh,
from
yeah, you're right.
ZBA? And we should just note that. I mean, not that staff was going to forget, but we should just note it.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
On the
Okay.
FAR.
Right. Okay. Motion to approve application with the following conditions, that the applicant is to provide the demonstration that it is not a substantial improvement prior to zoning permit.
Could I stop you there, Nick?
Yes.
If it is a substantial improvement, I'm just worst case scenario, and it's the accessory buildings that are the ones, you want that to come back to you?
Yep.
It doesn't have to come back to you, it can go as an admin, but it would be a new application as a new building. So the commission has the right to bring it back, or it'll just be handled by you.
You know, this is a big enough building that I would say, because it's an over 150, because it's a big building, I think if there's a problem with it, we should see it again.
If it becomes new build.
Yeah.
Yes.
To be totally truthful, it won't change any of the site dynamics, but it's just how do you want that to be?
But you don't know how they're going to change the site dynamics if they're over.
Okay.
Okay. Engineering, requested a resubmittal prior to zoning permit to address outstanding issues. And any other staff comments or issues to be addressed?
Did you note that that wetlands permit was effective? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now two people can leave, and that leaves 5 of us here. Andy's cleaning house. Charter Greenwich LLC.
Okay.
No, you can't leave. No, no, no. You don't have options.
You ready for this?
This is not a democracy. No, not a democracy. Nick, go for it.
Okay. Application of Charter Greenwich LLC, PLPZ 2019-448 and 449. Final site plan and special permit at 301, 309 Greenwich Avenue, CGBR and CGI zone. The applicant has received a zoning board of appeals endorsement based for height and parking. The engineering division has received a letter of exemption. Sewer division has endorsed the plan.
Don't forget HDC.
HDC has endorsed the plan on a letter dated 7/18/19. A motion to approve with the following conditions. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the fire department second form of egress from the second and third floors of the building.
Okay, and now you guys are gonna do the architecture
Okay, now,
and.
hold on.
You and
I wrote
Levy,
it down, but I want to make sure how we go about this.
you're just gonna
Can I
say,
do my 5-second?
Yes.
Showdown, all right, so obviously the lentils above these features continued over, correct?
Yes.
The
Coins?
Lentils and sills.
And the sills, all to match. This feature here, the
Coins.
yeah, is that gonna go here or no?
No.
It's easier to see on the TV.
He's- they're
Okay,
happy.
keep going.
The cornice to match.
Yes.
The recessed, the footprint and the step back to stay.
Yes.
The doors to match the doors and the.
The awning to match.
Awnings to match the awnings. The water table or the footing. The
Right.
Horse here, that's to match.
Okay.
This banding here to match.
Right.
Yes,
Because this
the-
is a cornice too.
the freeze thing.
What is the base?
Okay.
They don't now.
I know, I'm
Okay.
asking.
No.
Just so we know,
Wait,
right
okay.
now it's brick, it's red brick in the back and gold brick on the facade.
It creates a better separation if it doesn't return. Right now, it does an effective return.
You don't have a return on that
Yeah, but if it were turns, you've got to do, it interferes with the coins and everything that's on the existing building. It ends there at the coins.
What about that dumb black thing that's across the top of the cornice in the old building?
This part here,
That's a parapet.
parapet.
So are they going to have the parapet go across as well?
That was the last.
Because you guys didn't mention that. Are you going to do the
Okay,
parapet?
hold on. Please, everybody, hold on a second.
Shh, guys, whoa, pay attention.
Okay. Okay, now, to reiterate that, and I'll put this on the record for you.
I have all of that now, except for the parapet.
Okay.
So
Cornice, brick,
And
water
guys,
table.
give them detention.
Mid-cornice to match existing in style, shape, and material. Upper fenestration, 4 windows, excuse me, to match existing in size, window type, frame, color, and masonry crown details.
But there's 6, actually.
Okay.
6 openings.
Okay,
it's the 4 above the banding.
right, 4 above.
Okay.
Okay, I think those 4 that are bricked over can actually remain as just bricked over. Okay,
I just want to point this
No,
out.
should they have the,
This vertical part here,
a
guys,
tympanum?
yes,
the elevator shaft. So the reason why there's no windows here is because there's
right, okay. It gets a little bit more complicated because I actually looked at the plan while somebody was yakking before, and it gets more complicated. They have a code issue.
Oh.
Okay, the storefront door to match existing, yes, on retail on Greenwich Avenue, so whatever they have at Starbucks. The awning above that door is to match the existing awnings in shape and color. The parapet, as we just said, if required, is to match existing in height and material.
And obviously, whatever that setback is off the roof.
Okay, now, 2 outstanding issues, and I think actually this is where we need to, everybody listening here.
Yeah.
The corner of the new building as it faces the street is not articulated with the coins that are on the existing building. Don't believe that it's necessary. If it is, we probably can actually just replicate them in brick, because this is just an accessory building to the existing.
So do the coining, do the church keys up there, but without the,
They could do it in brick.
do it in brick.
Okay. Now, the lower window, pair of windows, this is where their code issue is. Those 2. Okay, if we're saying that this is going to match the existing actually has large expanses of glass and large windows. I would propose that actually those 2 windows be combined to make one large opening, and that they're allowed to brick it over. That window where you have the pointer right now is bisected by the stair on the inside.
Right.
It is also on the property line.
Right, so it could go there, it would be fire rated, it would be, the leaded, the safety glass.
Yeah, that's stupid expensive, and
Okay, but you can.
put it over here.
In other words, you articulate a larger opening, but you can still put a
So
window
you
inside.
would just do basically a 3 wide, recess here.
Yeah,
1, 2.
No, yeah, just one large square recess, or, that kind of, so it emulates the thing. There's, it is right here.
This could be all recessed.
Yeah.
But there can be a window in it.
Okay,
I got you.
No, there cannot be a window.
they can put a window in it, but because the stair is bisecting,
It needs to be.
No, that is bricked up because that's where the elevator shaft is.
hold on.
No, we're not
Wait.
saying that. What they're saying, what they're trying to say is it not do, instead of doing glass here and brick recess here, do a large brick recess, which is reflective of like the storefront windows.
No, we agreed we would do a window on the left. They wanted the ventilation for the stairs.
Okay.
Okay.
The stair bisects that window, so you'll see it going through. The overarching issue, it's on the property line, so that window has to be fire rated or sprinkled, as does the other ones up above it. They'll wind up in that problem in 3 months when they go get the permit.
Back here.
Well, anything within 5 feet.
I need mine. You must have one.
On the other side, they don't need.
It's probably over my bag someplace.
Your bag?
Yeah, towards it. Yeah, here.
Maybe it's the old line, the old building setback.
Okay,
I just want to be crystal, that's all. I'm not,
I got it.
I'm not uncomfortable
So we
with
told
the.
the meeting that they
Yeah.
found a window there.
They were, no,
Do
I think they know
not
what's coming.
revisit anything that has already been decided, you guys.
Hold on, sorry.
No. Once we.
Isn't this the
Okay.
property line?
Isn't that the property? Is that the
I
property?
think this is the property line, because.
No, wait, this is the property line out here.
Okay.
You know what, I don't know. But they're building here.
Yes.
So
property
this
line
is the
is that-
property
this
line,
is
so
the property line is out
I think it's beyond the parking space.
Wait, hold on.
You can have my property.
Give me that, I'll vote no on everything.
Hold on, Patrick, come back.
Yeah.
We'll interrupt him,
Please, so I
because
can
you're a
leave.
worse distraction now.
I want to leave. I can't
Yeah, and
leave
we
until
want
I
you to
get my
stop talking
card.
to everybody.
I put everyone one down on
This
everything.
is Nick's.
Oh, everyone's gonna match their name?
Well, yeah.
Not even know, damn it, why did?
Which, so right, we all switched them already. We've been switching
It'd
them
be
all
great if
night.
someone told me that they were labeled. I don't know why they.
Well, we figured it out.
Yeah,
See, we're
thank you
smart.
for being
Okay.
smart.
See, you can have a window here. Why haven't they put the window here?
Because the parking space goes in here.
Peter,
But you still have to.
Peter,
Where is
we,
it? Okay,
Peter,
No,
we
I'm not doing-
agreed.
no, Okay.
Okay,
I just
can
wanna
we
know,
do
where
the
is-
rest of the resolution?
Is this where the
I wanna go home.
elevator is?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
back one more.
And then where the stair is here?
The stair is where the window is on
I
that
believe
thing.
the stair goes up like this.
Okay.
They're gonna bring it back to staff.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I wanna give them the 90%.
Yeah.
Great.
but don't change something that we've already decided. Okay. Okay, don't worry. Nobody's gonna know whose name is on it. We've never looked at them ever.
I'm gonna have to assume that whatever they put on the first floor, I'm gonna have to show you in that spot. So let's
All right.
give them
So,
guidance now and
can you
then.
type that up so,
Yeah,
in the decision
absolutely,
letter? So
absolutely.
that Nick doesn't have to say it again?
No, actually, you know what I'll do?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Oh, thank you. I'll take that.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
We're tired. I'm about to tell you. Yes, you were on this one. So all the regulars voted on this. Okay.
Calhoun was open.
Yeski and Goss can leave, right?
Yep.
We're learning at the map. I voted for 21 Calhoun, like they can build whatever they want.
Oh, 1,000 doesn't work. Your square footage is too little because they get that as of right anyway for an accessory building.
Build the whole, they wanted to know what our guidance was.
2,000 feet would be okay. Go ahead.
My
You ready?
cutoff is 1,000. So I don't.
Dempsey.
1,000 is as of right. There's,
Well, I don't,
Move on.
move on, let's go. We
What was
did
that?
5.
I'm just not gonna.
Yes.
Andy
Andy
did.
seconded it and everybody was in favor.
It's like it's snowing outside. Everybody's gonna rush to get home. What the hell?
No, we're just tired.
We just vote for the ones.
Okay, number 9,
9,
7 Dempsey Lane, the subdivision. We're totally-
PLPZ 2019-0483, final re-subdivision, 7 Dempsey Lane, in the RA2 zone into 2 lots. Zoning has endorsed the plan. Engineering has requested.
Goss,
Engineering has requested resubmittal prior to zoning permits with the requested as notes to be added to the zoning map.
bye, stop
Health
talking.
Department has endorsed the plan showing 2 7-bedroom septic systems.
Oh, you let Peter Berg talk.
I don't know what's wrong with these people tonight.
Motion to approve,
Yeah,
excuse me, motion to find that this is a re-subdivision,
yes,
and motion to approve.
okay.
Second.
And you said the open space and the whole thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll get that.
This will be the weakest one. Okay, number 10. Now, on these both,
Vote on it.
I'm sorry. Do I have a second?
I seconded. You never asked
All
for
in
the vote.
favor?
Aye.
It's like a year awake. Okay,
There it is,
number
okay.
10.
Which is?
This
Dublin
is
Hill.
50 Dublin Hill Drive, PLPZ 2019-457,